here on out.
All right, we live right now, man. The source in the building. We got my brother Damon in the building. You know what I'm saying? D Red, the blue collar scholar. And then we got the argument king in the motherfucking building. My brother James. And we got a guest today, man. He wanna step in the lines den, well, not the lines den, but he wanna step in with these wild ravenous animals and fight. You know what I'm saying? We got Mugabe in the building. Excuse me, Mugabe's in the building, and I want him to explain his position on Haplogroup E in the Levant because the brother seems to be at an impasse with me. So I want him to, educate the people on why he disagrees or why he thinks it's erroneous. So I'm gonna open the floor with him. Go ahead, man.
All right, I'm gonna cut straight to the chase. When we talk about the Epipaleolithic era, and we do know for sure that the E marker was in the Levant region. That's undeniable. That's totally undeniable
Facts.
facts. Now,
Okay.
the problem with that, well, there's not a problem with that. The problem, the problem that I have is with individuals that are of, and I'm using this colloquially because I don't know what you guys consider yourself specifically. When we talk to Black Hebrew Israelites, they try to use that time frame of the Epipaleolithic being having E markers within it. They try to use that time frame to justify and to validate the ancient Israelites being quote unquote black people. Now the problem with that is this: if we look
I
at
would
the
agree with you that that's a problem.
can you hear me?
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying I would agree with you if they're trying to use the Epipaleolithic to prove the Israelites. I would agree that there's a problem there.
Right. Now when we look at the Epipaleolithic era, and we look at the which spans to 20,000 years before present,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's
Yeah.
20,000. That's 20,000 years ago. Is my audio still clear, gentlemen?
We
Yes, it
can hear
is.
you. Go ahead.
All right. When we're looking at an era that's 20,000 years before the present, and then we juxtapose that against the biblical narrative. The biblical narrative, at best, at best, only begins about 5,000 years ago.
I would disagree there.
So what you're doing is somewhat intellectually dishonest in order to support your narrative of being a black Hebrew Israelite. Now, and I'll elaborate on that some more later. But that's
Be-
that's
Before you,
that's my
before
basic.
you before you go on, you're missing a data point, and I don't know if you're doing this on purpose or maybe you just forgot. It's not just the Epipaleolithic. It's the Epipaleolithic all the way to the Chalcolithic period, which goes
Oh,
into the Bronze Age.
okay.
So it's a logical deducement if these people or this marker was inundating this area for that vast amount of time, which you said 20,000 years ago. We're going to go with your time frame all the way to the Bronze Age, which we could deduce that the descendants would be in those lands. Because even after that period, they still held over 46% of the markers in the Levant. And we have a people in a tradition saying that, hey, we descend from people in these areas. And if it's been predominantly dominated with E markers, we can deduce that these people, including Israel, including these what we're calling Shemites, would have E markers. That's just one. That's a simple deduction. And what we can corroborate that information with, all original Jewish populations are admixed with E markers. We have plenty of articles corroborating that fact. So that's the data point you're missing. You're just looking at the Epipaleolithic, but it stretches all the way to the Chalcolithic period, and that's when we started smelting bronze. And we know what time frame that is. That goes into the time frame what they say the patriarchs, the time frame of early Israel.
But
And then
that's
they
absolutely
transit.
incorrect. That's absolutely incorrect, brother. The Chalcolithic the Chalcolithic, the time period that you're
It's the Copper
referring
Age, right?
the time period you're referring to from the Chalcolithic to the Epipaleolithic. That's literally a 10,000 year window that goes from about 20,000 years ago to 10,000 years ago, and in that time frame is completely outside of the biblical narrative in totality.
Okay, let me respond to that part real quick because you keep saying that. Again, we have to understand that if we're going to look at the Bible, we have to look at it the way the secular community looks at the Bible.
Okay.
And not the way that the religious community looks at the Bible.
Okay.
The secular community looks at the Bible as an oral tradition that was written down, which means the timeline as you're laying it out would not apply. That's why me personally, when I tell it from a secular perspective, I use the last glacial maximum as an event marker for the flood, which happened right before the Epipaleolithic, right?
Okay, now
then hold on, let me just add. And then we use the fact that the E marker is in those specific regions as an argument for who the Bible is calling the Shemitic people, because haplogroup DE was in that region. Farming was spread not by E1B1A or E1B1B. It was spread by E1B1.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? The predecessor or the common ancestor to both, which existed during that time period. So what we're saying is there's a common ancestry that goes back to that region that deals with the people who the Bible call the Shemitic people, who were populating that region after the last global climatic event involving water bottlenecked the human and animal populations.
Okay, I don't what you're well, and I don't think it's done intentionally. I don't think you guys are being intentionally intellectually dishonest. I think that you guys just aren't fully understanding genetics. When you look at an admixture, and you say that these people have an admixture that shows that they have E marker in them, which is absolutely factual. There's no denying that. What we need to look at is what are these people's Y chromosome marker? The Y chromosome marker, as you guys know, stays intact from father to son. You are what your father is, what his father was, what his father was, what his father was, what his father was. Now, I said that to say this. Using that knowledge, using that fact, we know that the Y chromosome marker should stay intact long enough to be traced to the era of the biblical narrative. So if these people were anything, we should see that today. We should see that today. Now, what my Afro-American brothers of the Hebrew Israelite faith are trying to press and push is that, oh, it's not there because of a dispersal. But we don't see evidence of that dispersal. We should see there's a thing called genetic footprints. We're not talking about admixture. We should see genetic footprints on the Y chromosome marker, and we should see genetic footprints on the mitochondrial marker. And these things we just simply don't see, beloved brothers.
That's not true. That's not true. We have, even if you want to go on the modern population density argument, we should see it in these people that claim to be Jews today. Well, even if we use that, right? I'm going to raise your handicap and let you use that. There's a 30 to 40% introgression of E markers within those groups. The modern groups, whether it be Ashkenazi or Sephardim, they have E markers within those groups. They have an introgression, which I don't use modern population density to dictate ancient populations. That's erroneous. But even if we use that argument and argumentation, we can see it a haplogroup integration. That's why you have what's the genius name? The white scientist. That's why you have him with I believe,
David Reich.
huh?
You talking about David Reich, the one for Harvard?
Not David Reich. The one that had Einstein having the E marker, and that
Oh,
Yeah,
being a major Jewish E marker. Then you have Sephardim with a lot of E markers coming from a lot of North African influences and some West African influences. So if we even use the modern population density argument, which is a terrible argument, by the way, because we're talking about ancient populations and who they were in the past, not now, we can still use the introgression argument, which is clearly shown in their matrices. There's no way around that.
and
okay.
well, let me add one thing to
Go ahead,
that.
brother.
You also see this up to 8% in the Aruba of basal human DNA, along with up to 13% of it found in the Mandinka and those related tribes, Mende and those related tribes.
Okay.
And this right here is literally DNA from the Epipaleolithic. That's what that literally is. So
But
it's found in West Africa. Hold on. It's found in West Africa. And it's found because the actual DNA that they take back to the Yoruba that's dealing with the Jews and them having that admixed with them is that basal human DNA. That's 8% in the Yoruba and up to 13% in the Mende related tribes. So this DNA is found today. Is found attached to the ancient Jews and to peoples in West Africa, which to me is a hell of an illustration of what I've been arguing for years about the people migrating down into that region, because they bring that DNA down into that region. The first people in West Africa was not our ancestors, okay? It was the little Khoi people, the pygmy peoples. Those were the first people in West Africa. We came later and brought farming there, and it was through that basal DNA that brought farming everywhere else in the world.
But the genetic evidence doesn't bear that out. But I'm not going to go into that right this second.
How
Now,
doesn't it?
what I'm going to say is this: I'm going to give you a contemporary example of what you guys are doing, and and the only reason why you're doing it is because you have a narrative that you're trying to uh, stitch the pieces together, and that's understandable. You know, this beast did a number on our people. This beast stole everything that we knew of our culture, stole everything that we knew of our heritage, and so it only makes sense that some of us are going to stitch together the pieces that's feel good. And I said that to say this: imagine, imagine 10,000 years from now, whatever period they're going to call it. Imagine 10,000 years from now, a group of Native Americans try to lay claim to writing the Constitution, because the Constitution was written in the Western Hemisphere on quote unquote American soil. They would be intellectually dishonest to do that, because we know that a different population of people moved into this area by force, by brute force, and those people dominated the area, and they created the narrative known as the United States Constitution. So it would be intellectually dishonest for the indigenous Native Americans in 10,000 years in the future, mind you, this is hypothetical, for them to say, we invented the Constitution. Look, because we were on that landmass first, so it has to be of us. This is essentially what you brothers are doing. And I don't know if you're doing it willfully, or I don't really think it's malicious. I think it's just because there's
With
so many.
what? I'm confused on what you even talking about. You being so vague.
What I'm saying is, within, and I'm using this colloquially because I don't know how you guys characterize yourself. Uh, and within the Black Hebrew Israelite community, you guys are trying to define yourselves within the biblical narrative. And in order to define yourselves within the biblical narrative, you're trying to make a genetic claim to the people that actually wrote the text. And the analogy I'm giving you is as if the Native Americans of 10,000 years in the future tried to make a genetic claim to being the people that wrote the Constitution because the Constitution was written on American soil. Do you follow me better now?
Okay, let me ask you one question, and then
Yes, sir.
then Jashub gonna go in, and then I want to start pulling up evidence because I think you meant. So, are you saying that the pre-exilic Israelites, according to the scientific data, not my opinion, not Jashub's opinion, not your opinion, according to Harvard University study, are you saying that they were not admixed with Africans, which coincide with the Yoruba? According to the study, or is that what you're saying?
Repeat that again.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I'm gonna reword it. All right. Are you arguing that the Israelites, before the exile that took place between 8th and 6th century BCE, that they were not admixed with sub-Saharan African, which coincides with the Yoruba, according to the medical studies, not any of our opinions on this phone or on this line?
I am, without a doubt, wholeheartedly in full agreement with what you just said.
It was a
Yes.
question. It wasn't a statement.
No,
I'm confused.
I'm saying I agree with everything you just said. But that still does not support the narrative of
But
those
I didn't
people.
say anything. I asked a question, brother. I think you missed me. I asked a question. I didn't say anything. I'm saying, are you saying that this is not true, what I said,
and
according to the scientific data? That's a yes or no question. I'm confused.
I said, let me say this again. I agree with what you just said.
So it is true. Okay, cool.
Is that clear enough?
I mean, a yes would have been fine, but
yes.
I don't.
Now,
when I ask a question,
when I ask
you a question and you say you agree, it's kind of confusing. Do you get that?
Stop. Just pause. Oh, my bad, brother. My bad. Yeah, I agree with that. But what you're doing is you're looking at admixture. You're taking admixture to
no. Okay, I'm just saying they were there. I'm just saying they were there. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying they were there.
People that...
All right. Look, okay, so you agree with me they were there then.
Here.
Because that's the only point I'm kind of making, that they were there. It's breaking up, so I don't know.
Hey,
yeah, I hear you now.
You breaking up, man. And your camera freezing. No, it's Mugabe. Yeah, I'm gonna mute you real quick.
Just have him turn off his camera.
Turn off your camera and see if it's
probably the bandwidth.
Turn off your camera. I'm gonna mute him real quick because it's getting horrible back feed from his mic. Like you sound terrible right now. I can't even mute the brother. All right, there we go. Yeah, man, he having some technical difficulties, family. Just I guess when you get that together, unmute yourself and you can speak. Just leave your camera off, though, man. I think your camera is hurting and diminishing your bandwidth, and that may be why you're having connectivity problems. Hey, James, you still there? Can I be heard?
Yeah, you heard loud and clear, bro.
All right. To address a few things, we have a model that we have built to come with these deducements. We didn't pull them out of the thin air, and this is how all scientific models are deduced. You have a hypothesis, and then you find corroborating evidence to confirm or deny the hypothesis. And I haven't seen anything to deny the hypothesis yet. That's what I'm looking for. We showed we pretty much discussed the evidence. We haven't shown it yet. We done shows on it before. pretty much Haplogroup E dominating that area. And even after that period, going into the Bronze Age, I mentioned this earlier, after the Copper Chalcolithic period, they still have 46% of that land being inundated with E markers. So it's like a logical deduction. And then we have the genetic paperwork about the admix with the original Jewish population. So we have strong evidences to pretty much solidify our stance, which is these original Israelites had E markers. You understand? And I'm waiting for him to pretty much bring something that's going to alter that premise. I haven't heard anything yet. He's just giving blank arguments, pretty much red herrings, to try to distract from the actual point. But we got plenty EP2, E1B1, when he brought up EP2 being the father of E1B1A, E1B1B being in that land, and even Vincent Cabrera, which is a known geneticist, and others are basically arguing that it had its start in the Levant. It proliferated those areas. And then we moved into Africa, and we see that even with the spread of farming. Haplogroup E has been given pretty much the credit for spreading farming and pastoralism into Africa, because before that you had A and B haplogroups that were pretty much used to foraging. So we use all of these evidences to corroborate an argument. It's not just one angle. And using data points and leaving data points out to make yourself sound more favorable, I don't think that's cool. Hopefully the brother come back and he can clean up his act. But pretty much I haven't heard anything to convince me otherwise. You know, these are the type of brothers that get on Facebook, get on social media, and they scoff at the information, but I'm just trying to see an explanation on why he thinks that. And I haven't seen anything to you know, at least change my mind or alter the information to even give him a justifiable, you know, stance against what's being stated, you know. And then he also said another thing. He said, oh, you guys are just trying to prove that the ancient Israelites are black. No one even mentioned phenotype or color or anything. We're strictly dealing with DNA. Just because you have a haplogroup E doesn't mean you're going to be automatically black. Hence, you have a 30% or 10% E1B1A introgression into the Sephardim, and many of them are white. So it, like, come on, man, stick to the subject, stick to the topic, stick to the information. That's what we do over here, man. It's the source. So we waiting on that, brother. I'm gonna get Yahukanan in here because Yahukanan was in the back. I told him be patient. He wanted to add his 2 cents. So let me get the link to Yahukanan, and I'm gonna read some stuff for the people, man.
Just let me say something real quick, though. I just find it a little crazy how people try to kind of change the topic. We talking about the Epi-Paleolithic. He want to keep bringing it back to Israel and stuff. Let's stay in the area we talking about, iron that out, and then work our way down in that time period. Not keep jumping around.
I agree, but when you ain't got a leg to stand on no more, and you gotta move away from that point. You know what I'm saying? The brother been conceding this whole time. He said it's actual and factual that these people were here. Okay, we're making a logical deduction now. If these people filled this land, wouldn't their progeny have the same markers that they had? And that's pretty much what we're saying. They're in all these places that the Bible prescribes as Shem or Shemitic. And we're going to sit here and ignore that and say, okay, that doesn't mean anything. That's pretty much what you're doing. You special pleading. What special pleading is when you ignore facts that go against your premise, you know, because brothers are so anti-Bible, anti-Israel, anti-Jew. You're so anti-everything. But you know what's funny? They'll say we're getting that from the white man, and we trying to force ourselves in a white narrative. But you're forcing a white narrative on us by saying, well, you can't be anything other than what they told us we can be, which is just landlocked into Africa. You know what I'm saying? It's a cardinal sin to black people to say that we're anything outside of being in the land of Africa. The fact that I said that these people are in the Levant bothers him. You know what I'm saying? Because he's been told, the Lucy lie, and that we descend from Lucy, and we not even A and B. You understand? That don't even make sense, because A and B would be the closest relatives to Lucy, or the quote unquote bridge between the Epithecus and the hominid species. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, if anybody's going against the status quo, which is from what's the word? I was looking this up earlier. It's something called a binary oppositional model, meaning that's what we have here in America. You either black or you white. You can't be anything in between. They directly or diametrically opposed to one another. So if I say these people are black, then they can't have anything to do with what we call white. And that's what he's doing. Oh, well, we know the Jews are white, so how the hell are you going to be black and claiming to be a Jew? That's his whole argument. It's a binary oppositional model, man. And I believe the science don't agree with no binary oppositional model, because white people can have E1B1A markers as well. You got Sicilians with E1B1A markers, and they fucking white, and they got the hair texture is not nappy. You understand what we call nappy hair syndrome? They don't have that. They don't have the same facial features as a polite. You understand? But they genetically were similar. But that's going on off another topic. But I just wanted to touch on that, because he's claiming that we're following the white man pretty much without saying it. Inadvertently, he's saying, well, y'all just following the white man in his book. But you're following binary oppositional models, which was created by white Germans. Wasn't created by us. So who's
known racist?
Known racist. They went around and said, okay, Africa's black, China and all that's yellow. These people are brown. The Australoids are brown. Like, they went and said that. They created that color code and that binary oppositional model where black can't be white, white can't be black. They created that. And you follow it faithfully. You don't question it. You don't get on Facebook and social media and tear people down that use the terminology and push it. But when we say, the minute we say that this haplogroup E dominated the Levant and its progeny was made up 46% of the people during the Brass epoch, now you got a problem. The minute we say Israel, the original Israelites had E markers, now you got a problem. Now it's an issue. Why? Because in his mind, these people are supposed to be white, and white don't mean us. You understand? So this is why we got to look at this shit scientifically and not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like, it means on the surface. Brothers and sisters, superficially, yeah. All right, here we go. We got him back. There we go. There you go. Say something, brother. Yeah, you clear now.
How's the audio, fam?
You good now?
I'm clear? Okay, cool. All right. Sorry about that, man. I was having technical difficulties. Like, I'm in a little canyon area, kind of, sort of, so it's choppy. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I mean, it's not. This isn't difficult to understand as long as you don't have an agenda. If you have an agenda, you're going to muddy the waters. And unfortunately, I know you brothers feel a certain kind of way about the biblical narrative, about the text, about that whole get down, and I understand it. But you guys are muddying the waters when you're trying to stitch together the pieces of the genetics and stitch together with the biblical narrative. It just doesn't fit.
Okay, let's do this. Let's not mention the biblical narrative no more. Okay, and just use the science. Is that fair?
That's fair enough.
Okay, cool. All right. So we're not gonna talk about the biblical narrative. We're only gonna talk about science. Cool. All right.
Right.
According to the science and archaeology, the people when they gathered the DNA from everyone who's claiming to be a Jew, okay, they found a common link that they never found before between all of them. and it had to do with that DNA I was telling you about, that they in the study matched to the Yoruba, which is about almost 80% of our people in America descend from the Yoruba or Yoruba related groups.
Wait, can you repeat that, brother? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, brother? James, can you repeat that, brother? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking you, which part do you want me to repeat? Where did it go? Where did it stop for you?
It from the beginning.
Okay. Pretty much I was just saying that when they gathered all the people who claiming to be Jews, your Ashkenazi, your Sephardim, the people in Iraq, everywhere, they found that at different time periods, not all at the same time period, but at different time periods, they had mixed with sub-Saharan African groups, which they relate to the Yoruba and Yoruba related groups, which 80% of our people who are African American in America come from those groups. Are you disagreeing with that data? Because I'm getting confused on what you're saying. Because in one moment you're like, yeah, I agree with the data you use, but then you turn around and just disagree with the conclusion without giving a reason, but just trying to, I guess, undermine anything we're saying by trying to make it related to our beliefs instead of the actual facts, which we're trying to discuss. You keep talking beliefs, we trying to talk facts. You see what I'm saying? Because you keep doing that. So what I want to do is get you, because you said you agree, huh? Because you said you agreed earlier with the facts.
I got you now. What? Yes. Yeah. And I still do. I still do agree with the facts. What I'm saying is that you are guilty of an extreme conflation.
We're not talking about the Bible no more, bro.
I'm not talking
you can't
about,
even stick to the. Then what am I conflating with then?
I'm not talking about the Bible.
Turn your camera off, brother. Turn your camera off.
It's getting choppy for you.
Turn your camera off.
What about the right now?
Mugabe.
Turn your camera off, Mugabe, because we can't hear you because you get choppy.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Keep your camera off, brother, because you choppy, and I think your camera is like decreasing your data or something.
It's eating up your bandwidth.
Yeah, we're not hearing you.
You back?
Like, it's not even every other word. It's like you just go blank for like a minute. All right, while he doing that, I'm gonna pull up the article that you referenced, James, on
African gene flow into Southern Europeans, Jews, and Levantines.
All right, if I can turn it on.
Yeah. Hey, man, I don't know where you at, but it sounds like you just real choppy, man. You got a bad connection.
Turn it off right now. It won't cut off.
Well, it went off. We don't see it no more. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm literally in a canyon. Like I'm in a canyon.
It's getting back to you now.
The connection. Let me go out and come back in and see if that does something.
All right. While he do that, we're gonna read the article for the audience. I don't know why it sounds. I don't know if he got earphones on or what's going on with that. But let me mute you because we got horrible backfeeding going on. Look, I can't even mute them, man. It's so like the delay is so bad. I also want to respond to somebody real quick. Somebody made a comment. This Ben Cuevas guy. Let me see. Real quick. He said, LOL, they sure do look like their native ancestors. We have records that we can compare to. The only comparison you guys have only traced back to West and Central Africa through DNA and oral tradition. What do you mean only comparison? DNA is a very powerful tool because when you look at genomic sequences, that lets you know who descends from who.
Exactly. It gives you common ancestry and everything, man.
Right. So You just looking at pictures. I mean, you're at a kindergarten's level on this. You're just looking at pictures and say, okay, who looks like these pictures? We're looking at genomic data and genetic sequences to tell who descends from who, and SNPs and strong tandem repeats. And then once we line it up, we can do genetic barcoding. We can say, okay, these people descend from these people in the Levant. That's how they linked the Natufians to the E marker, because they found that DNA in their eardrum and they sequenced it. It was like, oh wait, these people carry E markers. You understand? So we're using genetic data. We're not using your guesswork by looking at pictures. Come on, man. Anyway, let's get to it. Hopefully that troll learns his lesson. Let's see. All right, so let me pull the article up. Brother James came in and presented, alluded to, and we're gonna read from it. All right, so y'all should be able to see it on the screen now. The history of African gene flow into Southern Europeans, Levantines, and Jews by Morhani and others, right? Abstract says previous genetic studies have suggested a history of sub-Saharan African gene flow into some West Eurasian populations after the initial dispersal out of Africa that occurred at least 45,000 years ago. However, there has been no accurate characterization of proportion of mixture or of its date. We analyzed genome-wide polymorphism data from about 40 West Eurasian groups. Let me stop there. They didn't look at pictures. They didn't look at pictographs. They did genome sequencing to determine who descends from who. All right, let me keep reading, man. The silliness of the people.
Non-contemporaneous pictures at that.
It'd be non-contemporaneous, whitewashed, but they didn't look at pictures, man. You pictograph brothers. All right, it says we analyzed genome-wide polymorphism data from about 40 West Eurasian groups to show that almost all Southern Europeans have inherited 1 to 3% African ancestry, with an average mixture date of around 55 generations ago, consistent with North African gene flow at the end of the Roman Empire and subsequent Arab migrations. Levantine groups harbor 4 to 15% African ancestry, with an average mixture date of 32 generations ago, consistent with close political, economic, and cultural links with Egypt in the late Middle Ages. We also detect 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in all 8 of the diverse Jewish populations that we analyzed. For the Jewish admixture, we obtained an average estimated date of about 72 generations.
More than twice the 32 for the other people in the Levant area.
This may reflect, I want that brother that made that erroneous claim early in the comments, this may reflect the descent of these groups from a common ancestral population that already had some African ancestry prior to the Jewish diasporas.
That's 8th century BCE for those who don't know. So that means the pre-exilic Jews, at a minimum, were admixed with sub-Saharan Africans. That's the minimum. And my stance is, if you look at those markers, especially the paternal markers for all those other groups, they seem to either adhere to some European markers, some Levantine markers that predate Israelites ever coming into the region, or anything like that. So that means those people at best admixed into the population and then took away their culture. It looks to me like that core group, especially since all the admixture dates different. Like if you look at Iraq and Iraq, it goes back to like 600 BCE with their admixture. But then you look at like the Ashkenazis, they're closer to around early, anywhere from about 3rd century Common Era to 1st century Common Era, something like that. So the admixture dates are different. So that to me says that core population they admixed with and took that culture for them had to be sub-Saharan African. That's just using the least common denominator in math will give you that. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. Let me go to the discussion. It's the discussion, right? Where it breaks down each time period in the admixture to where it's dated. Let me see. Yeah, man. I mean, y'all gotta step it up, man. I don't know if that brother gonna come back. I'm gonna let DeMonte come in here. The brother DeMonte, yeah, who can let that brother come in here in a minute? Here it is, the discussion. Here it is. It says the finding of African ancestry in Southern Europe dating to 55 generations ago or 1600 years ago, assuming 29 years per generation, needs to be placed in historical context. Let me stop right there because this guy, Mugabe, is trying to indict us for trying to put this genetic data into historical context. But this is exactly what geneticists do. They examine it and they put it into historical context.
And brother, and you gonna show we ain't been doing nothing but saying what they saying. But go ahead.
Exactly. It says the historical record documents multiple interactions of African and European populations over this period. One potential opportunity for African gene flow was during the period of Roman occupation of North Africa that lasted until the early 5th century AD. And indeed, tomb inscriptions and literary references suggest that trade relations continued even after the time. North Africa was also a supplier of goods and products such as wine and olive oil to Italy, Spain, and Gaul from 200 to 600 AD. And Morocco was a major manufacturer of the processed fish sauce condiment, garum, which was imported by Romans. In addition, there was slave trading across the Western Sahara during the Roman times. Another potential source of some African ancestry, especially in Spain and Portugal, is the invasion of Iberia by Moorish armies after 711 AD. I'm going to stop there. Nahum Sloots, which was an Ashkenazi Jew, did a study on North travels of Africa, and they considered Tariq the general and these Moorish armies to be Jews. But that's another argument, right? So if the Moors already had some African ancestry when they arrived in Southern Europe and then admixed with Iberians, we would expect the admixture date to be older than that of the invasion as we observe. Let me read on. The signal of admixture that we detect in
let me say something to that, what you just read.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute, read that last sentence again, because I can barely see it and I'm not looking at it.
Let me blow it up. Let me blow it up. That better?
All right.
Let me do this too. Let me do this too. All right. How about now?
All right. It says, if the Moors already had some African ancestry when they arrived in Southern Europe and then admixed with Iberians, we should expect the admixture date to be older than the date of the invasion. And they saying the Iberian groups already had the admixture from the Roman period. All right. Go ahead.
It says the signal of African mixture that we detect in Levantines, the Bedouins, Palestinians, and the Druze, an average of 32 generations or 1,000 years ago, is more recent than the signal in Europeans, which might be related to the migrations between North Africa and Middle East that have occurred over the last 1,000 years in the proximity of the Levantine groups geographically to Africa. Syria and Palestine were under Egyptian political control until the 16th century AD when they were conquered by the Ottoman Empire. This is in concordance with our proposed dates. In addition, the Arab slave trade is responsible for the movement of large numbers of people from Africa across the Red Sea to Arabia from 650 to 1900 AD, and probably even prior to Islamic times. We caution that our sampling of the Middle East is sparse, and it will be of interest to study African ancestry and additional groups from this region. Now, here we go. This is the meat and potatoes. Let's get into the 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in the Jewish groups. It says a striking finding from our study is consistent detection of 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in the 8 diverse Jewish groups we studied.
Hold on, let me say something real quick, because this every time when you read that, something popped in my head. Because it's 3 to 5%, doesn't mean in ancient times it was 3 to 5%. Because every time we bring this up, people be like, "Oh, it's just 3 to 5%." No,
Yeah.
the DNA dilutes over time. All
Mm-hmm.
right, that's what happens. So you have less and less over time. Who knows what it could have been back in ancient periods? So just don't even come with that argument. Oh, it's only 3 to 5%. In ancient times, it could have been 70%, and they only mixed with Europeans since then. So now it's down to 3 to 5%.
Right. Right. It's the same thing with the Native Americans. They say Native Americans are East Asian, have an East Asian origin because they got like 3% East Asian in their DNA matrix. That's how they determine that. So it's the same thing here. Well, it says 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in 8 diverse Jewish groups we studied: Ashkenazis, Sephardis, Mizrahis. This pattern has not been detected in previous analysis of mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome data. And although it can be seen when re-examining published results of structure-like analysis of autosomal DNA, it was not highlighted in those studies or shown unambiguously to reflect sub-Saharan African admixture. We estimate that the average date of mixture of 72 generations, which is 2,000 years, assuming 29 years per generation, is older than that in Southern Europeans or other Levantines. The point estimates over all 8 populations are between 1,600 years to 3,400 years ago, but with largely overlapping confidence intervals. It is intriguing that the Mizrahi, Irani, and Iraqi Jews, who are thought to descend at least in part from Jews who were exiled to Babylon about 2,600 years ago, share the signal of African admixture. An important caveat is there is significant heterogeneity in the dates of African mixture in various Jewish populations. A parsimonious explanation, which I want to pause on that because
That means it's different dates. I just want to say that about when it says heterogeneity, that means it's different dates for the admixture, which goes to my point about saying if you got different dates for this admixture for all these populations, it looks like they ran into somebody. You know what I'm saying? Admixed with those people. Those people moved on, but they kept their DNA through the admixture and their culture.
Right. And in a part, what these geneticists do and many scientists do, they use the law of parsimony because you don't know everything, right? So they make the best explanation they can with the data available, and that's what we do. And we get condemned and scoffed for it, but that's exactly what these scientists do in their day-to-day work and their lab work. They make parsimonious explanations. In other words, they do the Occam razor thing. You understand? So a parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population, which was itself admixed with Africans prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in the 8th to 6th century BC. So go ahead, James. I know you want to cut in. Go ahead.
Hey, all I was going to say is that mean the original population. You know what I'm saying? That's
Exactly. The original Israelites had that sub-Saharan African element. You can't get around that. You can't.
So when Mugabe saying like, "Oh, y'all trying to twist it and warp it into your view," no, brother, this is literally what the literature says, yo. This is what the academic literature is saying right now. And just because it agrees with us, I don't see why you got to be discarding it. The truth is the truth, whether it agrees with us or not.
Facts. Let me get this link to the brother Yahuka. This brother Yahuka, I've been wanting to get in here, man. I apologize, but I'm trying to run the show, facilitate. But let me give you the link, man, so you can jump on and you can give your piece. And I'm gonna finish this article. Because again, we're not going off of, oh, look at this picture. They look white right here. So, bro, that's not telling you anything about their genetic matrix. And they tell you nothing about their genomes and who they were and who they descend from. You just looking at a picture, man. And that's the silliness that we got to deal with within this community. That's the ignorant statements we deal with, and they think they smart when they say this stuff. Let me get this, brother, the link, man.
I would say, please do. You done said it like 8 times.
Yeah, man. Man, it'd be hard because I'll be trying to focus on what Mugabe's saying and the topic and facilitate.
And you read, and then you see something you want to talk about, so that pushes just further back. I know what you mean.
All right, so Yahoo Kanan, check your messages, your private messages on Facebook. You do have a link, and when you're ready, you can jump on. Damn, that brother didn't waste no time. That brother didn't waste no time.
Shalom, man.
Shalom, Yahoo Kanan.
Hey, shalom. I had wanted to show something. I don't even know if you have even seen this article, but it's about the Commerce Islands. You ever heard of that article? And the Limba is in it. Genetic diversity on the Commerce Islands.
No, I haven't heard of it, man. You gotta send the link.
I'm gonna send it to you guys too, because I thought maybe you guys already seen the link or might have seen the article, because you guys, y'all already be advanced on this stuff before I do. I'm gonna share my screen to show this. All right, let me know when y'all can see my screen. Let me bring this.
Yeah, I can see it. Hold on, I'm gonna bring it up.
Okay, so here it goes. Because I want you to see something about the Limba. It's in this article. So they was doing a study on the Commerce Islands, right? I might need to make this a little bigger. So here we go. So let's go down. So there's a portion of the article I want you to see.
Yeah, so you bringing information about the Limba because I guess because people look at the Limba as accepted Jews.
Okay, yeah, something like that. Well, they are basically accepted, but a lot of people don't know their haplotypes, and so there are Bantu as well. This is the thing, and I have to find out other article. The Yemenite Jews have sub-Saharan African admixture in them. I have to find an article because I found it. So the Limba and the Jews, the Yemenite and the Limba, they have.
I've seen the Yemenites have sub-Saharan African and just in general E markers. I've seen the Mizrahi Jews having E markers, which we just read in the article. The Mizrahi Jews, the Iraqi Jews,
right?
A lot of them have those E markers, and what's intriguing about that is they're supposed to be the population that has been pretty much unchanged and descend for these people that came after or before the Babylonian extraction, when they left Babylon. Right. So those are powerful points that the only way you can get around that is being disingenuous. That's the only way.
Well, we know if you look up, because if you actually, even though Wikipedia, I don't really care for it, but I try to look at the sources it gives and go and read and buy those sources. When you look up E1B 1A or V3 or whatever, like I looked up your haplotype. The thing is this: there's a thing they found. The oldest E1B1A guy they found was in Malta. He was an Ethiopian. He had Eurasian admixtures. So why does a dude, if E1B1A has never left Africa, as so they say, right? And it's all supposed to be all about Africa and all around Africa, why does this dude have Eurasian admixtures in his DNA? You understand what I'm saying? Why does he have that? There are other scientists who believe, because they have some type of proof that E1, that the E haplotype, right? E1B1A, or however you want to say it, it left out of Africa and went over into basically India with DE, which we talked about that before. And if you guys get a chance, check out the show we did with Vocab. Was it Vocab? Well, Vocab, we showed Vocab that L2 and L3 was in the Levant through DNA, through the database of family tree DNA. And we also showed that the Haplogroup E was there. But people are just saying that E1B1B was there, and that's not true. And the reason why I'm bringing up this article is because the Limba is proof that E1B1A was actually in the Levant as well. So that's why I'm showing this article. But like I said, if you get a chance, Watch the show we did with vocab, and it'll show you through the family tree database that L2 and L3 was there. For like I told your show, they took that database, they took that off of their database where you could see the frequencies of the different haplotypes in the areas that they're in. They took it off. Now, I'm a conspiracy theorist a little bit. I think because the company is Jewish owned, maybe people have been seeing that and they're taking it off because people are actually starting to realize who and what they really are. So let me read this real quick. It says, an ambiguous genetic signal from the Middle East has not, however, been detected in East Africa further south than Ethiopia, right? So it's saying that there was basically a genetic signal from the Middle East, but just basically in Ethiopia, but nothing further than that, right? Or in the ethnic group samples of Madagascar. So they didn't find none in Madagascar, but check this out. The Limbu people of South Africa carry a putative Semitic Y chromosome, currently provided the only evidence for gene flow from the Middle East into Southern Africa. The alleles of some autosomal genes found in the expatriate Comoran population living, Marcellus, indicated a genetic contribution from Western Eurasia. But the population living on the Comoros have until now not been studied. In this context, the peoples of the Comoros is evidently integral to the movement of means of women. But let me get all right from that, because basically it's saying that they see this stuff in a limba, right? So let's look at the limba haplogroups, because this is what they give you. So we know that the limba have Semitic DNA according to this article and according to the geneticists, right? But let's see what haplotypes that these guys have when it comes to the limba.
Right. They got sub-Saharan African DNA and they have J markers.
But no, they have E1B1A as well, though.
That's what I'm saying. Sub-Saharan African, yeah.
Yeah. Let me see here. Where's that?
I follow. You know what? Also, before you continue, the brother earlier that was just using phenotype as an argument, that kills it, because you got people that have what we call "quote unquote" Negroid features, and I know this antiquated terminology, but you know what I mean when I say Negroid features: prognathous nose, wide nose, high, the cheeks, the lips, the same hair texture or whatnot, and they got J markers. So you can't use phenotype to judge what a person is. You can't just use phenotype alone and say, okay, this person is X, Y, and Z, or this person is. That's idiotic at this point. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
No, you good. You good. I'm just trying to find it because it's down there. I came across this article yesterday, and like I said, I was gonna send it to you guys, but then I was like, yo, you guys might already have it because y'all be a step ahead of me. Okay, here it is. The limba, right? Can y'all read this? Y'all can see the article?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it on my side.
Okay. The limba have high frequencies of Middle Eastern Y chromosomes, HGJ-12FA2 at 25%, a potential CY HGK at 32%, and a Bantu Y EPN1 at 30%, similar to EM2. So these guys have E1B1A.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking about the Buba clan out of Venda, was it Zimbabwe, I think, is where they're from. Also, I want to show you another thing. Now, this book here, I recommend you guys get this book. This is the next book I'm finna buy. Can you see this right here?
Yeah, the origin of Ashkenazi.
Listen, this guy is like some kind of Jewish geneticist who's doing this book, right? This book tells you that the Jews are converts by DNA. This dude is like a biologist or geneticist who actually does the studies and looks at these guys. And he did a book on them. He's their own people. See, their own people even tell on them. You understand what I'm saying? If you read this book will tell you that these guys are basically, majority of them are converts. If you read this book right here, if you go to page 3, they let you know that they're not genetically related to the Hebrew Israelites. On page 3, I actually have this Jewish almanac. So you know what I'm saying? People are trying to act like there's a. Let me stop sharing my screen. Like like you're just making up stuff, and like yo, you're just like lying. No, 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 no. And then if I heard Garfield say, well, if you're E1B1A, then you're Egyptian, right? Because that's what the Egyptians' DNA is. Well, hold up, man. Didn't the Egyptians rule the Levant area all the way up to Syria or something like that?
Yes, they did on the Ramesses. Yep.
So then there was in the area then. So why is this other person? I won't say no names because I'm gonna get my ammunition together before I debate the brother. Because he's coming down to the time where I might just have to debate the brother. Keep saying that E1B1B wasn't there.
E1B1A.
No. Yeah, E1B. Yeah, he said E1B1A wasn't there.
When I did my DNA test of 23andMe, they said me and Ramesses III share a paternal ancestor that descends from Western Eurasia. You know what I'm saying? That's what 23andMe said. So geneticists are not going with that notion that E1B1A was not in that land or in that area. That's internet trolls that don't know the information. They don't care to know the information. They just scoffing.
Well, I think what it is this. They have a problem with the book, right? And that's cool if you don't believe in the book. You know what I'm saying? But the book, for those who believe in it, it does say that, our people were scattered across and abroad. So this whole notion of, you thinking that you have an inkling idea that you are an Israelite or related to Abraham and Jacob is farce, because basically they use the book to enslave us and basically disenfranchise us and all this. So it's a problem with the book and how the book was used. Because you have people who are in Islam, right, who are Arabs, who are Muslims, and they're reading this book, and it was Muslims who had something to do with our enslavement as well. You understand what I'm saying? The Arab slave trade, these were Muslims. And what they would do to some of the black folks if they got a hold of them. The good thing we did actually get thrown to the white folks, because the Muslims was castrating them, chopping their nuts off to where they couldn't even reproduce kids. So that's one thing. Then you have the Egyptologists who told me this is the white man book, but your whole book was deciphered and decoded by Europeans. So let's keep it real. But hey, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and get off, man. Y'all do your thing. I appreciate y'all for letting me come and spit that for a real quick moment, man. Y'all guys be blessed.
You too. And I gotta somebody in the comments wants attention.
Have a great
right?
one.
The brother is, you really don't want to have this DNA talk if you're claiming to be a Latino or Hispanic and you're trying to down black people, trying to say, well, black people don't look like the people in Levant. First of all, it's erroneous to try to judge people based off phenotype alone. I've been saying that. You understand? If you look at the Ainu people of Japan and you look at the Andaman Islanders, they have the same exact haplogroup and haplotype. I think it's DM172 or DM174, actually. They look completely different. The Ainu people look like any other average Japanese person. And the Andaman Islanders look like sub-Saharan Africans. But they are the same genetically. That meaning they have the same common ancestor. They descend from the same father, ancient father, or what they call super grandfathers. You understand? Kyle, man, you want to get in here too, man? Or are you saying drop the link for the brother? No, he don't want to come in here and have that discussion, man. Because this brother, he deal with pictographs. We don't deal with pictographs. Kindergarten stuff. This is a picture of a duck. That's what, oh my God. But everything he's saying, and then you don't want to have this Hispanic argument, because I could be extremely petty now and say that y'all are East Asian. Or you're R1B or R1, you know what I'm saying? I can say that you have a European haplogroup, but I'm not going to do that. So don't come on here trolling, man. It can get ugly for you. Stop playing. Kyle, man, you come on here, bro. Let me see what this brother.
Kyle don't bang with us no more, man.
Yeah, Kyle watching. He said drop the link for him. Yeah, man. Any Hispanic, any brother that's Latino, whatever, you better tread carefully, because if you want to get in here in these genetic arguments and we start talking about East Asian origin and we start talking about European introgression, which a lot of these Hispanic and Latino places have European introgression.
A lot of it.
Yeah. So you trying to down black people for making a Hebraic connection. What's your connection? Is it somewhere in Northern Europe?
Yeah, you know them Siberian, what they call them, Beringians. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all got hungry and followed animals over a land bridge and shit. If you ask them, you accept that. Huh? They accept that without question.
We can be extremely petty with y'all, so don't come in the comments. I pull the articles up. We'll start discussing these matrices that y'all belong to. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Better keep it cool. You know what I'm saying? Let me.
America was one of the original homes of them Neanderthals and shit. Don't get me started.
You know what I'm saying? I love my brothers, but man, don't come in here playing games. Garfield, you want to get on the show? Garfield, what do you want to say on the show, man? This brother, can I get the link? What you gonna come over here and say, man?
Give him the link.
Let's get Garfield the link.
Let's get Garfield the link. He deserves the link, bro. We done been on his show terrorizing him enough. You know what I'm saying? He can
That
come
brother
up and
missed the view.
terrorize us a bit.
This is Stockholm syndrome at this point. Let me see, the brother blocked me on Facebook. Can you give him the link? I think he got me blocked, man.
What? I just copy and paste the damn.
Yeah, just copy and paste the link and send it to him.
All right, let me see.
Garfield gonna come in here. The J marker. Garfield, can you explain to me how the J marker is an authentic Jewish haplogroup, but it's the same haplogroup carried by the ancient Greeks?
I
Wouldn't
just dropped it in your
entry?
inbox, Garfield, your brother Garfield account.
Garfield, it's in your inbox. If you're there, James just sent you the invitation. But I want serious question. If haplogroup J is in fact a authentic Jewish haplogroup, why do they share the same paternal father or super grandfather with the Greeks and the ancient Romans? That conflicts the narrative because the ancient Greeks was Japhet, not Shem. So you're gonna have to explain that, man. So we waiting on this brother to come in here, man. He get beat up on again. You know what I'm saying?
This is a good setup for my presentation I'm putting together.
Yeah, that's
what's definitely gonna still deal with them quote unquote Japhetic markers.
Yeah, them Japhetic markers, man. Like he gotta explain that. J1, I think it is, or J2. I can't remember off the bat, but Wikipedia got it. These people were supposed to be Javan and Grecians, and you know what I mean? Early Europeans, and the biblical narrative and Josephus, they say that's Japhet. Now, if you understand genetics, you can't say that a Shemite and a Japhite got the same marker, same paternal clade, because Shem and Japhet are two different, fathers. They will have two different Y chromosomes. So make that make sense to me, Garfield. If you're going to come on here, you got to explain that first. Before we go anywhere else, explain this J marker shit. Because you be riding that J marker way. We had a debate, and I smacked you all around. You know what I'm saying? Had you looking silly 3 rounds straight. And look, here we go. Here we go. Kyle, how about you jump in here and explain it?
Everybody like to talk, but nobody like to get on the stage. You know what I'm saying?
Kyle, can we please get you to jump on here and explain to us how these people that claim haplogroup J share the same markers with ancient Greeks? Come on, man.
Because the Bible ain't true. That's what they're going to tell you.
Right.
That's all they're going to be able to fall back on.
Hey, Akmalak, you stick to the scriptures, they're gonna tear you up, man, because you gotta learn material culture outside of that.
Yeah, I say this to dealing with the scriptures is good if you're talking with Christians or people who accept the Bible as an authority. If they disregard the Bible as an authority, it's like somebody coming to you with a Dr. Seuss book. You know what I mean? In their minds, is the same way you would feel if somebody came to you with a Dr. Seuss book. They don't care. To them, it's make believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Kyle said the Bible's blocking your view. No, scientific data and research is blocking yours, Kyle.
I was about to say what we just read earlier that ain't in the article we read. What did we say that ain't in the article we read? You want us to go and start talking about how they saying the Haplogroup E emerged in the Near East? You want to go into those articles? They saying that the fossil record and the genetic record is now starting to point to a Middle Eastern origin of fully, and I'm gonna make that word key, fully modern humans. I mean, you can come in here and we can have that discussion.
I'm waiting. I'm finna send it to Kyle, man. You know what I'm saying? Kyle know he know who to play with. He'll stay in these comments, stay in the back chat, and talk.
Kyle say he's just trying to get the comment board popping. That's all.
Kyle don't want no smoke, man. Let me send him the link. That brother ain't got me blocked.
Let me see if Garfield even looked at it. Nah, he ain't even looked at it.
Yeah, Garfield don't want to get on here either. Like, stop playing, man. Y'all playing. You know what I'm saying? We not playing with this. We know the information. Y'all don't. I'm about to send it right now, Kyle. You better make good sense of this, man. Where he at? Where the link? Hey.
You want all the smoke.
He got 15 minutes to get beat up on. All right, there you go. Man,
all
jump in here, man.
Sundays.
I'm finna ruin your Sunday, man. Get on here. Explain to me how these ancient Greeks, these ancient Japhites, got the same paternal marker as these Jews that's supposed to be Shemites. Explain to me that.
Explain to me how the.
My bad. I had both of my I had my YouTube on, so I didn't hear what you just said. What was the question?
If the J, do you first of all, do you subscribe that the J marker is an authentic Jewish J mark? Marker.
Oh, okay. Well, first, let me back up for a second. I want to say peace to you, Brother Joshua. Peace, James, Cassell.
Shalom.
Shalom to y'all too, brothers. You know what I'm saying? I come here
Shalom.
Peace, but I do want to give my narrative, right? Because I see it differently than what y'all see. I do not see that the J marker is an exclusive marker to any people in the Levant, but I think it is a marker that is in the Levant area that definitely did, I guess you would say, mutate from a older E marker, and due to mixing with the people from the Southern Europeans. So I definitely see that, and I see how it's also going to be prevalent in the areas of Greece, like especially Crete. Let me see, Minoan people, really the whole little coast. Like you will see that marker there, and you will see it spread throughout North Africa with the mixing and the mutation turned into the R. So I see it. Like, and so, but my thing is, like, I get what y'all read and I understand the reports, and we have talked about them thousands and thousands of times, and I still stressing the fact that these reports consistently say that, at the point in time where Israel was mentioned, or the biblical narrative has it, you would have to have well, not have to, but it's highly probable that you would have a mixture of both if you're going to be in that area, and that's what that new marker is. And I think that y'all stress so hard on the southern sub-Saharan African part that y'all kind of forget about the fact that it's definitely saying that you have something else in you that's from European, and you're not acknowledging that. You know what I'm saying? You're not acknowledging that you would have to have that J in your DNA to.
Wait, J descends from E?
You can't have J and E. They don't make any
J
sense.
does not descend
No,
from E.
that's what I'm saying. That's my point. So if you don't have, if you have right now E1B1A, that means that you or your ancestry does not come from Northeast Africa. It means you come from
But where does E1B1A originate? Let's start there.
in West Africa. E1B1.
It doesn't, like, no scientists they say it originates in East Africa, right? The common ancestor.
Hold on. I'm okay. I want to clear what I was saying.
Okay.
All right. So I know things happen from the east. I get that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that the E1B1A, when it split, the diverge happened definitely, yes, in southern East Africa. And then they migrated and went into West Africa, where they then had their civilization and lived there. Would y'all be agreed on that?
I can partially agree with that.
Okay.
Sure.
So what about you, Yashub? Is that sufficient?
No, I go with Cabrea's model, and Cabrea's got EP2 starting in the Levant and in Western Eurasia, and then spreading into Africa.
But you forget about EM. I believe it's.
I'm going
If
to
you go EM, you're going below EP2.
Yeah, I'm going to the father, the paternal clade, which is
he's talking about E1B1.
Yeah,
that's EP2.
Okay.
E1B1 originates in Central Asia. But then, like, for instance, the Natufians carried E1B1. Okay. When it went into Europe, like what you were saying, it admixed with those European haplogroups like I, J, and them. And I guess it somehow mutated to E1B1B. Right? When it went into Africa and admixed with the hunters and gatherers in Africa, it became either E1B1A and later then E1B1B, depending on who they mix with. So it's a branch of basal human DNA which still survives in us today. Not E1B1A, the basal human that predates even the Khoisan Y chromosome.
I guess my issue is the picture that you're painting. You're saying that because the things that you say it happened, but it didn't happen like it wasn't like an effect where they went here, then they went there, then they came back to there. They went separate ways, and they split.
Okay.
Like what I'm saying, like I think the way that you was describing it, some people can take it as if you're saying that they went to the Levant first, and then after the Levant they went to Europe, and then from Europe they came back in and went to West Africa.
No. What I'm saying is there's a parent group, right?
Yes, that's in Central.
Some of the descendants of the parent group become E1B1A. Some of the descendants of the parent group become E1B1B. Some descendants of the parent group stay E1B1 as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, what we're saying is the percentage of the group. I mean, all we can do is look at our ancestors' narrative, right? And do our model based on what they're saying. Their whole narrative is we didn't mix with these other groups that mix with these ancient humans, which is what I categorize the Nephilim as. These ancient humans, we didn't mix with them. We stayed pure to our bloodline. That is their whole argument, all the way down until they become a nation state and then start mixing with Canaanites and everybody else from then, right? So if they stayed pure, they would have stayed E1B1. They would have been the group everybody branched from, right? I'm just saying, if we give their narrative credence in that region, they would have had to be E1B1.
Let me show my screen right quick.
No, I just want to be clear on that. Is that a true or false statement?
That we all come from E1B1?
No. Well, if you got E1B, if you're E1B1A, yes, you do come from E1B1. If you're E1B1B or any of its subclades, yes, you do come from E1B1. That's without a doubt. That's why you're E1B1, then the A, or the B, or whatever else. So,
but what I'm saying though, like the mutation, there's two different groups that are classified as E1B1A. They have a mutation that came from E.
Yeah, they have other subclades.
And then they have a mutation that happened on the P252.
Yeah, they're just different subclades of the same. They still go back to the same ancestral E1B1. Their ancestral paternal father would still be E1B1, no matter what their subclade is of E1B1A.
I think this is where we're not, I guess, on the same page yet, because I'm looking at EM96, which developed from it the subclade of E1B1A.
Okay, then what did E1B1A develop from?
EM96.
Okay, EM96 is another name for. I'm saying, what did that come from?
No, I'm saying like okay, EM96 from
No,
everything that I've ever read has subclades, and E1B1A is one of the subclades. I mean, E1B1 is one of the subclades or subnames or submutations of EM96. Within EM96, different mutations happen based on the area. But I'm saying that you have two separate areas, EM96, and you have the
okay, so you're talking about
EMP252 that
D.
has
Wait,
the
hold on, real quick. You're talking about DE. You're not talking about E anymore. You're talking about its parent group, DE.
if I can share my screen, this would be so much better to look at because I'm going down what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead and share the screen because I'm not getting.
Okay, so let me zoom in. This is my DNA results, me personally. So it ain't, you know what I'm saying? Yours may be different if you don't have that shared ancestry, but I'm just going through the map, right? So we have A 275,000 years ago. We have DE, which we're talking about right now, at 76,000 years ago. From DE developed the clan of EM96. EM96, as we see, is right here. And like we were saying, this is pretty much the entrance to the Sahara. This is sub-Saharan Africa. Then they went up, and then this is where you're talking about them going into Europe. This is one branch of EM96. And what I'm
Okay,
saying,
okay, what I'm saying is this. All right. With every um I guess how EM or E whatever has a corresponding haplogroup. Like for instance, EP2 is E1B1, right? Um, EM96 would be the first E branch off of DE. Like it would be easy. Do you have a haplogroup chart that shows father to son descent? Because I can't share my screen.
Yeah, it's a file. He's asking for
A
a phylogenetic.
phylogenetic tree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go to YouTube. And, I mean, not YouTube, but
Don't
Google it.
It
go
don't
you
matter. Anyway, we can find a
Yeah,
phylogenetic
let me
tree.
go. I mean,
It'll make
Google.
this easier.
because what he's showing is when DE split.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know exactly how they classify it. But it would be something to the effect of E1 or E. It would have to be one of those.
So how to pull up a different window over there.
Yeah, man, you too far back.
And that was no, I'm not. That's my point. Because like,
Well, that's the competing model, right? There's another competing model. Where did DE arise?
Well, no, it's not even about the arise yet right now. Right now, we're just trying to get the actual genetic descent. What descends from what? We can argue about the region
this shit put me everything. But when I'm
after
looking,
we establish that point. I want to make sure everybody we on the same page. That way we ain't talking past each other.
EM96.
Let me see if I can find it. If I find it, I'm just gonna send it to one of y'all.
Yeah, it should be on Wikipedia. And then another thing is the jargon changes too. So
yeah, that's another thing, and that's the reason why they stopped calling it E1B1A because it was so confusing to a lot of people because it was two E1B1A listings. They had one that came from the EM96 and another one that stemmed from the E1B1.
Yeah, they had different subclades.
Yeah, different. Yeah, so two different subclades were treated or given the same haplogroup.
Yeah, like people in East Africa are different subclade than people in West Africa, but both of them E1B1A.
Yeah, man, I cannot find no daggone. I know I got one somewhere. One of those little split charts.
Man, it should be a Y hap. What?
hey man, you better not be giving us a mitochondrial group, are you?
Huh?
I'm trying to find the Y chromosome and I can't find it. EM96. I can't find EM96.
No. He right. It exists. EM96 is the first descendant off of DE.
Oh, so he dealing with, like we said, the split.
Yeah, he went back. He went back about 2 or 3 parent groups before where we were at, and that's what I was trying to tell him. He's still in the same line. He's just going further. He just went back further than we were. We're not at EM96. We were talking about
EP2 and its descendants, its progeny.
yeah. Hold on. Let me grab which one we were talking about
E-
specifically.
Yeah. And I'm again like you're like
E3B.
because I'm not E1B1A. I'm E1B1A7 according to the old marking. I mean old labeling. So if you're talking about E1B1A, I can't speak to that because
Okay.
know,
Does your subclade descend from E1B1A though? That's like the main point we're making right now.
well, most genetic companies that I'm familiar with because I did just pretty much I did this in what I do GED match and ancestry, right? They changed consistently. They changed it to EP252 a few years ago, but people are still saying the E1B1A, but they updated their labeling of these things. It was very confusing, and people was confusing which side of Africa they were talking about because the mutation happened simultaneously in different places.
Okay,
So,
let me see if I can work with you here. I think we're gonna come around. You brought up EM96, right?
no. Well,
No,
EM96,
you did. You brought that up earlier.
yeah, second down.
EM96.
But I thought you were saying that I come from EM96.
No.
But I'm
I'm
not
just saying
currently
you
that.
brought it up earlier because I'm
Yeah,
just trying to get.
definitely.
All right. The descendant of EM96 is EP147. Do you agree with that?
You have to show that to me. Like again, I haven't seen. What I'm watching, what I'm seeing is mutated directly to EM190. What it says is my paternal line stems from EM90, a branch of E which dominates south of the Sahara. The haplogroup originated about 17,000 years ago in pockets of Western Africa that were inhabitable at that time when much of the continent was extremely dry, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? It's just telling me that that's where I personally came from. So, I mean, like, again, I am giving you opportunity that you could have come from a different area. I'm just saying that I don't have traces to the Levant region.
The reason I'm so lost is someone who admits they're a subclade of E1B1A. Do you agree that you descend from E1B1A?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Cool. Do you agree that all the subclades of E1B1A descend from E1B1A? So I think you said yes to that. Okay. All the descendants of E1B1B descend from E1B1B. All its subclades. We're saying those both groups are descendants of E1B1. Do you agree? This is where we're literally getting a disconnect.
I am in agreement. They all
Okay, so they do descend from E1B1. Okay.
Which was over here, right? Where I'm circling out.
Okay, so our whole argument is that like the groups like the Natufian and the spreading of farming was spread from E1B1, which is a common ancestor for us and anyone who's E1B1A or of the E1B1B subclade.
No, wait. You said the Natufians? Can you say that one more time? I didn't follow what you were saying.
I was saying the Natufians carried E1B1. Natufians are responsible for spreading farming. They develop agriculture and responsible for it. They carry E1B1, which is the parent group to almost all of Africa other than A and B, and the little minor dispersal groups within. All of E1B1A and E1B1B subclades descend from E1B1, which we just agreed to earlier.
Yes, but I think you're skipping the fact that E1B1 they went here. They went this way. They went that way.
Fine. No, I'm not skipping that. I'm not. Look.
Well, you're not saying it though. You're not saying it so that people can understand what the argument
when I'm making a point, right? When I'm making a pointed statement, I don't talk about everything around the pointed statement. I make the pointed statement.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that. So just because I left it out didn't mean I disregarded it. It just wasn't relevant to the point I'm making that these groups descend from these groups. E1B1 was all over the Levant, went all over Southern Europe, even went over into China and areas like that. That's it. In all of in the genetic studies I've seen, that thing's been everywhere, almost everywhere on this planet. That group.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that we know for a fact that E1B1A7 is exclusive and it is straight West African, right?
Is exclusively found amongst people living there today. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the fallacy with modern population density. You're trying to use modern population density. We're talking about archaeogenetics here.
And we are. We definitely are. I just want to make it known that now I'm gonna digress on that point.
Because it wasn't no people in West Africa of our line at this time period.
You said R or our?
Yeah, our descent. It was pygmies there
okay.
during this time period. It was only pygmies in West Africa.
What?
We displaced
the original people of West Africa are pygmies, bro.
I get that, but what time period are we talking about?
Food producers did not enter West Africa until about 4000 BCE. Tops. That's tops.
Okay, so you're saying that these people that came from EM96 that went, because this is 73,000 years ago.
No.
What
I'm saying is, okay, look, there was an integration, right, into West Africa, especially, of archaic DNA that goes all the way back to this time period. I could drop an article in here right now that talks about how us in West Africa, we have this ghost DNA population within us.
Yeah, I have that same article.
Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right. And then they talk about how it goes back to the spread of farming and stuff like that.
Gotcha. But
that is that DNA. It's found in 8% in Yoruba and its akin group, 13% or up to 13% in Mende and its related groups, which is pretty much all the people in West Africa.
Yes.
So that integration definitely happened, and without a doubt, there's been studies talking about a back migration into West Africa for the beginning of the spread of farming. Those studies have already begun coming out showing this. So the data supports it, and that's all we really is doing. Y'all make it seem like we making this stuff up. No, we reading the data and going literally by what it says. It just happens to coincide with what we're saying.
No, I get it. I'm not attacking y'all, but y'all know every time we talk, we have good bills, we have good discussions. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that I don't see how you're reading it that way. And I say that with all due respect. You know what I'm saying? Because what I see is clear. Like I'm looking at this map, I see that EM96 split 73,000 years ago. Some went to the east. Which is Nigeria, Ghana area here. They went here and settled. And this is the Bantu expansion happening. And you're saying that this happened way later than what science is.
Wait. Go again.
You're saying that this area wasn't inhabited.
Wait, when did the Bantu expansion happen?
Like 5,000 BC?
No,
5,000 years ago. Sorry, 5,000 years ago.
No, the Bantu expansion happened 1000 BC. It began 1000 BC, around about that. Some people give estimates as early as possibly 2000 BC. Tops. And those were the Bantu people are the second peoples to go into West Africa, because the original people were the pygmies. That's why they're so deeply admixed with pygmies, the Central Africans right now.
You're right. It's right here. I'm looking it up. So when I'm wrong, I digress. You know what I'm saying? But so
we not them. What y'all do, what people on your side do, rather, is trying to make it seem like we are those people that were always there. That's not true.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Like I understand that the people who was there, like when you look at the articles of the yellow area, I think is what it is, the dig from 17,000 years ago. I don't believe that. I understand that people came this is all happening, all this mixing taken care of, and then they morphed into something else. Like it's different species of humans. I get that, you know what I'm saying? And they combine that, and where that's where we come from. But I don't understand like what the like. I guess, but I'm saying I don't understand y'all timeline. You know what I'm saying? Like the timeline that y'all are saying doesn't match up because if you got DNA that goes back, you know, so 20,000 or 15,000 years and is here, then that would be great. But yours is showing that you was here, and I'm not understanding how you're getting.
Okay,
the
what
DNA.
do you mean by we was? Where's here? Let's start. Where's the here we're talking
Oh,
about?
y'all not.
You
I'm
said yours
tripping.
is
Am
sharing
I not
we're
sharing?
here.
Oh, my bad. You know.
Because I'm so confused.
No,
I'm like,
I
he's
was
saying it like
sharing
he's
my
looking at a
screen
chart that I
on
don't
the
see.
map.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I was pointing something out on the map on the screen. I thought I was, but I was doing it on the wrong screen. So I thought I was talking and y'all could see it. That's what I was saying
Oh,
here.
okay.
My bad, man. My bad. But I'm back on the right page now. But
No,
yeah,
but just tell me like what time period? Because I mean, all we was kind of doing was laying out what the geneticists are saying. These populations were at these time periods, where they were, and where they would have had to eventually migrate to.
yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So I guess let me restate my question. Now I got my right screen up. Can you see where I'm kind of circling that? Like, so we're talking about the Levant, the you know what I'm saying, this area that well, I'm talking about it right now at least. Um, and I would like to see like how is the DNA from the people that's here in the Levant in comparison to the people at that same time period that are in West Africa. That's the question because we have things about the Levant area, like Ashkelon, for instance. We got that information. You know what I'm saying? You can look at the what is it? Tel El Daba. They have information there. They're showing Minoan style artwork, and you know what I'm saying. It's a lot of information that we have. Um, and why is that not what we have on in West Africa? Because we have a different culture and different genetics that's being found. And I'm like, how is that connection being made when we just compare just the time frame? Like, because we know what it is.
You make it seem like all the people in West Africa just been there. There's been no migration back and forth in the West Africa. It's just like this isolated place. Like that's how you literally describing
No,
it.
no, no. I get it. I understand that these people they communicate back and forth. They did trade with the North. They did all that. You know, I'm not saying any
Okay.
of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like if the people who is here have a definite subclade that that comes from the EM96 by way of EP252. And the people that are in the north come from EM96, but then they develop and turn into other things like the J haplogroup. You have the E1B1B that's up there in Sudan and Ethiopia. I think it's still finding it there. But we didn't turn into that. And so y'all are saying that like
Why would you?
hmm?
Why would you? You mix with different
No, no,
hunter.
I'm
Wait,
saying
let me just be. You
yeah,
mix
yeah,
with
okay.
different hunter-gatherer groups, so
Mhm.
you're not gonna have the same DNA as them. You had different admixture than them. Like the
Correct.
people who went up into Europe, like when you deal with like the Scandinavian hunter-gatherers, for instance, they had Neanderthal DNA in them, while you had the what's the ancient North Eurasian um
Mhm.
ones who also had it, but nobody else really had it to the extent they did. And
Yeah,
they were the only ancient groups that looked anywhere near close to modern Europeans.
yeah. No,
You see what I'm saying?
now
But but E1B1 ends up mixing with groups like that.
yeah,
And so it mutates them differently than it would be, say, you went into Africa and mixed with the pygmies that were there or the Khoisan.
mhm.
You see what I'm saying? You're going to get a different type of genetic code.
Yeah. No doubt. I understand what you're saying, and I do got to hop off, and I want to continue this conversation with y'all because like I think we're right there about through having a breakthrough. I think I almost got y'all. So what I'm
Hey,
gonna do?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Before you leave, I have to tell you your time argument is erroneous, and sometimes I feel like you brothers hear what y'all want to hear. We preface this whole thing showing you that during the Iron Age 2A period, we're there in that land. E1B1A is in that land. You understand?
yeah,
We
but
preface that. So
but
when you say, "Oh, the timeline doesn't match up," what timeline are you referencing? This timeline matches exactly in a historical context where the Israelites would be where they will be a populace and where they would be influencing. It's exact. It's not even out of place. It's not like 200, 300 years off. It's right where you need it to be
Yeah,
in that time period.
I do have to hop off, but I want to. This is just a rhetorical question. You can answer it when I hang up or not. But is there only one group that is called E1B1A at that point in time?
Of course. At that point in time, no one's saying that either.
Okay, but is there? It is though now, right?
Like when you look at the study, it says it is also conclusive with a robust number of West Africans. That's why I mentioned that 8% admixture in Yoruba and likewise related groups, and the up to 13% admixture in Mende and likewise related groups. That admixture is an archaic integration from the Near East coming back in. That's what I'm saying. That admixture. That's why they talk about how that DNA is also included at the beginning of farming. And if you look at other charts from other studies I have, you'll see they literally call it basal human DNA. I mean, it's older than the Khoisan Y chromosome. It's so ancient. It's older than the split between humans and Neanderthals. It is such an ancient DNA, and it still lives in us today.
I gotta go out the door quick to drop somebody else. So I'm gonna be back though. If y'all still be on when I get back, yeah, we can hop back on and finish. Just put a thumbtack right there. I'll be right back.
All right, peace, bro.
And peace. That's you too.
Shalom. So, I mean, the whole timeline thing is blown out of the water. That's the first damn thing we said. Go back to the Israelite, the Iron 2A period, which is, according to paleontologists, a known Israelite period. That's where you get the King's List from. That's the period where you start seeing an influx of Hebrew material culture. Mm-hmm. You understand? The 7 sprouted lamps. Remember, I had the debate. I
was just about to talk about your debate. I was about to say all the info you talk about in your debate was done. I mean, all the stuff you show in that debate was done by them people that they talking about.
Exactly. These are original Israelites. So you can't sit here and special plead your way or special plead these people out of history because it doesn't fit your narrative. That's what you guys are doing.
But I will say this about Kyle. I can't blame Kyle for something he ain't looked into yet. You know what I'm saying? He ain't really looked in. I think that's part of the disagreement we was holding because he didn't really know how it fell on the phylogenetic tree. You know what I'm saying? Because if he did, he would have been like, oh, he's saying this descend from this descend from this. And he would have known it and been like, all right, I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because we only mentioned one date, but we start just mentioning the haplogroups, you know, because they descend from an earlier haplogroup to show him. And I think that's how he got lost on the dates because he was thinking we only mentioned one date, but they bringing out all these haplogroups.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't give him that pass, James, because he know our argument, and we open with it. The sub-Saharan African clade, you understand, is present in that matrix.
Well, yeah, he even mentioned Escalon.
Escalon,
they had evidence of sub-Saharan Africans there during that time period. El Sakan as well. They have evidence of sub-Saharan Africans at that time. That's like during early Iron Age, late Bronze Age. It's like, bro, you only validating our argument. I don't even see how y'all get to the y'all show us more evidence of black folks there. And be like, why y'all think y'all black? They already got black people there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. That's again, we're just like the geneticist said, we're applying historical context. That's what we're doing.
It's called interdisciplinary studies. You know what I'm saying? Some people like to just, oh, well, we only talking about genetics, so we only gonna talk about genetics. No, you can't bring up history. You can't bring up archaeology. Nah, bro. We do interdisciplinary studies. Look, we don't have to be the deep geneticists and all that. We'll take their findings, combine it with findings from people from archaeology, right? And then we'll come with a conclusion. It's just interdisciplinary studies. They teach you this in college. Well, they're starting to teach this in college.
Right. And we got bones, DNA. I mean, what more do you want? We got the historical consistency, the altars, being brought up. Like I said, the material culture being brought up, the terracotta structures and stuff of that nature.
But we got scientific papers on why they won't do the genetic testing. Like scientific papers explaining the politics around why they can't genetically test these things. But if you look at the cranials and stuff, it's all pointing to us, but you tell us why we think it's us.
Right. Right. And like I said, I did 23andMe. 23andMe said Ramesses III and I share a paternal father that comes from Western Eurasia, man. That's what it said. But people don't want to accept that because, again, you got to be anti-Bible, anti-Israel, anti-Jew, no matter what. You're not going to move from your...
Ramses the third, what he like, what, about 1200 BCE, somewhere around there?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Somewhere around there? Oh, no. He like 900, huh?
Ramses the third.
Ramses the second is 12. I think he around 12.
He in the Iron Age. I know that much.
Yeah, he in the Iron Age.
So again, like you can't. What you can't do is separate us from that area, and that's what we've been establishing all day. We was in that area,
and they get mad. We established that and try to move the goalpost of proving that exact genetic marker is your exact genetic marker. That's not what we want to establish right now. We'll get to that point when we get there.
Right. Because for years, these guys have been on a rant in the internet saying that E1B1A was West African bound. That's pretty much their argument. You understand? West African bound. They were landlocked. You know, these people were dumb, blind, and deaf, didn't know how to do trade, didn't travel. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but then check out what happened. They find out, we just read a study that say it pops up in West Africa, or a connection to West Africa with the Jews, but then also West African DNA pops up in Europe at the same time. We always argue Jews got there, right? We always argue that during the end of that Roman period, a bunch of Jews went over there into that region. That's why we argue like King James and all of them were Jews. The evidence is saying the same thing. And we know about, the crypto Jews and all them that went up there during that time period. Like everything we say ends up lining up with the archaeological and the historical record, all of it pointing back to us. But they still have an issue with it. It don't make sense to me at this point. It's just, to me, they just being dogmatic and religious at this point.
Exactly.
And that's just all it is to it. So I've been arguing with atheists lately, and I just be like, man, y'all some of the most dogmatic religious people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't move. They don't budge from their premise, no matter what type of evidence. That evolution thing is crazy, because there's literally no evidence of animals on the macro level changing from one another. There's no evidence of this universe popping into existence like they're trying to make it seem. It just popped into existence.
Shoot, the evolution is evidence for God. You want to know why?
Why?
Because in order for evolution to happen, it would take a goddamn miracle. You understand? So that's why I'm a theistic evolutionist, because I believe in order for evolution to happen, it requires a miracle. You know what I'm saying? Multiple times for the first single cell organism to ever emerge, and for the Cambrian explosion to take place with all these new animal forms and stuff. So that's two miracles right there.
You're gonna have more than two miracles. You're gonna need 1 million of them, motherfuckers. 1 million of them, because you gotta explain so many organisms and the intricacy. The eye. How did the eye develop? You know what I'm saying? The eye just slowly developed. Like, that don't make any sense. As complex, we got integrated complexity throughout all organisms. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, this is gonna get to a deeper conversation me and you about to have. So what you think about the whole, because I know you've seen it, the computer code that they found in the universe, the error correct code that they found in the universe. What do you think about that?
I think it is evidence of a prime mover. I just don't think I don't have enough information. Let me say me. I don't have enough information to speak on it too deep.
No, I'm saying, what do you think that says about our universe? The fact that it's ran with error correct code in its fabric. And maybe we might have to pull up an article or something on this, because people may be lost in what we talk about.
Yeah. You talking about the guy with the glasses that sat
Yeah,
down?
Sylvester Turner.
Yeah. String theory.
Yeah.
If he correct about his analysis, then we would be in like a. See, I don't want to use this word. I
I
don't.
know.
Simulation. I don't
Yeah, I
want.
know you
I
don't
don't
want
like
to.
using that. Nah, because it make it seem like everything is fabricated in my mind when everything is tangible. But you
Yeah,
know,
to us, because anything inside the simulation, we see it as tangible.
right. That's it gets real confusing. So
It's like it to the Sims. To the Sims, the Sim world is real. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the same real world we function. Now, I don't think it's a simulation like that, because I think it would be far more advanced. But I think that speaks to why everything in our universe is pretty much surmised up to computer code. Like everything can be explained through computer code in our entire universe. And I think that the reason that is, and I think that all the advancements in technology is always from us finding out more and more about our universe, right? And the most advanced technology we have such far is simulations, because
yeah,
it simulates our universe.
the speed of light is a limit. You know what I'm saying? The laws of physics themselves seem to be like parameters that would you can make the argument that a programmer came in and set those parameters.
Fine, it was finely tuned. It's a
Right.
finely tuned program, don't it? You know what I mean? That's what it sounds like.
And that's things of that nature is why being an atheist and believing that this universe popped up on its own with no designer, no engineer, no prime mover is just absurd.
It's irrational.
Yeah, it's
like
absurd.
when you see all the evidence, like the human DNA is what, like the longest code ever written.
Yeah,
Like, it's billion character code in perfect sequence,
billions of letters.
and that's chance. Man, that'll take trillions of years for that type of chance to finally align like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You don't got enough time on the current cosmological timeline and chronology. It just don't give you enough time to make all these miracles happen.
That's why you got stars older than the universe.
Yeah,
because they ain't got enough time to explain all this stuff. But if you have somebody or a program which brought it into being, you know what I'm saying, it's completely plausible that you know what I'm saying, like you've seen with some of the first bursts of the universe, you know what I'm saying, before it became what it is. You know what I mean?
Right. Like having a universe without a creator. Jupiter is a damn satellite that catches asteroids and deflects them from the Earth. You know what I'm saying? You got all these things that just so happen to help sustain the solar system. Come on, you can't tell me all this was by chance. You can't tell me.
You know what? I've realized, you know who is the most ancient god in the Greek pantheon? Chaos. That's who they worshiping right now. They trying to get you to worship they ancient god Chaos, because they say everything come from chance. Chance is another word for chaos.
We got Brian Hess. Hey, Brian Hess, you want to come into the chat, brother? I'll be seeing you all the time. I be wanting you to come in the chat and actually, come into the video and actually speak your piece. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get y'all out of that scoffing mode and actually stand on your swear and stand on these premises y'all have. So basically, he said, so how did all this come into existence? Is the biblical narrative the answer? My question to you is, but I want you to do this live. Get on the live and answer this. What is the alternative? What is your alternative to explain the universe? We don't even have to put the biblical narrative in it. I'm just saying a prime mover had to been involved. You understand? Because I can't find a logical deduction that says that the universe just popped from nothing. So I want you to come on here and explain naturalism pretty much. Everything is self-existing. You understand? And give your priority. That's all I'm asking, Brian Hess. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do you a better one. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna put it in the chat, man.
Uh-oh.
Everybody got the link now. So Brian Hess, I'm trying to make you evolve, brother. Because you do this on I'm trying to make you naturally evolve. You know what I'm saying? Come on the live and discuss your premise. You understand? Explain naturalism to me. Explain how the earth just so happened to be in the Goldilocks zone where the ocean doesn't freeze because it's not too far away from the sun, and the waters don't boil off the earth because it's not too close to the sun.
I don't know if the brother atheist or not from his stance.
I don't know. Brian Harris,
so?
Brian, I know Brian Harris from being a heckler on Facebook, and this brother, he pretty much against anything Bible, anything that deals with a God. He just against it. So I want him to get on here and educate the people of his knowledge on from a secular and naturalistic standpoint. And I say that because a lot of y'all that be scoffing don't even understand the cosmology or cosmogony of the universe. You don't understand none of that. You just on here scoffing.
So I was about to say, if I take you through the cycles of the universe and line them up with the first chapter of Genesis, then I'd be like, well, yeah, this is the closest ancient text out of all the ancient texts I read. When I was in college, I had a world religions course that literally says first it was nothing, and then some being or some God, as we call it, brought the universe into being and goes through the cycles which the universe went or the earth went through, as far as how it was chaos, and then the clouds separated, then you start seeing the plants come into fruition, then after the plants came the animals in the ocean, then after the animals in the ocean you start getting the land animals, then once all that's created, finally at the end you get mankind. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that is spelled out clearly in the cosmology and the evolution of the earth. I don't think there's no way around that.
Look, man, the scripture said light existed before anything, and the scientific research and data is pretty much coinciding with that fact. So look what Brian, he said, I just asked if the biblical narrative is the answer, is all I'm asking. I have no interest in coming on the show at all. Okay, well, stop commenting. You have no interest.
You know what our answer is? We Israelites. What you think our answer is? You know what I'm saying? So
you don't want to dialogue, stand on your premise and on your swear. Like, you guys are keyboard warriors.
What I've learned is people like to question you, but they don't like to be questioned. And they know when they come on your show, it ain't like being on Facebook where they can just ignore whatever, and just keep, trolling. On the show, you're going to keep bringing it back to the point. So can you answer this right here? Let's have an actual conversation. And they don't want that. They just want to heckle.
All right. Where did all the energy come from to create the universe? Matter of fact, I thought energy cannot be created nor destroyed. I'm confused. From a naturalistic standpoint, where all these things need to take place, where is this coming from? Thin air? I mean, I can't even say thin air because that don't even exist.
Energy ain't created or destroyed, but you run out of it.
Right.
I'm just saying the universe is gonna run out of energy, right?
Yeah, it's called a heat death.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, what do you call that? What do you call running out of energy when there's no more energy? I mean,
there's no more usable energy.
Okay, there's no more energy. I mean, what is that? Like, they act like energy just gonna be here eternally or something.
If you don't agree with us, Brian, come on here and tell us why you don't agree. Just yelling something out, blurt something out in the comments ain't telling us how did you come to your conclusion? That's what I'm trying to find out. The people want to know. They're intrigued. Why did you make the statements you make? That's why we call you troll. You have no meaningful discussion. Whatever anybody says, it's no. Okay, why, brother? Well, I'm not going to discuss anything just because you don't know anything to discuss. And that's how I'm going to interpret it. You get the balls to get on here live and explain yourself.
Oh man, you use the B word. You know they not coming. They don't know what you talking about.
Right.
Standing on your square. Who does that?
I asked brother a simple question. Can he just give me his cosmogony of the universe and how it came to be? Because what we're standing on is that we had to have a prime mover, a grand designer, if you will.
Yeah, in order for nothing to become something, it requires something to do it. All right. You know what I'm saying? You know, 0 plus 0 will always equal 0. Okay. So you have to have a 1 there somewhere to get nothing to become something. All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to, Brian, man, I'm trying to help you really. Like, where, like, can you give us a starting point, a reference point, or something that we can, maybe an article that we can read that backs up your stance?
That'd be good. But, you know, evidence, you know what I'm saying, it's like a curse word to them. You know what I'm saying? It's like holding up a cross to a vampire to them to say something like evidence.
Yeah. And then we can talk about how life forms just popped into being. That don't even make no damn sense. Everything just popping into being, but we're the silly ones, James.
Hey, look, man, all I need is about $1 billion to pop into being. You know what I'm saying? Right here on my bed. My
right.
nigga, I'd be good. Hey, look, I believe them. You know what I'm saying? I would become an atheist tomorrow if $1 billion just pop up on my bed out of nowhere.
Yeah, Brian, I want you to explain the process. I want you to explain the process of naturalism, of how the universe came into being, the cosmogony, the origin. Because God ain't real, remember? God, we don't have a God. We don't have a designer. Nobody created this universe. So since nobody created it, popped into existence, can I get some mechanics on how that happened? Is there something that we can witness that can testify to this happening?
Look, he said he can explain it after the universe already get here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
just like the evolutionists, they can explain life once life already got here.
Right. Right. You can't give me abiogenesis, where it comes from. Ahaya B. Praise said, what they have now is the multiverse theory, where there is an infinite number of universes. Hey,
let me say something to that, bro. Look, there's as much evidence, empirical evidence for a multiverse as there is empirical evidence of God, okay? And I mean experimental data that you can take into a science office and do, or to a science lab and do. There's no experimental data that's going to prove a multiverse. You know what I'm saying? So that's like atheism of the gaps to me. You know how they always say God of the gaps arguments? To me, that's atheism of the gaps, because they have to come up with some way of explaining how this could happen, but then their whole way of explaining it itself doesn't have an explanation. Like the explanation for like saying God is an explanation in and of itself. It's something that exists in and of itself because it must necessarily exist. You know what I'm saying? The multiverse, no, the multiverse is a material worlds that just pop up into existence from a foam. You know what I'm saying? Like a virtual foam or whatever. It's just popping universes in into out of existence. And there's no empirical data that they can do to show us another universe. If they come up with one, look, bring me one piece of empirical data that shows there's another universe, and I'll accept the multi-universe theory. But your issue will still be, how did the foam get there in the first place? Where does the foam come from? So you just moved it back another step, because you always leave it open. Well, a prime mover actually put the foam into place so he could pop up all the universes. So it really don't do nothing but move it back another step.
Yeah.
That's even worse than a God, because a God explanation is full stop. When you get to God, he exists in and of itself. It's an eternal being that exists outside of time. When you get to the multiverse, because there's actual time taking place, events, because the time is just a recordation of events. So every universe that popped into existence is recording time. This is a time-filled place here. It can't be eternal. That's ridiculous.
Right. And if the universe was created sporadically and out of nothing, why is it so well ordered? You know what I mean? Why aren't the galaxies crashing within each other? Why are stars and not, why is our solar system so structured? You understand?
Because it got good wind functions that keeps the bubbles from bumping into each other and popping.
Why do we have gravity? It doesn't even make sense. If everything's so random, we shouldn't even have gravity. We should be.
There is an argument that gravity technically doesn't exist.
Gravity doesn't exist. Yeah.
They say it's actually more of an effect than a force.
So why do we have the effect then?
Because think of it like this. Think about space as a long stretched out fabric, right? But then you put think of like a sheet, but then you put a bowling ball in the middle of the sheet, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sheet goes down, right? So everything around it pulls down because the sheet went down, right? That's kind of how gravity functions. It's not that gravity is a force pulling down. It's a reaction from, I guess, the earth or whatever sitting on this plane of existence and pushing it down.
Yeah, I've heard those discussions, man. But my thing is the natural order of things, physics exists.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. You know what I'm saying? We have these things that keep everything in order.
The laws of physics.
Yeah, there's no chaos going on. Everything's ordered. Like I said, the damn Jupiter acts as a satellite to catch asteroids and deflect them.
Laws come out of nowhere, brother.
Oh, okay. The laws.
Laws just pop up in and out of the bubble too. You know what I'm saying? They part of the multiverse bubble.
The rotation of the sun is just right. You know what I'm saying? That it doesn't pull all the planets in and destroy them. Like, come on, man. It's like,
yeah, the whole universe is sliding on a thin razor's edge, but they say it's all chance.
Everything's a chance, man.
All this order. Everything gonna function in a predictable way. You know what I'm saying? But somehow that's just come from chaos.
Yeah, man. I wanted Brian Hess, if he had to, the balls to come on here to actually explain some of this stuff to us, because we're generally confused. You know what I'm saying?
It's hard for men with low testosterone to, have the testicular fortitude to step up, man.
Sure. Like we go. Well, Kyle was on here. The other brother was on here. We don't mistreat people on this platform, man. So you can't say that. You know what I'm saying? I just think brothers understand that they don't have no ammo. All they got is the scoffing they do on Facebook and on social media. All they can do is say, "No, you're wrong." The well ain't that deep. There's no substance there.
Hey, they like Christians.
Why are you?
like everything surface level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't even know what's in the Bible. Like
right.
You go into Egypt, they be like, "Oh, why you looking at Egypt, man? What nigga? Why you ain't? This is your shit."
Oh man, these dudes is crazy. It's like with the DNA argument. You'll put something about DNA. Oh, these people had the markers in the land of Levant, and they the main ones scoffing at it. No, that ain't true. All right, so get on the show and tell me why it ain't true.
Because we were just bush people out in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Running around until the white man and the Arab man from the Middle East came and civilized us. Apparently.
Right. We were just foraging, running around eating scrubs and shit. Eating insects, you know what I'm saying? And chasing wild hogs. That's our legacy. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you something. What we teach and what we bring out is giving honor to our ancestors. Because we telling y'all that Haplogroup E is responsible for pastoralism. You know how huge that is?
You can't have civilization without it. Period.
Exactly.
Can't. Because you can't have cities unless you can feed people.
That's it.
Because you gotta, if you ain't got farming, guess what you gotta do? Follow wherever the animals go.
Yep.
That's why there was hunters and gatherers everywhere and while the Near East was creating civilization because they was already farming.
Already farming, permanent dwellings, having permanent dwellings, all these innovative things to make and grow and evolve into what we see today. That's
Create
what
governance, law.
Yeah, developing law, developing writing. That's what we're saying our ancestors are doing. You want our ancestors to be those A&B Africans that has spent thousands and thousands of years foraging.
Ain't developed nothing. Sorry to say. They have their own type of societies and stuff. Hey, do your thing. But we was right there at the beginning of civilization, civilizing the world. And if my ancestors did that, I'm gonna take credit for that. You ain't finna tell me I can't glory in my ancestors. Get out of here, man.
Chris got mad because I brought up that the Natufians had E-markers and they started agriculture. How could you get mad at that? Oh, I forgot. It's against the narrative. They outside of Africa doing shit. If they was inside Africa doing shit, you'd be happy.
Look, it could have been white people inside of Africa doing shit they gonna claim. For real.
These guys is crazy. It's bizarre. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving the honor and the glory to our ancestors, saying Haplogroup E did all of these great things, were these great people, and ushered in civilization into the modern world. And you got these people scoffing against that. No. We want to be those A&B Africans that was in the bush, that was isolated from any other place, didn't do any maritime trade, no advancement in technology. All they did was wear leaves and wear those little rags, you know what I'm saying, chasing monkeys in the bush somewhere.
With spears and shit.
Right. That's what you want. That's why
like, man, look, Africa, man, it was Eden, brother. It was Eden. It had all the food you needed, brother. You didn't need the farm. That's what they say. They say, man, you just walk outside, man, fresh berries.
Polite was saying this. I remember Polite was saying, "Oh, yeah, just look at the Africans. They naked. We should be like them. Everybody should walk around naked. Men and women just walk around butt ass naked."
Hey, he say, go back to being uncivilized.
Yeah. I was like, do y'all know what y'all advocating, bro?
Yeah, they advocating. You know, our ancestors took a lot of time teaching these people how to farm and clothe themselves. And he want us to get naked now. He wants the masters to become slaves. To go from wearing nice garments and stuff when they running around naked, chasing, rabbits and shit. Wearing nice garments, teaching them how to farm and stuff. To go from that to taking their place.
Yeah.
Come on, man. He wouldn't survive 2 days out there anyway.
Yeah.
They be done cooked his ass.
Hey man, shout out to Ahaya, man. Ahaya be dropping them bombs, man, in the chat. The brother said, in other words, they want to turn us into the A and B haplogroup. Yes, brother.
Facts.
Yes.
Those are the original people of Africa, and they need to accept that. You know what I'm saying? Get over it.
Right. When a lot of these people say, well, we the original. No. That's them. That's, like you said, the bush people, the pygmies. That's them. That's their legacy. That's not our legacy. Our legacy is the Natufians.
Exactly. They ancestors left Africa, to grow up. You know what I'm saying? To mature. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then if you know anything about genetics, then it's a what they call a genetic distance between A and B and E. We skip from B all the way to E. Nigga, it's C, D, D, E. You just
GHIJK. You know what I'm saying? They like, that's what be crazy. Like, I don't think that they be getting that, man. I really don't, bro.
Right.
I think it's because they never really looked at it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Me and you, we've been talking about this for about 3-4 years. So we've been looking at, building our models and stuff like that. To them, this is like speaking a foreign language.
Right. And that's why it's important to call these people out, bring your ass on the show, and tell us why you disagree. That's all I want, because it's gonna show to the world y'all don't know what the fuck. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Yeah, no.
Hello,
Yo, shalom, shalom. What's going on, brothers?
What's happening, bro?
no, we just
Man, what
chopping
the
it
hell
up
y'all in here doing, man? Y'all kicking ass, brother?
a little bit, but you know, Kyle came in, talked for a little bit, but I think them points started hitting home, shaking his cognitive dissonance he was having for a second, so he had to get up off of here.
Well,
But
hey, man,
Muggaby, he didn't know what he was talking about. He was just lost.
Yeah. You
I
know,
just
bro, the signal was bad, but his arguments was bad as well. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with everything you say, but for no reason, I don't agree with your conclusion.
Everything you saying is facts. That's all you. Then what the hell are you disagreeing on, brother?
wow. Well, hey, man, I want to tell you, brothers, man, y'all doing a great job, man, holding down the source. Appreciate you, brothers, man, the work y'all putting in. It's imperative, man, that we have these conversations because a lot of this is just, agreeing to disagree. Because why? You understand? Our whole point and purpose is to try to get to the root of these things so we can expand our own knowledge. You know, a lot of people don't understand that, man. As we continue to try to do research, other brothers are doing research. We want them to bring those things to the table. You understand? So we can not only expand our own knowledge, but for those that are watching. You understand? These things are important, man, to have these dialogues and debates so brothers and sisters can examine both sides and make an educated decision, man. You understand, concerning the information. At the end of the day, that's what it's about.
Right. Yeah, for
Fact.
sure. For sure. And I think we trying to make these people stand on their premise and stand on their swear instead of just comment, you know what I'm saying they disagree. You disagree, tell me why you disagree.
Yeah,
Why is that
so we can progress the conversation. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't get to the point where, okay, I say this true, you just say it's not true, and neither of us, you know what I'm saying, come to an actual point that we can agree on. You know what I'm saying? Like, people just want to argue for the sake of arguing instead of arguing to come to a conclusion at the source. You know what I'm saying? We trying to take it to the next level. Yeah, we like to debate, but we like to debate, get to the conclusion, bring forth all the evidence, and make an educated decision. But it seemed like people don't want to do it because all they good at is questioning you and not standing on nothing they saying.
yeah. You know who popped in my head? Garfield. Pretty much made a YouTube career off of that. Don't stand on anything he's saying. Can't question him about nothing. He said, "Give me the link." We gave him the link. Where's the brother at?
Yeah, man, a lot of these guys are professional question askers.
Facts.
You understand? So let me get a review real quick. So they have a problem with the Haplogroup E and the connection to the Hebrew Israelites.
Man, they have a problem with everything concerning the haplogroup E, it seems, and its origin. They saying that pretty much we can't use our ancestral population to establish a connection between us and the Near East. They're saying we can't use the scientific evidence. Well, actually, they didn't even say we can't use it. One person agrees with it full out, which Kyle agrees that there was there was Africans there. Another person agrees with the study, but disagrees with the conclusion, with Mugabe, which don't make no damn sense to me. And yeah, that's about where we at. They don't want us to take credit for the origin of farming being from our ancestors, you know, bringing farming all over the world, you know, or the beginning of civilization dealing with our ancestors. They seem to want us to be chilling back down there in Africa, playing in the bush, until the Arab and the white man came and civilized our black asses.
Well, what is the argument with this whole Berber argument? That Brother Kyle insists that the Berbers were a fair-skinned people, a mixed people that came into West Africa.
See,
Yeah,
that's
talk to me.
that's his issue, basing everything off phenotype. Oh, these people are fair skinned. Let's say he right about that. They were fair skinned. What is their DNA? Who do they descend from? Who they come from? They got E markers, meaning if you got an E marker, that means we all share a common male ancestor. And if we follow in the biblical narrative, which this is called historical context, these people will all have to be Shem. I'll go back to Shem. That will be that common male ancestor that we're making reference to.
For D and E.
For D and E, yeah.
Yeah, for D and E.
So a Berber, no matter if he white or black, God damn it, if he got an E marker, we share the same pappy. Yep. And that's the problem Kyle is having. You understand? And other people on the internet.
I think that.
Well, that's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Salak. Yeah, that's similar to the discussion I was having yesterday with BJM. These brothers try to corner me on the whole argument, on the debate I had concerning the Aborigines of America. You understand? I asked them a direct question, right? Like, listen, how do you distinguish between Ham and Israel in Africa? And the brother started saying, well, you look at Manute Bo. I said, hold on. I said, so the way you're distinguishing Shem from Ham in Africa is based upon appearance. He tried to go with this whole circular argument. And, well, that's not the only way. Okay, brother, what's the other way? Oh, well, you got to look at some of their cultural practices. Exactly. So now let's bring that over here to the Western Hemisphere. How are we distinguishing these people over here? Being able to identify, what's the best way to be able to identify them? Should we be looking at their appearance, right? Or should we be looking at certain cultural practices that connect them to Israel, connect them to these unique cultural practices? And what is your explanation for these people doing that over here? They never want to talk about that. You know what their response was? Well, let's go read 2nd Ezra 13. And it's so redundant based upon.
And to add to that, bro,
yeah.
Let's say, 2nd Ezra, we talking about what, like 400 BCE, 500 BCE, around about that time period, right? After they've been here, what, about 1,000 years?
Right.
Before the white men get, why wouldn't they look like the people they've been around? They may have tried to keep it, in house as far as mixing, but after a while, it's not tenable to just keep having sex with the same members, in a small group. You start having genetic malfunctions and stuff.
Right. And these Indian groups were already admixed, which. Mm-hmm. If we arguing from a biblical standpoint, again, adding his historical context, these people would be these Polynesians, from my standpoint, my research, like the ancient Java and stuff like that. These would be these Polynesian people that we that the native Indians or ancient Indians or the predecessors of the Indians would have mixed. Right. So of course we will find a Polynesian introgression with these people, and that's exactly what we find.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Studying them.
Well, man, I had to have growth in that area. You understand? So I came from the school of thought that everybody over here was Israel. Mm-hmm. You understand? And I had to have growth in that area, man, because it was people over here prior to the split of the north and the south of Israel.
Correct.
Right. So I had to have. I can't go in there with that argument and argue with someone. No, brother. All these people are Israel. I can't say that because how do I explain these people being over here? So I had to have growth. So I started to look again at those particular practices within the subgroups that occupied the Western Hemisphere. You understand? And Hosea 8:8 said what? That Ephraim will be amongst the Gentiles.
Fact.
So we have to take those things into consideration. Salaki, Joshua, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, that's a powerful point. And I mean, we look at the DNA. They even have DNA going back to the Levant, connecting them to the Druzy people and stuff of that nature, Haplogroup X and stuff like that. So to completely remove them from the equation, I don't think is you not being intelligent or intelligently honest when we're dealing with that. And also, if they using culture to determine who's who in Africa, they would have to do the same thing in America, like you said.
Exactly.
And another thing is, let's say they were here beforehand. If you genetically test it, it's gonna be obscured by the fact that you have people from the transatlantic slave trade brought here, and you don't know where that DNA would have came from. So they're gonna automatically assume any DNA that's African comes from the trans-Saharan slave trade.
That's true.
Because it's just logical to do so. You know what I'm saying? Because it'd be hard to differentiate unless you really start taking a real deep look at it.
Yeah, look, man. So we in this argument. Your boy. What's that? What's that Northern Kingdom brother name, man? That dude is. We and him was agreeing on this. And the brother gave an excellent breakdown on 2nd Ezra 13, and which I used in my debate prior to him giving it, but he just reiterated what I brought out in my debate about the Northern Kingdom and the breakdown of 2nd Ezra 13. Went back up into the brother kept saying, well, we don't see no boat. Show me the word boat. Like they want to ask questions knowing damn well the word boat ain't nowhere in 2nd Ezra. You understand? But we can see that, well, show me the word boat or show me the word sea. I don't see sea or ocean nowhere. The brother took him to 2nd Ezra 13 and 2, and it said sea. You understand? Well, these people or this man will come from the sea.
It's so simple. This is like when we started getting downright retarded. How do you traverse water? You're not going to walk through the water. You understand? Because that's the argument. Oh, they walked through some water in Jordan. You understand? And if it's a big body of water and you're trying to go to a whole different location, you're going to need ships. It don't need to be said. If I said I traveled from here to UK, I don't have to put the word airplane in that sentence.
Right.
This is getting silly.
You know, so I asked him directly. I said, so let me get this straight. If Drake's son came to your barbecue claiming to be Israel, would you identify him as Israel? The man told me, hell no. I said, so let me get this straight. So I said, well, is Drake an Israelite? No. You got to have the mother and the father. I said, okay. Wow. So then what do you do with King Solomon? Right? What do you do with Rahab, the prostitute, being in the lineage of Christ? Right? What do you do with the multitude of women that the sons of Jacob married that were non-Israelites?
Just about all of them was heathens.
You understand? So what do you do with that? Then I asked him a direct question. I said, Joseph's sons, are they a part of the 12 tribes? He's like, yeah. Well, how? because of their father. Then what the hell are you talking about, Negro? What are you talking about right now? You Negroes are something else, man.
Oh man.
Every time I had these arguments with people, it's like, all right, let's go to Genesis and let's see how they did it. We know who's a Shemite because of Shem. We know who a Japhite because of Japheth. We know this is just getting ridiculous at this point. We know all these people. We know who an Ishmaelite is because they descended from Ishmael. That's how it's done traditionally in the Bible. So you read all that and then come to the conclusion you need both parents. I don't understand these people, man. I don't. It's just downright silly at this point.
Right. Then I took him to I got to get this brother on the show because this is the new brother from the Firehouse was on the show too. So this was the argument I was having with him before we entered into the discussion about the Western Hemisphere. So this brother told me this brother got to be held accountable for this. He told me that Paul was not a full-blooded Israelite. Talking about Paul was a Roman. So I said, well, wait a minute. Well, Paul tells you himself what he is, bro. Romans 11. You understand? He tells you he's from the seed of Abraham. So clearly, a brother's is identifying the patrilineal lineage and identify himself according to his fathers. You understand? So you're trying to say, well, in the New Testament, in the Old Testament, they went off the father's lineage, but in the New Testament, they go off of the mother's lineage based on what the Jewish people are doing in Jerusalem today. I said, well, they ain't got a damn thing to do with us nor the Bible.
Right. Orthodox Jewry is directly opposed to the Bible. You understand? And that's one way it's directly opposed. They go off the mother. That ain't in the damn Bible.
Right.
And another thing, that's how we know Timothy was his father was a Jew.
Right.
They considered him a Jew. And then those times, they went off the paternal lineage. You had to bring your records. So, like again, it's silly arguments. Just like we got this silly guy that don't want to get on the live right now, Brian Hess, making silly arguments out in the back chat. If you feel that way, Brian, the link is in the chat. Jump on here.
But I got a question. Didn't Paul say he was a Pharisee, the son of a Pharisee, when they came out against him in Acts 23? He yelled out in the crowd, I am a Pharisee, a son of a Pharisee, which means he's a Jew. His father was a Jew.
Hold up, man. What scripture is that, man?
I think that's Acts 23. Let me see. It's where Paul was going before the Sanhedrin. Let me start
find
right
that
here.
for us real quick, man. I want the brothers and sisters to have access to that because a lot of people hate Paul, bro.
Yeah, pull it up on
and leave Paul alone, man. What's wrong with people?
Yeah, I'll pull it up, James.
Yeah, Acts 23.
You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, listen, man. I did 5 hours with those guys, man. 5 hours yesterday.
And you still got your sanity? God damn, you
hey man, I'm halfway off my rocker. That's why I'm still talking about.
This brother's strong as hell.
Yeah, he's trying to sort through all of it right now with us.
Yeah, like I'm just really trying to recap my mind based upon some of these arguments, bro. You understand? So I'm in the middle, right? So I got Jose Vega, that's his name. Jose Vega did an excellent job on breaking down Second Ezra, right? So I got Jose Vega on one side talking about you people. Then I got the all Negro lights on there talking about you wetbacks. And I mean, I'm in the middle like, man, y'all need to cut it out, bro. Like, you know, like you can't deny the history of the Aborigines of the Americas. And you can't deny the hardship and slavery of the people that was brought here from Western Africa. Y'all have to cut it out, man. It's ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying? And this whole black argument, Jose Vega got black people in your family. What the hell's wrong with you, man? You understand? And then the other brothers, I'm telling them, like, listen, all of this history that we have, all of these books of eyewitness, firsthand, primary sources, eyewitness accounts of the hardship of these people, and y'all don't give a damn because they are lighter pigmentation than you are. That is ridiculous and absurd, man.
Yeah.
And so I'm like in the middle, warring with both of them. One want to say something, I had to check him. Hey man, no, look, that ain't right. Then Jose Vega say so. Hey man, listen, man, you wrong for that. You know? Oh, well, these brothers are Canaanites. He made a statement. He said, Jose Vega said, show me in the scriptures where Judah would join Esau to take down the northern kingdom. I said, that is stupid as hell. You asking questions knowing damn well that ain't in the Bible, right? But I can show you Deuteronomy 28, verse 54, which says that our eyes will be evil toward our brethren. You understand? So I said, show me where in the Bible where it said that the northern kingdom would enslave the southern kingdom because the so-called Indians over here had Negro slaves. So show me that in the Bible. This Negro took me to Genesis and went to Shem talking about he would have Canaanites as slaves. I said, man, that is intellectually dishonest, man. You understand? That is intellectually dishonest and disrespectful. Go ahead, bro.
Man, you listen, man. You gotta let the pigs wallow in the mud. I know all them people you talking about, and they internet trolls. That's what they do, bro. Like they professional trolls. I got the verse right here if y'all want it.
Yeah, bring it out, man. Public shot.
Acts 23, verse 6. But when Paul perceived that one part were Sadducees and the other Pharisees, he cried out in the council, men and brethren, I am a Pharisee, the son of a Pharisee. Of the hope and resurrection of the dead, I am called in question.
Woo! That's a cold cut, boy.
It's another scripture that said he from the tribe of Benjamin.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Romans 11. That's Romans 11. 11 and 1. Go ahead and pull it up. That's a cold
ain't
cut,
no way
man.
around it. His father
That's
was
a cold cut right
Pharisee,
there, James.
and he of the tribe of Benjamin. That's it.
You understand? Yeah. We go off. In the New Testament. They go off the mother. I said, what? You gotta cut your damn mind, man.
Who said that? Who said that?
Man, the brother from the firehouse, brother. I can't think of his name. Zion. Zion is his name.
Okay, so they go off the mother in the New Testament. So what was Christ?
Right. Right. You understand?
All right, man. I'm confused. What about any of the apostles? I don't know, man. Anyway, Romans 11, verse 1 says, I say then, have God cast away his people? God forbid, for I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin.
Check.
Boom. I hit him with that. I say, you notice it said he was of the seed of Abraham. So we have in the New Testament, Paul identifying himself according to the patrilineal lineage, right? So what are you talking about, man? What the hell are you talking about, brother? Right? So it was a very trying day. Shout out to King Self in the heretic branch of the source. You know what I'm saying? Them brothers was doing their thing, man. And Black Jesus ended up sending me this link, and it was like an ambush. I get in there, it's damn 14 Negroes in there trying to question me about my debate. I was like, man, let me make this clear, man. I ain't running from none of you brothers. Understand that. I stayed on there the whole time. You understand? Dealing with those brothers. You know what I'm saying? And Jose Vega was actually a big help concerning some of those things, some of the information he was bringing out. But he's just so damn disrespectful, man. Damn. I'm like, man, you gotta have more self-control and better decorum, man. You're never gonna get anywhere insulting people to the degree that you're insulting them, bro. Like it is vile.
I'm
It's
gonna
a
say
sport to
this.
some of us, though, bro. You gotta understand, it's like a sport. Being at a sporting event, you get hyped up and caught up in it. Your side against their side.
Yeah, but it's some brothers do it tasteful though, James. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point it's tasteful,
Hey,
and
it
others it's
take
like
time, bro. Think about when we all first got in here. I
right,
know when I first met the show, you know, he guns blazing now. But man,
right,
when I first met, he was bazookas drawn, ready to shoot and everything. You know what
right.
I'm saying? Look, the more you learn, the more you grow. And I think there's a lot of truth to the statement when they say, you know, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it kind of humbles you a bit. But when you fresh in it and it's all you know, you think that shit the truth, man, you come out guns blazing.
Man, you right, bro, because I'm thankful to the Most High, man, because I have really expanded within these last 2 years. You understand, and really diving off into my personal library, because Negroes put so much pressure on you. You understand, like you have to be ready, because if you're not, you're gonna get embarrassed, man. You understand, and a lot of those stances that I had, I couldn't defend them, bro. I couldn't defend them, and I had to reevaluate some of this stuff, like. You know what I mean? Like those that are against the 12 tribe chart, they have certain points. And so my understanding had to evolve, man. You know what I'm saying? When you get to dealing with the Clovis people and the people prior to the split of the Northern Southern Kingdom, I'm like, yo, man, you know, and I'm explaining to them, like, listen, the Western Hemisphere they had multiple metropolises here. That like people were traveling way before the white man decided to get in his stinking ass boat, right? People were already traveling here, coming over here, migrating here, and establishing communities. You understand? That's why I'm telling my brother Maharaka, like, listen, the whole never mankind dwelt thing could have easily been if there's a metropolis in Mexico and they decide to move to Florida and never mankind dwelt in Florida, that still substantiates that point. Well, no, brother, you're giving them leeway to say what they're saying about Western Africa. You understand? So I'm in the discussion yesterday, and Black Jesus Minister tried to assert that Azareth is northern Libya.
What? That's it?
Yes. Yes. Then he claimed, and I gotta go check this. I gotta go check this source out because this just happened yesterday. So I'm gonna do the research. Claimed that Josephus said that Azareth is northern Libya. You understand? So
I don't remember reading that. I mean,
I don't either. You understand? But I'm definitely gonna go check the source. You understand? For the
Josephus didn't say Arsareth was northern Libya. He didn't say anything of the matter. What he said was some of the northern kingdom reside in those areas above.
on the other side of the Tigris and the Euphrates.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, he was talking about like Upper Serbia, like where the Scythians were, the Sumerians were, a lot of those ancient cultures that kind of broke off after the fall of the Assyrian Empire fled up to that region.
Right.
Wow. Yeah, I gotta go check that.
And again, all of the northern kingdom did not depart or did not leave and travel somewhere.
Facts.
Many of them stayed concentrated in Media. Some went back to Israel because when you read the history, it says that they came back to King Hezekiah, and you had tribes coming back with the southern kingdom.
And the late people never left.
Hey, and the guy on there, I can't think of his name. The guy on there was saying, you're talking about millions of people traveling through Africa. Say, man, look, where you getting millions of people from? That is crazy. Millions of people, brother. Yeah, you had to, and remember, we're talking about millions of people. Man, that is ridiculous.
It don't take millions of people to
this dude retarded.
Right.
Because if they moved like any ancient Shemites moved, if they had any conflict with any people, they finna wipe you out, and your virgin daughters will be married in 30 days. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and that's with the Assyrians when they first came in there. It was a major Holocaust that happened in the Northern Kingdom.
Brother, they was, man. If you see some of them depictions, it
Yeah,
looked like Vlad Dracul. You know what I'm saying? Went back in time. They was
right.
staking boys through their bodies, man. And stuff like that, man. Putting stakes through people's bodies and stuff. That's what an ancient crucifix was. When they just stuck a stake straight through your body.
People really don't understand population growth, and you don't need that many people to become a numerous populace. Look at the African Americans. 100 years ago, what were we like? In their emancipation, I think we were like what, less than 7 million or something like that.
I look it up.
It wasn't that we wasn't that numerous, because I remember like people like the Negro intellectuals at that time was saying we're less than like 10 million or something like that. Now you fast forward 100 years later, you know what I'm saying? We're like what, 50 million people strong.
In 1790, which is before that, they say there was like 700,000 slaves in the U.S.
Right.
That's like 210 years ago. Well, 30 years ago.
Right.
And now we 30, well, we like almost 30 something mil, and would be almost 70 million if not for abortion.
Exactly. So we deal with ancient people. It don't take that much time to enumerate them.
Especially when you got the genetics like we do. We pop out babies.
Back then they had multiple wives, and they didn't have the traditional 1 or 2 children. It didn't take long.
And you needed a lot of sons for protection. It ain't like you had cops. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Being a small group in a region, you have a lot of sons to protect you. You going out making babies for protection.
Hey, and if you're a Bible believer and you believe the narrative of Jacob transforming 72 people into 1 million people with the time span they was in Egypt,
400 years.
Yeah, that's population growth. That's how, because population growth compounds.
Hey, look, we did more than that in less time.
Exactly.
We were 700,000. We like what? Like I said, 40 million, something like that.
Right. Hey, look up the population of so-called black African Americans in the United States right now.
50 million. They just did a census. Let me see.
44.1 million was the census in 2020.
Oh,
44.1. Yeah.
Yeah, from 700,000. Come on, bro.
And we'd be 70. I think it was like 72 million or something like that, if it wasn't for abortion.
Yeah.
So you got to think about it. It don't take long for a population to boom. Unrestricted one too.
All Europeans descend from 3 males. All modern day Europeans.
Going back to what is it?
The Eurasian steppe.
No. It was the Bronze Age.
Yep.
Back to the Bronze Age.
Yep. 3 males from that period created I ain't gonna say all, but majority of the European males that you had today. And they're very numerous.
Oh man, these brothers still don't get it in the comment section, bro.
What they saying, man? What the hell going on in the
comments? So the first brother says, when it says never man dwelt, we have to ask ourselves, how did they know about it then, and how did they know how to get there? See, brothers want to eliminate the God factor. You understand? But if you're a non-believer, go ahead, James.
I honestly believe that Solomon had the trade empire, which it was stated that he had. And we have to understand that in ancient times, you wasn't dealing with 7 billion people on this huge planet we're talking about, that all this land mass ain't covered right now.
Right.
With 7 billion people we got. So, I mean, it would have been a lot of areas where it wouldn't necessarily be settled peoples, because you got to understand that a lot of people were hunter gatherers back at this time.
That's what I'm
Moving from
saying,
place to
bro.
place.
Right, exactly.
They bouncing from place to place. So this settled area. Look, man, there's an open area. Ain't nobody settled down there. I went down there during the season looking for trade and stuff like that. And there's big old fields and stuff. We can go settle down there. Ain't nobody living there.
Listen, James. Dallas is 3 hours away from Oklahoma City. I can't drive to Dallas without seeing huge open areas of land that, you understand, that could be occupied by people.
Exactly.
Just from Oklahoma City to Dallas. You understand? So this idea that there's an overpopulation, that is ridiculous and absurd, man. Right?
I mean,
So
look,
we have another brother here.
It's millions of acres in Africa nobody's on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got millions of acres sectioned out just for wildlife reserves. You know what I'm saying? And stuff, bro. Come on.
Bro, you don't need hundreds of ships for millions of people. Y'all keep thinking millions of people.
Millions of people. Right. Exactly.
Even when we go with the secular understanding of how the peopling of America happened, that was only like 15 or 20 people coming in to the Bering Strait and populating all of America. I don't see none of you motherfuckers. Where's the millions of people coming in here? Again, y'all don't understand population growth. That's your problem. Y'all don't understand that. You don't need millions of people. You just need a small band of people to come in. And y'all Bible believers too. That's blowing my mind. Y'all
hold up. Let me say this to show. This is what's killing me. They talking about ships. Do you understand the ancient Polynesians were sailing the whole Pacific in canoe boats?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Canoe boats. So look, you could have had 15 canoe boats out there worth of people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you have Abu Bakr the second saying that 200 ships went into a river in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, last time I took, that was the current that led right into the Gulf of Mexico. And they went on West African ships, bro. So come on, man. If you can find a road in the ocean, you can ride it, man.
Right. The Carthaginians had let me let Yashar on here. Shalom, brother.
Shalom, family.
Yo, shalom.
The Carthaginians were able to travel and traverse the seas and was able to go to a far distant land that they described that had a lot of open land that wasn't settled. You understand? So for anyone to sit here and question maritime travel, I don't understand your standpoint, unless you're trying to say that the Israelites did not understand that technology and they couldn't.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, Joshua. That's another thing. They try to act like Israelites didn't know nothing about ships, man.
I'm gonna kill him.
Hey, Nico the second said
wasn't Zebulun prophesied to be a haven of damn ships?
Exactly.
Brother, they just was looking at them ships.
Oh, yeah. They was watching them pass by. Right.
They was just watching them pass by, brother.
Yeah. Just observers, brother. That's it, just observers. You know.
Wasn't Solomon involved with what's that? He was an Israelite too. What was the
look,
Tyree?
Even Herodotus said that Nico II commissioned the Phoenicians to circumnavigate Africa. Anybody can go look up Phoenicia right now, and you will see Israel is part of the Phoenician Empire. Anybody can go look it up.
Right. No, they hired those Phoenicians to build the boats because Israelites didn't have the technology or the knowledge to do it themselves.
Right. Mind you, Noah had the biggest boat, but we didn't know how to build nothing, and we didn't know how to have nothing going on for ourselves when it comes down to navigating the seas.
Yeah.
Hey, I do have my theory that Japheth took the biggest part in building that boat.
Hey, It's still there. It's still in the family, bro.
But Tom, hold on. We got to explore this, James. You got to elaborate on that for us.
Because the first peoples you see who really start using boats and stuff like that, you dealing with people who were like let's see, like in Greece, Turkey, and those regions. The reason the boating, I think, kicked off like it did was because right there in that region you have a confluence of Shemites and Japhites in that region. And plus, just because it's a natural ship port, because the King's Road, which connected Africa with Asia to Europe, was right there.
Yeah,
Off,
and I
off of,
think that Mediterranean Sea was the first sea that was
yeah, that was really
explored.
dealing with the boats and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
And that's the descendants of Japheth. Now, that don't mean
Yeah,
Shemites didn't know how to build boats. It just means that they would have specialized in it because they were given the Isles of the Sea. How do you get to islands? You need a boat.
right,
and
right. Listen,
and
man.
just to be clear,
Empires share information and knowledge. Like
Correct.
you have people that are that deal with trade, the merchants and whatnot. You know, their merchants are natural travelers. You understand? They travel and they bring information and knowledge back to their communities, man.
A higher
right?
be praised need to click that link, man. He done
Hey,
said a
hey,
couple things that I've been like, man, you need to come on here and speak with us on that. Fill us in on some things.
he a six man.
For
That
real
brother
though.
6 man. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
We
see,
go
this
get a triple double. You know what I'm saying? I got to rest. This brother gonna handle. He gonna make sure that we win the game. He feel me?
Yeah, because I agree with him on that Dan was a seafaring tribe.
Hey,
You know my stance on the connection with Dan and Sparta. So yeah, I'm with that. I'm with him on that.
right. Even archaeology attests to that's why you see Minoan and early Dorian Greek material culture in those regions, in the region where Dan would have been. Because they was doing what? Trade between Javon.
Hey,
They
before I answer that question, this brother got to tell me what who's L what L he stands before, because there's many L's out there, man.
Right, right. So when you're dealing with Japhet, right? And listen, man, if y'all ain't subscribed to Genesis 49ers, man, y'all need to go subscribe to Genesis 49ers. That brother Joshua is hammering home a lot of powerful information on that page concerning a lot of these things. Japhet, man, has dealt with a lot of population infusions and population replacement in a lot of their regions.
Correct.
You understand? This is why a lot of people hold to the fact that Esau or the white man is not Esau, but Japheth himself. But there's a book called Off the Coastline of the 13 Tribes to do an excellent breakdown on exactly population replacement. A primary example of population replacement is what happened to the Khazarians. The Khazarians had a subclass group of people that was forced there by the Byzantine Empire, and this subgroup were known as white Khazarians. These white Khazarians inserted into that land, and Attila the Hun struck up a deal with the white Khazarians, which was the second-class citizens in Khazaria, to take down the black Khazarians, which were actually from the seed of Japheth. So Japheth is a melanated people. So you have Japheth, you have the Persians, right? You have the Medes, you have Salakia, not the Medes, you have the Persians, because the Medes are Shemites. You have the
Nah, it's the
Persians.
other way around. The
The
Persians are
Persians.
the Persian are from Elam. The Medes are from Japheth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to look that up. But anyway, you have them. You have the original Greeks, right? The original Greeks, which was a melanated people, were were Japhet. The original Italians, the original people of Italy, the island, the peninsula, those Aborigines were people of color, right? The original Europeans were a people of color, and they was from the seed of Japhet. Anybody else want to chime in on that? You can.
Oh man, I'm just gonna say I got that presentation that I'm working on.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be dealing with this topic, showing them markers and how they all go back to the same common ancestor. And all these lands that's supposed to be Japheth before they were replaced with these populations, like with the Axe people, the
Yeah.
Stone Age Axe people, man, most murderous people in human history, wiped through and replaced all that population. Like they've gone through many of them. So the brother, right?
Right.
Yeah, man. Cheddar man.
Cheddar man, that's right.
Exactly.
Japhet was cursed to dwell in the tents of shit. How is that a curse?
See, adding stuff. Yeah, this dude to say anything.
All right, I'm gonna give him a break though. I ain't gonna do him like that. But Esau took Europe from them. In other places, they are under Ishmael, and in the kingdom they will be under. I mean, I can see that, but I just didn't understand the lingo that you started off with.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Dor L, man. He good people, y'all. Don't give him a hard time. He good.
I was just wondering what the hell he stood before. That's all.
Who is this Perry? Do we know this brother Perry? Who is Perry Hay?
Nah, man, Perry Hay need to come on in, man. Come on the show, man. Let's talk
link,
about
baby.
it. Hit the link, man. Drop the link again, Joshua, man. Drop the link in the chat, man. Come on in here, man. Talk to us, man. Talk that talk, man.
Hey, Jeremiah, you know what? I don't understand because the other troll, he not here now, but he was saying that what we talking about is fictional. Okay, if what we talking about is fictional, why are you on here?
Right.
You on a channel that talk about fictional stuff, according to you, and you don't deal with the Bible. But I see you on all biblical topics, but you don't deal with the Bible. I don't understand, brothers, man. He said he had work. All right.
I guess he just listened to us at work, man. All praise and glory, man. If we can bring information to you while you're at work, man, it's a blessing, man.
Yeah, but them arguments against anybody selling the ocean is dumb. Arguments about population growth is dumb. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you need millions of people to come on ships. That's stupid. Like, nobody says that, especially dealing with archaic people.
Man, it could have been 30 people, man. 40 people, man.
That's all you need. Enough. That's all you need.
All right, man. So we talking about DNA. We talking about haplotypes. We're talking about different appearances of people, right? You can't look at somebody and say straight haired, dark skinned people are Hamites. You can't say that, man. All right, because you have dark skinned, straight haired people that are from the seed of Japheth, man.
That's true. That's a fact.
You understand? we have to cut it out, man, when we're talking about appearances and start actually diving off into our ancestral lineage, man, and identify people that way. You can't identify people by the way they look, man. Then Black Jesus is gonna tell me, well, then how do you know you are Israelite? you understand? So these arguments, man, are just really asinine to me, bro. Like, my ancestors went through something, family. My ancestors went through something. Hold on, let me say something, man. We got more than 35 people watching. Hit the like button, man. Show us some love, man. I mean, come on, family. Right? Hit the like button, man. We got one like, bro. All right? I know it's more than one person that appreciates the work we're doing over here, man. Show some love, family. Right? So we can't go with this appearance argument because and I brought this out of my debate. population infusion, right? Soon as you insert new DNA into a population, you create a new phenotype. People need to understand this. As soon as you insert new DNA into a population, you create a new phenotype. This does not change your DNA at all. You understand when it comes to the patrilineal lineage? You understand? We're still able to trace that. But the appearance of an individual based upon admixture, right, changes the phenotypes. You can't identify people based upon phenotype. So now our ancestors went through something that lines up with biblical prophecy. I myself and brothers today in 2020 are going through things that lines up with biblical prophecy and the historical merit based upon what would happen to these particular people. You can't force a square peg into a round hole. Right? So now we're looking at the ancestral migration patterns of populations, and we're looking at these people themselves, their cultural practices, and their
their testimony too. The Native
exactly.
Indians, the Shawnee Indians say they came from the east on ships themselves.
No, brother, they came through the Bering Strait, brother. You going on?
Yeah. They're wrong. The ancestors wrong. You know what? You're right. But that's a silly thing. These are people that will go off a testimony of Africans. You know what I'm saying? Which I agree with those testimonies that these West Africans came from Shemites, came from Israelites, came from Jews. You'll go off of those testimonies, but then when you get over here with American Indians, now you don't want to deal with testimony. Now you don't want to deal with what the people actually taught and what their fathers and what they said on how they got to the America. You don't want to deal with that.
Right.
But when we get to Africa, now you want to deal with testimony, you know what I'm saying, records. You know what I'm saying? If Damon was here, he got a good one for the I think it's the Yoruba James or the Igbo. They have an oral testimony descended from an Israelite from East Africa, something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to use all of them arguments.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Rudolph Windsor, all that. That's good. As soon as we use the same arguments, American Indians, now we got to throw that out the window. And this is stuff that was written by the Mayans. The Mayans say they came from the east on ships.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Only a fool will question that. What these people were teaching. So that's why, like I said, sometimes you got to let the pigs water in the mud by themselves. You feel me?
Right. I mean, they've been doing that for a long time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they've been standing on, false teachings for so long and been pushing it so hard. It's like, oh, I can't go back and backtrack. You know what I'm saying? They don't have no humbleness in themselves or, not even the sense to say, you know what? I was absolutely wrong, man. Let me get this right. Let me get my people that was actually listening to me and that, that confide in me, and let me help them to get on the right track. This is the problem with a lot of us in our community. You know what I mean? They just don't have it in themselves to, be humble. So we won't see it. We always gonna see the, the denying factual primary evidence. It's like, bro, how you just gonna dismiss this? it even holds up what the scripture talking about. And so now what we dealing with, bro? You just gonna dismiss all of it in scripture and this information? But damn, bro, then what you doing? What's your real aim?
Right. Like, yo, I told them brothers, I said, look, if I invited you brothers to one of my family's barbecue, right? And you came to the barbecue and you seen all the people that was there, you would not be able to distinguish between what you call a so-called African American and an Aborigine. because I got a lot of Aborigines in my family. But if you came into the room, you wouldn't be able to say, "Oh yeah, this person's an Aborigine," based upon the straightness of his hair, or the straightness of her hair, or the way her eyes is cut. Everybody in there you would think was a Negro, man. You would think is African American. Everybody there, you wouldn't question it at all. You understand? But a lot of my family is descended from Aborigines, man. And that's a fact. You understand? Especially on my mother's side. So on my father's side, you understand, we're descended from slaves. So you know, this whole thing about I can tell by looking at somebody or a person's the phenotype argument is ridiculous, man.
Facts. Hey, we got another brother in here, man. You what?
Yo, Aitazah.
Yeah.
Khan, Shalom, brethren. I'm the Perry Hay. God that made the comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's talk, brother. Let's have a conversation, brother.
Shalom, brethren. How y'all doing?
Man, all praise and glory. What's going on, man?
Come on, man.
Con. Hey, I just wanted to say something about something I was mentioning as far as growth and being able to change your understanding. Me, I've been in the truth since 2002, and I was one of those hardcore brothers with the chart, where pretty much the normal typical breakdown, very general broad interpretation, so forth and so on.
Yeah, very broad, man. They just pay everybody's a damn Israelite, man.
Yeah, pretty much, man. And as time progressed on and being amongst other Israelites, people who believe in the chart, people who don't believe in the chart, as years progress on, you meet different people. My understanding did expand. I still believe in the chart. I definitely teach it with a lot more detail now, you know what I'm saying? Right. Especially even being married to a woman from the tribe of Simeon, you know what I'm saying? I've learned a lot about their culture, so you do got to expand your knowledge, man, and you can't be so hardcore on just parakeeting what was told to you, because I see that happening a lot. And then when people have to go into the breakdowns of who's who, they're not able to. And I gained a lot of understanding from even younger brothers, that came into the truth way after me. I gained understanding from new people, younger brothers, even this channel, Genesis 49ers, it was like an eye opener for me, so brothers, they can't be so hardcore with they main understanding. You do got to expand your mind, read more books. A lot of people don't know the book Hebrews in West Africa supports people in the Americas.
No, hold up, brother. Hold up. We only read the Bible here, bro. We don't go outside. That is ridiculous, man, for a man to say he don't read outside the Bible, man. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy, man. I remember everybody always used to tell me, read from Babylon to Timbuktu, read Hebrews in West Africa. That's the book that's always promoted to you when you first come into the truth. But I'm realizing a lot of people that told us that they didn't really read those books. I've seen Negro only Israelites promoting Hebrews in West Africa, and there's like a whole chapter dedicated to the possibility of the peoples in America being Israelites.
Facts.
So, I just wanted to say that, and y'all brothers doing a lot of good work. And even as an older brother, I support y'all brothers. I learn from y'all as well, and I pray for the understanding to just come out in Israel, man, because I believe in Israel all over the globe, whether they're on the continent of Africa or over here in the Americas. My family also are Aboriginal peoples of the Americas, and I always grew up thinking I was Judah, so. Cats got to open that understanding, but that's all I wanted to say, man.
Yeah, man. So, the whole thing is that we have to examine these things. Somebody was I was on a panel yesterday, and somebody was telling me about, well, the cranial skulls don't match the cranial skulls in Africa. Again, when you have population infusion, when you insert new DNA, it creates a new phenotype, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you're gonna see certain variations in cranial structures, in nasal cavities, right? You're gonna see slight variations based upon the new DNA that has been inserted into the population. You understand? So now we have to actually we have to look. We take those things in consideration, right? It's just a piece of the puzzle that we're looking at, but we have to go in depth and see. Well, okay, well, who are these people and what is their migration story?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? I can't just limit it and say, okay, well, since they have different pheno, we're going to eliminate them. No, who are these people and where the hell did they come from?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Part of it. Right.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing too. Another thing that I think we do have to start stressing on is the fact that Israel was mixing long before they came over here to the Americas. So a lot of times when we pull the scripture about Ephraim and all of that stuff in the book of Hosea, we always apply that to the Spaniards dealing with the Israelites over here. But that goes way beyond that. That actually is talking about our people mixing with people in the Assyrian Empire. You know what I'm saying? Elam got straight here too. Our people was mixing with Elam.
So let's even deal with this thought process even before that, right? So we talk about our grandfather Jacob. Now, Leah and Rachel was his first two wives. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So were they maids? Were they Israelite women or were they of other nations?
No, they were. My bad. I was gonna say they.
Well, the Israelite nation wasn't born yet.
Exactly.
They were being born.
So that means then that what?
They was not of the family line that of Laban. It was not a family line of Laban.
Oh, so were they?
I don't know. They could have been Shem. They could have been Shem, but I know they was not the family line of Laban.
Go ahead.
Rachel and Leah, the wives of Jacob are from the house of Terah, Abraham's father.
So what I'm saying is, when we talk about who his wives, right? All of his wives that he had children by. Because see, that's what I'm trying to get at. Because see, a lot of times, a lot of people don't even mention the two maiden servants that he had children by, and what nation of people that they come from.
Man, you gonna put some respect on Bill. You gonna put some respect on Bill Ha's name, man. Hold up.
Hey, brothers, I gotta get off the line because I'm at the plantation, man. But it was a pleasure talking to y'all, brothers.
Oh, hey man, next time, man, we need to talk to you about this Japhet discussion, man. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. But
hey, real quick before I leave, maybe I phrased it wrong, but my point is when I see that prophecy about Shem being Japheth dwelling in the tents of Shem, people normally, Israelites who don't believe in the 12 tribe sign that believe Japheth is the white man, they normally try to say that that's dealing with them replacing us, but I don't see it that way. I see it as when I look at Japheth today, the majority of the places that Japheth are from are being ruled and pretty much under the rulership of Shemites, whether it be Esau or whether it be Ishmael or some other type, So that's just my analyzation.
Yeah, this is how you get them being in the so-called Middle East, Japheth, right? Prophecy fulfilled.
Yeah, definitely. Madai, the Javanese people, all of that's over there by the Indian Ocean, and they still are being ruled by even Shemites over there in that area. So that's just my analyzation. I see it as, during this time they dwelling in the tents of Shem. Right now Esau taking over they culture and they nation, and in the kingdom they're gonna be dwelling under the tents of Shem because we gonna rule the whole world. So that's how I see it.
All right, bro. Yeah, man. Well, stay in tune with us, man. Do you debate, brother?
It's
a debate league here, man. It's a debate league, man. I gotta ask, brother.
I did a debate with G-Man and we crushed him, of course, because he's very childish. But I seeing the state of Israel today and how ignorant we are, I kind of stay away from the debating scenes because it turned from being a place of edifying to now it's stupidity, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, I think the purpose of a debate is not necessarily to win the person over who you're debating, but to have both parties present the information and let the people make the decision what they believe, man.
Right.
That's
Look, man, do me a favor, man. Right, yeah, do me a favor, man. Go to the source on Facebook. Join the source page, man. And send me a DM, man. I want to chop it up with you some more, man.
Con.
Jeremiah, please say the y'all, man. Send me a DM, man. I want to chop it up with you. I'm gonna get you in the ring, man. We got some we got to defend this gospel, brother. Understand that we got to defend this gospel, man.
Con. Well, I'm always up for defending the gospel, man. So I definitely do that. So what am I looking for on Facebook again?
Look for the Source Debate League. We got a Facebook page, and then you can look for me, Jeremiah. Please say the Yah, right?
Gotcha.
Jeremiah on Facebook. Jeremiah.
Gotcha.
Right?
All right, no doubt. I definitely will do that. Shalom, brethren.
Hey, I'm gonna put it in the chat so you'll get the spelling.
All praises.
All right, shalom.
All right, shalom.
Hey, I want to back up what you were saying about the phenotype. Again, we can go directly to the limba that have been confirmed to have J markers, the same J markers them Ashkenazi Jews got, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's look how they look. Let's look how they look, man. Check it out. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
This is how the limba look.
So
this is how dumb people are when they try to use this phenotype argument. Oh, those scores don't look like such and such, or they were white, or whatever the argument is. These limbas is black as dirt, man. And they got these J markers. Meaning they got the same DNA as them Ashkenazi Jews. Here we go right here. The Limba Jewish Project. Look. These people took their DNA test and found out they had J markers, man.
Now, if you got a J marker, you white, all right?
Yeah, you got to be white. Look at these people. Look, sub-Saharan African. Look at them. So what's the argument? You can't use phenotype, man. You can't use that alone to make an argument for who a person is and who he can't be. You know, they go on both sides. They go on both sides because you got people saying, "Well, you can't be this,
but you can't be Israelite because
right." That's the key. We use
right.
People want to just use phenotype alone. And then what BJM said to him was just crazy. Well, how do you know you're Israelite if you just can't look in the mirror to determine that you're an Israelite?
Right.
These guys is crazy, man. That's why, man, y'all need to subscribe to the source, man, because we actually present information over here. What them brothers is doing is indoctrination. Just believe them because they told you, because they said so. That's it. Over here, we showing you where we getting the information from. Just sound good, right? You know what I'm saying? And again, I'm gonna be hard on you Hispanic brothers that's coming at Negroes, saying they ain't Israelites, because listen, we can get real petty with y'all too. You know, we could just let the wolves out on y'all and say y'all East Asian,
right?
East Asian and European. I could say that all day. I got articles upon articles to argue against you. So just stay in y'all lane, man. Humble down. Hey, I don't want to have
me and you in the same boat, right? Like we got family. Like my father's Judah, my mother's Gad. You know what I'm saying? So I'm the same as you. Like, you know, I'm fighting both sides when it comes to, like, man, listen, we have to be able to actually go into the research. You understand? One thing that I was taught while street teaching, you never assume a person's nationality. You never assume. See, a lot of these brothers that do street teaching, don't have the foundational understanding of what and how you're supposed to operate while street teaching, right? I was taught by my elders, you never assume a person's race or nationality. You ask them, you understand? And in the mindset of this world, they're always going, if they got any ounce of some heathen blood in them, they're going to acknowledge that first. You understand? But then you have those that'll tell you straight up, yeah, I'm my family's from Mexico, from the Aborigines of Mexico, not the conquistadors. You understand? So, and if the person don't know, then you urge them to go do their research. First thing when you come into this truth, first thing you want to do is go do the research on your family. Go ask your parents, go ask your grandparents. Start doing research on your family. That's the first thing you should be doing, man. You understand? And be able to substantiate that at the end of the day.
Listen, the scriptures say Ephraim mixed himself amongst the people. They have created strange children. So especially y'all.
Right.
Y'all
That's Hosea 5 and 7.
Humble yourselves, man. Because if I push the button, you're gonna be crying. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got a lot of European integration. You know what I'm saying? We can discuss that. And that's right. You know how easy it is for me to say the reason why you feel the way you feel about black people is because you descend from these conquistadors and these Spaniards and these white people that don't have nothing to do with Israel. I could say that and make them arguments. You be in here crying. So just humble down, stop trolling, or I'm gonna do a whole show on you. that's it.
Yeah, man. You know, at the end of the day, man, I'm trying to see Isaiah 11:13 manifest itself, man. Put that on the screen for us, Joshua. Bubba Kasha. Right?
Yeah, I got you.
For me, this is what has to take place. And the argument between the two is just evident that the Bible is real, man. Bible said we would be at each other's necks, right? We would be warring against each other, hating each other. The Bible speaks all about that, man. So it's just manifesting itself. So you have to have brothers like ourselves that stand up at the end of the day and say, listen, man, both you brothers are wrong, right? We have to really evaluate these things for what they are and do the proper research. That's what we do at the end of the day. If you're not a researcher, then you don't truly believe in the Bible. There's no surface dwelling of Bible belief, man. The scripture says, study to show thyself approved, correct?
But understand this, though, family. All that disrespect and all that old funny business, it ain't going to be tolerated, man.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? This is just YouTube right here, bro. This is just social media and, you know, and all these different apps and everything like that. But, brother, it becomes a time where all this stuff becomes irrelevant and this world is so small, we end up crossing faces, crossing paths. And what you establish through these particular types of panels and means of communication, you know, it's not a video game, bro. This is not Nintendo. This is not Wii. This is real life, fam.
Right.
And just how we seen some brothers being disrespectful, thinking that this shit is YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Got scared off and they ran off and fell and screamed, you know, they got jumped on. And it's not, man, listen, man.
Your
be respectful,
out,
family. Be respectful. That's all we asking. We ain't asking for you to be punks and chumps and all that, because we ain't that. And trust and believe, we are not that. But this is not what we trying to get on. We're not trying to get on that tip. We just letting you know, man, it's no cowards around here, fam. Trust that. And if you go back in history, you understand our demeanor and our character. We ain't never been no cowards and no punks, bro. So let's stop playing games, man.
Yeah, man, because Joshua said something real powerful the other day in the back chat. He said that a lot of these brothers have taken this social media. First, you become this persona on social media. In real life, you're not that way, right? So you got this persona on social media, talking tough on social media, but in real life, you're not that way. And then you take that persona from social media in the area where you feel safe because nobody can reach out and touch you. And you take that persona and you stand in front of a man with that same persona that you have on on social media. And now you're able to be touched, right? Now you're able to be socked in the mouth. You understand? So it's like it's like a horrible cycle. You understand? The psychosis of a man. You understand when you be in one way and then you get into a physical altercation based upon this social media persona that you have created. People need to wake the hell up and understand that this is still real life. Just because I'm holding this Bible don't mean I won't sock you in your damn mouth, man. You understand? So just cut it out, man. At the end of the day, we're all men, and as the brother is saying, you have to give respect in order to get respect. Right?
Yeah, I got that scripture if you still wanted it.
Yeah. Read that for us, Art.
Okay, Isaiah 11, verse 13 says, the envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim.
Exactly. So this lets us know prior to the nation of Israel reaching unto their fullness, right? Once they reach unto their fullness, then we're going to overcome this pettiness that we're dealing with. This is an example of letting you and I know that is the nation of Israel have not reached their fullness, because you still have certain prominent brothers on both sides saying that neither side is the nation of Israel. That lets me know where we are in time frame. We're not where we need to be yet. You understand, family? So we're continually working towards improving ourselves so we could turn around and be that bearer of light that Isaiah 60 is talking about we're supposed to be to the rest of the world. We Israelites got a lot of work to do, right? And brothers try to attack us on that. Certain Christians and Muslims try to attack us on our disorder. But for me, it's a sign of the time, right? And it lets me know what we need to do to improve, man. That's just it at the end of the day. Number one, it begins with knowledge. You wouldn't make these statements if you actually read these books. These brothers never read these books. I asked them again, Josh Shub, yesterday. Have you brothers read these books? I just read the Bible. That is ridiculous and absurd, man. You know why brothers want to just read the Bible? Because there's certain levels of ambiguousness in just simply reading the Bible. If you don't bring out the historical sources.
Let me ask you a question. Is these Israelites that saying they only just read the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they not okay. So them is just the New Age Christians then. Because at the end of the day, that's what they teach, and that's what they did, and that's what they always pushed in the church. You know what I mean? Hey, don't be reading all them books. Just read the Bible.
Right.
Well, why you don't want me to read these other books that, but you want me to read your personal book that you write and you put out? Right? You want me to have that in my crib. You gonna ask me, do I got a copy of it? Right. But you don't want me to touch these other actual scholars and these actual primary sources that was actually with our ancestors back in the day. What type of shit is that?
Right.
These are the questions you got to ask yourself, and you got to ask these pastors that's out here pushing these agendas, and even our elders that's in these certain camps.
Exactly. Hey, Jashu.
Yeah, this ain't no religion, it's a culture, man.
Joined us? Jashu, we got somebody that just joined us?
Yeah, the Doorbell just stepped in the building, man. Shalom, brother. He might
unmute your mic, Dorfell.
Shalom, brother. I was on
Shalom, bro.
YouTube listening, and they got a huge man. Y'all got a huge delay because I'm still listening to y'all talking about the the DNA evidence, man. It's a huge delay on YouTube, man.
Yeah. What's going on?
You probably got to restart it or push it forward.
Yeah.
That's what we gotta do.
Yeah. Pause that for a second, though, man. Talk to us, family.
Oh yeah. Well, I was trying to get y'all because I can never get nobody to really talk much about the E1A haplotype. Do y'all get into that one a little bit?
Oh, we
Anything we started on the show, Tom?
we went a whole hour and a half.
Well, y'all was with E1B1A. I'm just talking about E1A, not E1B1A. E1A.
E1A.
Oh, E1A.
You gotta get us on that one, man.
Now, what about it?
You gotta get us hipped on that one.
Well, that's coming
They're
from
not particularly dealing
the Dogon and Mali. That's Dogon and Mali people is E1A.
So the Dogon. So the Dogon people is not really like you would call say Israelites, and we having 12 tribes, right? The Dogon just represented what you would call the priestly. It's like the Kohen of Yahusharah, right? You have the Dogon of I guess you could say of Cam, because they would be the priest from my understanding. Like I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to cut your bill, but from my understanding of who the Dogon are, those are just priests of Cam's blood, of his people. And everybody, pretty much every kingdom had a Dogon priest, as far as my understanding. But if I'm wrong, you can correct me.
Oh no, I can't correct you. I'm trying to get more information on it myself, because that's one haplotype that people seem to not really fully dive into. Everybody want to be on that E1B1A and E1B1B, but they just skip that one totally.
Well, from my standpoint, I started EP2 and then worked my way down because I see evidence of that in the Levant. You know what I'm saying? That's my strongest argument for it. That it erodes, EP2 erodes.
Also, we don't carry E1A.
Yeah, we do carry E1A because I'm E1A.
Not at large. No, I'm talking about generally speaking. I'm talking about generally speaking. I don't speak to individuals on topics of science, because science is talking about generally in our population at large.
Right.
We don't have it. That's what I'm saying.
Right, it's a small subset. They say that's a small haplogroup.
Hey, that brother said this is personal. I carry that.
Yeah, you're like, this is my shit. I'm like, oh, I'm not saying nothing in existence. All right.
Hey, I'm gonna show you the idiocy of these trolls, right? Look, listen to this. He says your demeanor and character are of the Canaanites. How do you determine that? How do you know someone's demeanor?
Oh my God, bro!
Hey! But didn't the Israelites mix with the Canaanites? So it's still all good, okay? So
but it don't make no damn. How do you?
Didn't the Romans say? Didn't the Romans say the Israelites were?
Say it again, James.
I said, didn't the Romans say the Israelites were vulgar and that their practices were abominations?
Yes,
right.
But look. Let me read the rest of it. Israelites are humble and meek. I don't know what Bible you read, because
I sure don't.
The Bible is Israelites messing up and not being humble and not being meek, bro.
Yeah, I would encourage you to go read about King Saul. Okay. Tell me if you see
How do you call other nations? Hey, look, they meaner than us. They call the other nations brute beasts.
Right.
Am I wrong?
Right.
Ahab got
ancient Israelites was extremely prejudiced.
right. You know, anything from humble and meek.
Beyond prejudice.
Where y'all think we get it from now, bro? Man, stop playing, man.
Right. But hold on. Ahab got a man killed. Was he killed for his land, or he just took his land? You remember?
I think Jezebel wished for him to get killed or something like that. I forgot. Did something underhanded.
Is that humble and meek, brother? Get the hell out of here! Like, you can't put a personification or demeanor on a whole character of a whole people, man. And say,
let me just say this, Ben, because see, people like you, you know, you guys just you speak through ignorance, right? If we was this humble and meek people, right, we never would have lost our way.
Thank you.
It was pride and disobedience that got us in this situation now. So what the hell is you talking about?
Thank you. That's exactly
what I was. Hold up. We got to get this guy. Hey, come on in, man. Come on in here, man. So we can talk to you, man, because you talking absolutely crazy.
We wouldn't be experiencing the captivities that we've experienced if we weren't opposite of what he's talking about.
Right. Humble and come on, man. This guy's crazy.
Ain't this the same guy that you were speaking about earlier with the Spanish dude when you were talking about the DNA?
Nah, I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. Ben, I don't know, man.
This might be
come on in here so we can talk about this, man.
That looks like somebody that's Spanish name though. Cuerves, that'd be Spanish.
Yeah, listen, man. The word Canaanite is the new word for nigga, man. Understand it.
Thank you. It's always been.
Was Rehoboam polite when he walked into the office of all the elders that served under his fathers and said that his loins?
He's gonna be tougher. Yeah, he said.
Look, let's be honest. Go ahead. Yeah, shoot. I'll go after you.
He said, my father whipped you with whips or something like that, and I'm gonna whip you with scorpions. It was something like, I forget what it was.
Yeah, I believe that's Second Kings, man. That's 2 Kings 13.
That was very humble and meek. The Israelites almost destroyed one tribe. Remember that? They almost got the whole tribe. That was very humble and meek. Them very humble and meek people.
Benjamin almost exists.
Those Canaanites.
I guess King David, when he fought Goliath, went out there with a humble and meek spirit, huh?
When he called him an uncircumcised Philistine, that was real meek.
Uncircumcised heathen, man. You brothers are afraid of these uncircumcised heathen?
When the Canaanites, what they took their sister, you know what I mean? Without the proper,
talking about Shechem.
Right.
We
just, we dealt with them in a humble manner.
Yeah. Simeon and Levi killed.
Simeon and Levi was real humble.
Listen, 600 men.
Mind you, Levi is the priest. Very humble.
And didn't y'all tell him to destroy all?
Eliphaz was real humble with that spear against them. Who was that? Them Midianites, huh?
Yeah, he killed.
Didn't y'all tell him to destroy all the people in the land as well when they went to kill Cancer?
Yeah, that was very humble and meek too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What about when Elisha commanded fire to consume them men from heaven, or the 2 she-bears? That was very humble and meek too. Like, we keep going all day, man.
He'll be praised. Did it on the hill.
Yeah, this is why that fairy tale mind state that they have, right, is the same reason that they look for us to have that same type of
docile ass spirit, weak spirit, man.
It's like you said, they don't read nothing else but the scriptures. That's why they can't see nothing else.
Hold up. The Most High told the children of Israel to go into the land of Canaan and kill man, woman, and child and beast. Kill everybody. That's real humble and meek right there.
Everything.
Yeah, that's very humble and meek, brother.
See, that's
Hey, at this point,
Hey, Samuel was real humble when he sawed in half the king of the Amalekites.
yeah,
that's like I keep saying, the word kolateth, which they misinterpret as preacher. Kolateth means library. That means you collect books. That means you read. That's why Solomon was smart, because he read. It wasn't just because the father endowed him with special knowledge to know everything. He worked at knowing everything. He read everything. So people got to read.
Hey, yeah, that's a powerful point the brother just brought out, man. That's Deuteronomy 7. Deuteronomy 7. The Most High said he didn't choose Israel because they were the greatest nation, but the lowest nation but the lowest of all nations. That's a fact. You understand? People need to cut it out, man. Right? Like, Israelites are real people. They have their emotions. They have their ups and downs.
So where you at, my brother? You know, that make that Canaanite statement. If you don't want to jump on and have this dialogue, we give you a room to speak, man. We don't play them type of weird games where we cut you off and all that. But
Right. Yeah, man. So people need to cut it out, man. They have romanticized Christ. Was it humble and meek when Christ went in there with them damn cords and beating the hell out of Israelites in the temple? Was that humble and
we
meek?
got books upon books, man. That y'all ain't ready for, man. I mean, I'm just saying, man.
Oh, here go another stupid comment from this guy. He says Deuteronomy 7 also says the Canaanites are a bigger and mightier nation too. Describes the black man today. Okay, so when the Egyptians said the Israelites became more mightier than we, are we going to apply that same damn logic that you just said? Oh well, anybody that's bigger, you got Russians that are big, that are naturally big, naturally tall. I guess they Canaanites too.
Hold on, Joshua. Let me cut the hell out of this dude.
Average.
Let me cut the hell out of this dude. He says the Canaanites are bigger. Give me Hosea 1 and 10, man. Let me go ahead and cut the hell out of this real quick, man. Hosea 1 and 10, man. Let's see what the Lord say about the children of Israel in these last days. In the midst of our captivity, let's see what the Bible says.
Everybody that's tall and big in the world is a Canaanite, y'all. Hey, what's the Gasol brothers are Canaanites,
right?
Gasol, Paul Gasol, Canaanite,
right?
Hey, what's the Joker?
All NBA players Canaanite.
Yeah, the Joker, man, from the play for the Denver Nuggets.
If you taller than 6'5", you a goddamn some of Canaanites are jumping over pitches and shit. You know what I'm saying? Show me Canaanites being greatly athletic.
Hey, Shaq,
hey man, we need to get Jihad in here.
Now, Dirk Nowitzki's a Canaanite, brother. He's 7'1".
Shaq might be Canaanite, man. Especially his ideology. You know, he seemed conservative. He seemed like a Republican. He might be a Canaanite.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Hold on real quick, brother. I got Hosea 1 and 10.
Yeah, man, bring that out, man.
It says, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall
whoa. So the children of Israel shall be like the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered. Wait a minute. I thought he said the Canaanites would be the bigger and mightier nation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But wait a minute. We're talking about in the end times, and we're identifying us today. It says that the Israelites will be as the sand of the sea. Go ahead, Op.
It says, and it shall come to pass, and in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God.
Exactly. So right now you're saying that we're Canaanites. We're saying that the scripture says in a place where it says that we're not the people, we are actually the sons of the living God. Understand that, man. Get the hell out of here, Negro.
And it's the phenotype argument again. Oh, you got to look. Oh, snap. When did he fall out the live?
Who, you sure?
Yeah. There you go. He back in. I didn't even know he left. But yeah, it's a phenotype argument again. Oh,
I got dropped off.
You got to be tall to be a Canaanite, and you guys are tall. Not all black people are tall, man. That's a racist thing to say too. All of y'all tall and play basketball and play football. What else you gonna say, man? We all drink Kool-Aid and eat watermelon. That's gonna be the next thing to come out your mouth.
Chicken.
Hey, and we all can run, and that's a damn lie.
Hey, Tory Lanez how tall is Tory Lanez? That dude probably ain't even 5 foot. That brother,
that dude like 5. He like 5 and probably 0.2.
He like 5'7". He like 5.
Well,
he 5'7".
That nigga, he little, bro.
Mark Wahlberg
little,
ain't
bro.
tall either. Mark Wahlberg is not tall either. He's not 6 foot.
So all we gotta say is the people that's small, that's black, they not Canaanites because they not small and they not big.
Tom Cruise is under 6 foot. Tom Cruise is under 6 foot as well.
No, but I'm just pointing out the silliness of his argument. It don't make no damn sense. Find a tall person and that's a Canaanite. Oh, these people big, they tall, they Canaanites.
Yeah.
Hey,
Lord,
but
brother.
what about? Hey, hold on. What about your boy Lopez? I think who he play for right now?
Oh, I know you're talking about. Yeah, he used to play for the Cavaliers.
Matter of fact, your boy even got an afro, so he just might be Canaanite though.
You talking about Brooke? Is it not Brooke Lopez?
Yeah, there you go. That's him.
Lopez?
He played for Brooklyn.
Oh man, these brothers is crazy. This dude, I put the link back there. He still ain't jumped his ass on. They let you know he a troll. You got nothing to stand on. You don't want to stand on it on your 2 feet and break down this stuff on live. You want to sit in the back and troll and throw all this silly stuff out here. You know what I'm saying? So everybody that's tall is a Canaanite, according to Ben. Congratulations, you get the idiocy of the year award, brother.
Well, I see most of the problems that I see that be running into with people as well is when you say Moor, they think Moors is they know Moors means black. They fail to realize that Moors mean they're a Shemitic people as well. So this is the problem you get in when people start dropping names. And people don't realize that they don't do the research on the names to figure out where the names is coming from.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said
That's
that.
A good point. That's a good point, bro.
Look, the Moors were called Saracens, and that name meant the sons of Sarah, which would make them Israelites, man. Not Canaanites, Israelites. That's called ethnographic evidence. I know that's a little too high and above your head, brother Ben. And that's probably a fake account that he, you know what I'm saying? That's probably his troll account.
Yeah, that's probably G-Con. That's G-Con account.
That might be him, man.
Yeah, what do you call himself? OG Hamite.
Yeah. Big Hamite. And now he's saying we know y'all.
The Lewis dude in Kansas, he called himself Big Hamite.
All right, now he's saying explain Genesis 9:25-27, and that's the curse on Canaan, right? Where he will be a servant to his brothers. Okay, so let's say you're right on that. So everybody that was a servant should be a Canaanite, according to your breakdown. So the Russian serfs are Canaanites. The Barbary people had slaves, and they were white British men. So the white British men are slaves, are Canaanites. The slaves the Egyptians had were all Canaanites. When they were taking over Syrians, they were Canaanites. The Babylonians, when they took over the Syrians, they were Canaanites. Come on, bro, this shit is silly, man. Everybody that was a servant or a slave is a Canaanite now.
And if that's the case, well, why was the Canaanites? Because Nimrod was a Canaanite. Why did they have the first ruler? See, people say stuff that don't make sense. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to the annals of history, every person that was a slave or a servant is a Canaanite, according to this guy. The native Indians were slaves. When you go to the records of Wall Street, the first commodity was Negroes and Indians.
Right.
So, okay, Indians are Canaanites. Everybody that was a slave is a Canaanite. This is what I'm saying, man. This dude is crazy. And then he say he's not running, but he won't show face. Just get on here and show face and make these arguments. We didn't knock down all your arguments. All your arguments don't make sense. First you say we're all tall and we all big, that makes therefore we're Canaanites. Then we gave you a numerous of examples of other racial or ethnic groups that have the same characteristics of being tall and big, which will make them Canaanites with your logic. And now you're saying, okay, anybody that's a servant is a Canaanite. So, okay, every goddamn race has probably been into servitude.
And then we gave you white people under 6 foot tall as well.
Yeah, I mean, come on, bro. Like this shit is silly. I'm glad you're not ahead of no education or no educator. You know? He said, when did the natives serve under Ham? What are you talking about? You said, according to that curse, it fits the Central Africans and West Africans. But that curse can apply to anybody.
I don't even understand what he's saying, bro.
Hold up, man.
That's
So
the
is he
problem.
is he saying that the natives are not Israelites? Is that what he's trying to claim?
No,
He don't even know.
He don't even, yeah, he really don't know what he's saying, because like everything he's been saying has just been ridiculous.
Well, see, that's what the interesting thing is when you get into that whole what he's trying to say. If you even get into that argument, you got to realize that when you read historical documentation, it says Semiramis was actually a Shemite descendant. Her name would actually be Shemiramis. So she would have actually been a descendant of Shem. So that's going back time. Nimrod, who would have had a father that was possibly Canaanite. So he would have still had Israelite blood in him. So
hold up, man. I gotta correct a few things right there, brother. Gotta correct a few things right there. Genesis chapter 10. Genesis 6 or 10, one of them. It lets us know exactly who Ham is. And it tells us that Nimrod was the son of Cush. Right? So Nimrod being the son of Cush, that mean that he was not a Canaanite, because Canaanite was the youngest son of Ham. You understand? So when we're looking at that, we have to take into consideration the biblical narrative and understand that the ancient Babylonians, the original Babylonians, were Hamitic, right? Which changed later on after the Persian and Medo Empire, as the Shemites took over, and spawning such people as what we know as the modern day people of Iraq.
Hey man, I'm just reading this dude's comments, man, and it's gonna be the last one I read until you get balls to get on here and actually stand on these things you're saying. There's a lot of it silly. The brother said Western Central Africans served under Ham. What are you, Shem and Japhet? What are you using to determine who these people are and who they're selling? Are you just saying they're? This is circular argument. This is what it is. What you're saying is the Western Central Africans are Canaan because they served under Ham. Well, how do you know that they're Canaan? Because they're Western Central Africans. That's what you're saying. That's circular reasoning. You're not giving us no breakdown on how you came to the conclusion. You're just basically saying they are because they're slaves and slaves are Canaanites. That's all you're saying. All right. So we waiting on you to get the balls, jump in the chat, jump in the live, and stand on these erroneous claims. You've been wrong the whole time you've been watching. And this is my thing. Why are you watching?
I mean, extremely erroneous, man. Extremely. What is this guy talking about? Is he serious?
Okay. Let me ask y'all. So when did Babylon? Who was in rule at the time that we was in bondage over there? Who was in rule?
The Babylonians? The Babylonian the southern kingdom?
Nebuchadnezzar, when we first went into Babylon, it was Nebuchadnezzar.
Right.
Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, so if Nebuchadnezzar was whose son is Nebuchadnezzar?
Nebuchadnezzar he was a Hamite. He was a Hamite. His son Belshazzar is the one that fell to the Medo-Persian Empire. That's when it changed hands.
And so we positive that Nebuchadnezzar is a son of Cam who had us in bondage.
Come.
I'm not. I said I'm not because the throne of Babylon exchanged time into many different dynasties' hands, so I can't say that definitely.
Right.
Because there's a good chance that it is what are they called? The empire. So I don't know.
Oh, and the reason why I said that, James, the reason why I asked that question is because we doing the same thing that we did with Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Thinking that because it's Egypt, Cam it was Cam that had us under bondage when it wasn't. So I just want us to be sure and not just be, you know what I'm saying, repeating what, society and, religion and all these other individuals that ain't seeking truth be saying. You know what I'm saying? So I think we need to get off into that and figure that one out, because at the end of the day, if we not sure, we need to be sure.
Yeah, just to bring up a thing about the what I said earlier about the Canaanites, in the Muslim writings, they say that the Canaanites and that the Nimrod did descend from Canaanite stock as well. So it's not, I'm not saying something just off the cuff, but in Muslim writings they talk about them being descended from Canaanites. So.
Well, the Bible, which is the authority on the matter.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm just saying, right. I'm not disagreeing that the Bible is the ultimate authority, but we still have to reason properly. And I realize that people will misclassify people in history all day long, but I'm just saying there is also writings that substantiate, some stuff as well. I'm not saying that we should give it 100%, but we can't discount it 100% either when it coincides with some of the narratives. That's all.
I also want to make.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: if I have if I had an authentic source, right, and then I have someone who comes along thousands, hundreds of years later, just throwing something out there, what am I supposed to go with? The authentic source or the person thousands of years later just threw something up out the air that they thought might be true?
Well, I'll tell you, brother, this is what the Father told me to do. He said, you sift everything. Okay. Those things that I can accept, I accept. Those things that I cannot validate with scriptures, I don't validate with. I set it aside until I can at one later point find additional information, to see how I should juggle it then. But up until then, I'm gonna, hold it to the side until I can totally discount it totally or not.
Hey,
Okay, can you read us the Arabic? Can you read us the Arabic source then?
I'll have to locate it. I was actually just trying to locate it.
yeah. Hey, the brother that just posted this about Nebuchadnezzar being a Chaldean, can you provide a source on that, man? I would love to see that, bro.
Yeah, because I know I was reading that Babylon in the 1400 BCE fell to the Chaldeans. That's what I knew from my studies, but I didn't know if there had been any shift over the last that's like 800
I
years
thought
to the
the
point when they
Chaldeans
took
was a branch. My bad, James. Go ahead.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
Yeah. I thought the Chaldeans was a branch of the government. You understand? Of Babylon. They were the so-called priest of Babylon. But I'm willing to examine those things, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but that wouldn't dictate a specific bloodline. You know what I mean?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right.
Who's this dude that just popped in here?
Let me see.
He gonna be on a short leash because it look like a troll account.
Yeah, let me see who this is, Joshua, because I had a brother that was talking in the back chat. I told him to come on in here, so I cut the hell out of him real quick. So let me see who this is.
It's the rhyme, bro.
Duran Tillis?
There you go.
Yo.
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
What's going on?
Huh? You asked me to come in your chat, then you just send me a text?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So I just came
so
up.
I wanted to bring you on so you and James could substantiate, because you was calling James out. You say you wanted him.
No. Whoa, slow up. I wasn't calling anybody out. He said something to myself. So then we can go ahead and lock in. Let's get that clear.
Okay, no sweat.
Hey, before y'all do that, let me get this source real quick that the guy was actually. I can't find the source that I was looking for from the Muslim writing, but I did find another source. It's in the book called The African American Religious Life and the Story of Nimrod by Anthony B. Penn. He has, back to that quote. He has the third. It says the third amongst Cush's children, there is clear classification of the Canaanite with the nation of Africa. So here we're saying that the Cushites were also considered Canaanites. So that's,
I don't know. Read that again, bro, because I didn't get
that.
Yeah, because that's two different lineages right there, bro. The Canaanite.
I get it. It's two different lineages.
Just hit me up. I ain't trying to be in on your lesson.
I get it. It's two different.
Hold on, Duran, man. Let this brother finish. Then I'm finna give you the floor. Yeah, man. So, James, you asked him what was his source, huh?
Yeah, I asked him for a source. This brother say he ain't got no time. I don't even know who this is, but he's saying that I said something.
Yeah.
Ask me for a
Go,
source. I
go,
said I
go
don't
ahead,
have one.
Deron. You can talk to the brother.
No, I don't understand what he said. He never asked me for a source or anything. We
Nah,
had
he's talking about
no.
the other brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's why I was like, I don't know what the brother's talking about. Nah,
Now
I
I'm
mean,
saying,
if the brother James want to lock in and have a dialogue, y'all call it debate. I call it dialogue. Right now, I forget what we were talking about because I had put it. I did a repost back in y'all's thing about a week ago. So I forget what we were even really dialoguing about now.
you were talking about whether or not the Messiah was from the lineage of Jacob.
Right. Yeah, we can go on that line all day.
Okay. All right. First, I'll ask you, what is his lineage? Then, if it's not from the lineage of
Come
Jacob.
on, bro. Let me say this to you. I'm no rookie. You don't have to question me about what lineage is. If you want to take the dialogue, we can do that.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm asking you, what
No, we're
is
gonna
his
do a
lineage?
live dialogue, right? Look, lineage is the word
We're
line
live
and
right
age.
now.
Hold on. Let me explain. Lineage is two words, line and age, and a line throughout an age of time. Okay, we'll make that real clear. So I'm not here to ask questions. I'm here to figure out if we're going to set a date.
The date is today.
The date ain't today.
And this is a dialogue, not a debate. You see
No,
what I'm
the
saying? It's
date
a
ain't
dialogue.
today, bro.
I
I'm in the
said
middle of
dates
something.
for
I just got
debate,
on here
not
because the brother said he wanted to set something up. The date's not today. Come on now. Let's be real.
Well, the brother's trying to understand your premise, bro. I mean, in
thank
order
you.
for him,
My premise is my statement, brother. I don't need to do anything but state my position. That's all that needs to be done.
This is why, like I say, I don't like having these debates with people because they don't even know how to debate.
Bro, do we have
They
if we
just
have if
don't.
we
They
have
just
a
don't even debate.
conversation, bro, if we have a position, then that's all we need to do is have a position. You bring your position, then myself will bring my position, and then we'll have the dialogue. Simple as that. Same rocket science.
Okay, cool. Where lineage you come from?
Man, look, Jeremiah, you figure out if the brother want to do a debate. I'm not here for questions and answers.
You said dialogue. You right here, right now. Why can't you answer that one question? I ain't asked you a bunch of questions. I asked you one.
did he
You
drop
couldn't even
off?
answer that.
He left.
I guess he
Damn.
took off running.
Hey, man, I don't be
So you wanted to
understanding.
put me on the defense. If you want to throw me on the defense, I'd have been like, oh, trying to prove my point. Nah. Tell me who he descended from him to.
What is he trying to argue?
Man, I don't know, man.
I guess Jacob said somebody else. I mean, Jesus probably a Hamite then. Who knows?
Oh, damn, that's that BJM stuff. He going into that. He going into that realm.
Nah, man,
Everybody,
I think he's trying to. I think he's trying to say that Hamashiach is not the Messiah. You understand? Yahushua is not. Jesus the Christ is not Messiah. I really don't know. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, well, we're trying to get an understanding of what exactly is that you're saying, so we can prepare. He wanna hit you with that got you scholarship, man, and that just don't work, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You have to substantiate what your stance is and what you're saying. You know what I mean?
he want to get all the way to the day of the debate, and then while James is turning that ass up, saying that's not what I'm standing on.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what he did to me. All the way leading up to our debate, he said that we were talking about Ishmael, right? Ishmael is the rightful chosen. And then when we got into the debate, he switched it and said that Esau is the rightful chosen. I'm like, brother, that's not what we talked about coming into this. You know, so I don't know what's up with these tactics. Deron, if you're listening, brother, I don't know what's going on with your tactics, bro. You got to cut it out, bro. All right. We have to understand what the premise is. If you're saying that that the Messiah didn't come from Jacob's lineage, then who's the Messiah? Muhammad? I'm trying to figure out what is your stance, bro.
And this proves what I was saying earlier. These people that be disagreeing with us and trolling don't be having nothing to say. Or don't have any substance at all. That's why he can't answer the question. He don't even know. He just disagree with your ass. And that's not enough to have an argument.
That's it. Disagree for the sake of disagree.
Disagree for the hell of it. And we don't do that on the source. We substantiate our claims as well. We don't just tear down somebody else's claim. Okay, if we're not these people, then who are we? You don't want to answer that question. You know what I'm saying? These people are trolls. That's all they are, trolls. They watch out.
Man. I mean, these debate tactics, man, is unbelievable, bro. Like, you can't go into a debate and not know what your opponent's stance is, bro. Like, that's just not proper order. You understand? So I'm just gonna just show up. You don't give me an opportunity to. You don't give me an opportunity to. My bad, James. Go ahead.
My bad. All right, let me say this real quick. He could have told me he descended from Cush. He descended from Mizraim. He could have told me, but I just wanted to know who he descended from if it wasn't from Jacob, and we could have been done with it.
Right. In order for a brother to create a presentation and a debate forum, because we're about presentation over here. Right? We're about proper dialoguing with scriptural and historical evidence. Right. So in order for me to put the presentation together, I got to know what you're dealing with so I can work towards disproving it. If I just show up to a debate and I just got to just go off the fly, that's not how we debate here at the source. So I try to get a brother an opportunity to actually speak with you. You understand? Because of the conversation we had, James. So I try to get a brother a chance. You know what I'm saying? He said he didn't want no smoke with Char though.
Why not, bro?
Hey man, he said you were an unruly Israelite.
Oh,
you understand? So he said you was the exact opposite of meek and humble.
Oh, okay.
you're being like your Israelite ancestors.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't want to. Yeah. All right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'll try to see, because I was gonna take it, man. But like I said, I much rather see you brothers in action. You know what I'm saying,
man? And what's crazy is he know how I'm gonna address him when he come down to that question, the Q&A. I ain't gonna let his ass go. I'm gonna be on his bumper, and he ain't gonna be able to run away with that little stupid shit that they be trying to do.
Yeah. So the brother the comment on the board, you told me to go read Jeremiah 2:14. It just said something about Israel being a homeborn slave. So I don't know if that was what you was referencing about Nebuchadnezzar.
No. He's responding to that troll that was in here, saying everybody is a servant. Everybody's a damn servant. Is a damn Canaanite, man.
Oh, okay.
Well, according to Jeremiah 2:14, we're a homeborn slave. That Israel's a damn Canaanite. With that same logic, that's why I said this shit don't work.
We was Canaanites in Egypt, Canaanites in Babylon, Canaanites in Assyria, Canaanites in Greece. Canaanites
that's strange, because if we was Canaanites in Egypt when we came out of Egypt and we was going into the land of Canaan, well, what was going on? Was Canaan taking Canaan? I mean,
no, we became spiritual Israel at that point.
Uh-oh. You know what I'm saying? God damn. Damn, James.
Spiritual
Right.
Now, see, James. Now you about to open this door for this spiritual Israel joint, man. Damn, James.
Oh damn, that's Vocab Malone, the Israel of God. Oh my God. When he said that dumbass shit, man, I'm like, bro, this nigga can't be that. He can't be serious.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, that shit funny.
Oh, we go to
Yo,
the
man, I gotta cut this troll real quick, man. I'll be right back, man. All right, let me tell y'all what's going on. Let me tell y'all what's going on real quick, right? So this guy says, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad created everyone. I guess he was trying to say everyone. He created everyone. A teacher now, everyone is wiser than the teacher. It's crazy. Every school of thought that came after Elijah Muhammad, I don't know what this guy's trying to say. Then he goes on to say,
He
I
must
will
be saying
prove
them
Christianity.
NOI and breakout groups need to pay
Yeah,
homage to
I
their
will
God.
prove Christianity was the order of the day, which in return will prove that. That don't make no damn sense either.
What they got to do
I'll
with Elijah
prove
Muhammad?
that the Americans only had Christianity, had Christian schools of thought before the 1930s. Let's go. Then he says, because let me drop down. He says, show me one of your schools of thought that existed in America before 1930 that was
Who is that, Rob Bourne?
That's easy.
Nah, yeah,
Is
that
that
is
Rob
super
Bourne?
easy. That's super easy. All we gotta do is go to William Crawford. Your
Right.
ass is finished.
Right.
Finished.
Dumbass. Who's saying this? Who is this?
This is a guy in the firehouse group that I was telling y'all about.
Man, you need to tell them stop hiding and go add us in that group, man.
I told him I'm about to add you brothers over.
Scared of
The sports takeover, man.
Talking about they
I told
Man, they need to go ahead and jump their ass on the live and say that shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, man.
Warrior.
They don't want that.
Hey,
So
drop the
before
link over there.
1930,
Drop the
there
link
was
over
no.
there. See if they got any testicular fortitude. Step in here.
Hold on, real quick. I think I got a slide on it about William.
Good grab. Oh, good grab. That was a hell of a grab. He just caught that over like 4 niggas. Excuse my language, family.
Oh, what you watching? Who you watching?
No, it was 3. I'm watching the Bills and the Chargers.
Let me find that slide, man.
Go Bills.
Here you go, right here. Watch. Hey, the Bills good this year, man.
Fourth quarter, Bills up by 10. So yeah, it's a wrap for the Chargers.
You ain't rooting for the Chargers, man?
Oh no, man. I'm a Niner
My
fan.
Texans finally won something yesterday and shit. I mean, it's Thursday.
Yeah, y'all did that.
Finally.
Don't get me started with the Cowboys.
Oh man, y'all almost did that.
Ain't y'all about to call me up to play quarterback next week?
Hey James, you ain't shit, man.
Say they need another. They think I might be a Tony Romo. You know what I'm saying? Just call me up for bagging groceries and shit.
They try to bring you. They try to bring you in, James, fresh off.
Hey, this just shows how good of a quarterback we had. Because without him, we trash. That says a lot.
He was making things happen for y'all, man.
Yeah.
But that's the difference from a leader and just having a QB.
Yeah, but y'all wanted Troy Aikman.
Yeah,
Y'all ain't gonna get another Troy.
I just wanted to bring back up that I was able to find J.D. Fage with William Tardoff, A History of Africa, on pages 61 to 63. In the Muslim sources from the Yoruba story, they said Nimrod was a Canaanite. So I get that we realize the scripture says he was a Cushite, but we have to realize that people got misclassified as they still do today.
Is he basing that on the Duran Kings list, or is that the right? What is it? Duran Kings list? I got it in one of my presentations, the King List, which does mention Nimrod, it mentions Moses, it mentions a lot of people, but it doesn't mention their specific genealogies. But that wasn't from the Yoruba. I think that's from the Kebi. Yeah, the Kebi's King's List.
Yeah, bring it up, brother, and I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah, I would like to see the primary on that, or any documentation of the straight Yoruba tale.
Hey, but look at this though. For that brother saying before 1930s, everything was this overly Christian, whatever he said, doesn't make no damn sense. But
Islam been here since the founding of America.
yeah, that's easy too. That's really easy.
I mean, we signed the first treaty with Morocco.
Man, that's real easy, man. He said before 1930s too. Rabbi Ford and what's the other rabbi name? Wentworth. That was before the 30s. The commandment keepers was before the 30s, so that kills them.
You shoot.
What's up?
Didn't I give you that book, that T.D. Fade's book, The African? Didn't I send you that one?
Which one?
Didn't I send you that T.D. Fade's book, History of Africa?
Maybe, man. I gotta check my messages.
Yeah, I think I did.
But on the screen, I got the Black Jews in Africa and the Americas by Tudor Parfit. Page number 73 and 74 says, following the Battle of Adwa, a number of black churches in the United States started developing the literalist notion that the Israelites of old were black Africans. One such was a church founded in Wrightsville, a small rural village south of Little Rock, Arkansas, by William Christian, who was born into slavery in Mississippi in 1856. His message was essentially that Adam, King Solomon, Job, Jeremiah, Moses' wife, the Queen of Sheba, and Jesus Christ were all black. So, I mean, you had institutions in these churches well before 1930 teaching this stuff. So I don't know what is he getting at.
Has anybody been watching the Pastor Kelly We Woke? Because they have proven that the first church in Georgia, the first Savannah, Georgia, the first black church, that the pews have Ladino Hebrew writing on them.
The Semitic writing. Yeah, I heard about that.
Right, this has been proven.
Yeah, I got that information.
That's good. That's good. So that's more ammunition.
Excuse me, Cameron. Sorry about that.
And when you say Ladino, you know who they come from. Sepharim.
Right.
Which a lot of our people, a lot of these scoffers don't want to accept. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just think about it. A bunch of Jews got deported at the end of the 15th century. And then they get deported. Then where did they go? Did they just disappear? After deportation, being created slaves? Where did they go after that?
Well, see, this is where we get the problem where people don't read history. The white class of human beings wasn't created until 1680s. So when they came here, if they was black, they wasn't even classified white yet. That wasn't even a classification yet.
Yeah, white and black is fairly new the way we use it today.
But people don't realize that. People think that these things have always existed. So they don't realize that historically these fake classes really never existed. So this is what Christian thinking does to them, because they don't read and they don't realize that all this stuff is just a fake paradigm that's been created to actually make you a slave mentally.
That's why it's called the Christian indoctrination. You know what I'm saying? Christian doctrine. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, it's all about, establishing their thought process and simply their thought process. You know what I mean? And what's crazy is when you have these outside students, these foreign students coming in, this is why they be ahead of the game. And they just sit back and they listen to a lot of the shit that we talk about and they observe. Because they history and the shit that they talk about history is completely different than what they actually see and experience when they actually get over here in this land. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, but what's crazy is they erase us from the history. So when they come over here, they don't know who the fuck we are and what we are. Oh, y'all black? Y'all black people?
Language, bro. Language. Please, language.
Come on, man.
That's a fact, man. The ancestry is right away and flushed down the toilet where all you go by is black. You can't trace that. Can't go to no specific tribe, no family, no nothing, no nation, no nothing. When you just call yourself black and they ain't got nothing attached to it, you pretty much effectively erased your ancestry, man.
Yep. Willingly.
Yep. And that's what Christianity does.
Well, I mean, I guess it don't matter to people who feel like all they descend from is slaves from West Africa.
This is something that the Father had me to. This is a phrase the Father had me to come up with. This is the B system. It's called white supremacy, Christo corpus corporatum. All that means is white supremacy. We know it. Racism. Christo is Christian. Corpus means your body, and corporatum means business. So that's the business of making the black body a slave. That's what Christianity is. That's what the whole thing is.
Listen, we can't teach that we Israelites. We can't teach that we was in the Levant. But it's fine to teach that we were these low-based humans, hunter and gatherers eating scrubs in Africa for thousands of years. We can teach that.
Until the Arab and the white man enslaved and civilized our black asses.
But the people on the west coast of Africa say our ancestors was criminals. That's what they say. So I mean, we trying to go back to west coast of Africa. I don't know how that's gonna look and how they gonna feel about that, you know, because they looked at us as criminals.
Now, it's funny, brother, that you say that. So how did this fit? Because remember, they said that the first people that were sent to America was criminals. So, and it's from Europe, the first people that they sent from Europe to Americas was called the criminals. So that's interesting that you say that.
Listen, they had trials in West Africa. I'm glad Yashar said that. I was just reading a book on it where they would try to condemn you of a practice, right? Like they had, like, you know how they had the Salem witch trials over here in America? They had something similar in Africa. So if they found out that you was being a witch or doing any incantations, they would sell you into slavery. So it was in their best interest to make you into a witch or condemn you as a witch to sell you into slavery. So that would be criminal in their eyes. Or anything that they can find as criminal, they would want you to be that criminal so they can make money, because the slave trade was so what's the word I'm looking for? It was a very lucrative business. So you could have just been minding your business. Oh, they being a witch. You know, I need some more commodities to sell and trade. So he's gonna condemn you as a witch and send you over there as a slave. That's what
they started just declaring war on whole tribes. And
oh yeah.
Hey, what's the name of that book?
I was reading it this morning. That's why I said it's crazy Yashar said that, because I was just reading it. I gotta pull it up. It might have been the Luso-African people, Luso-African Identity by Peter Mark. That may be it, but I gotta look in my books. You know what I'm saying? Another good one is the African Slave Masters. You understand? Because a lot of people don't understand that Just like they had slavery established over here with plantations and slave masters and maids and stuff like that. Same thing was going on in West Africa. Same exact thing. They had their own plantations. They had other slaves working those plantations. They had maids. And what they would do to supply those plantations, they would go on raids. It was so bad that you had to barricade everything. If you lived in West Africa during those times, you would have to barricade your dwellings because these people will run in your house at nighttime and snatch you and your children up. That's what was going on. You know, various African tribes were doing it. Some of the tribes will do it to each other. That's how bad it was. So it was various avenues for us to become slaves at that time.
Yep, they needed guns, you know, because you got tribes that now they done got guns from selling slaves to Europeans. Now other tribes need guns to compete. They just got to. So the only way to get guns is to sell slaves to the Europeans.
Yeah.
Only way to get all the wine and all the different stuff they was bringing in to establish a strong economic base. I mean, it's just what they was doing.
Yep. And these slave traders, they will be vested in your trial because you went to trial when they made you claim that you did witchcraft or any other crime, and they would sit there and wait to see the verdict so they could sell your ass as a slave, because that was the punishment. Everything they were doing over there, the punishment for it was slavery because they were making money off of it.
Waking up, slavery. Hey, you seen him? He took too deep of a breath in my presence. Slavery.
I was reading about one African slave master after slavery was abolished by the British. He kept selling slaves illegally. It's like, man, fuck that. This is how me and my family. Excuse me. He said, forget that. This is how me and my family live off of slavery. So I don't care if the British is no longer down with slavery. I'm still down with slavery, and we're gonna make this money. That was an African priest that said that.
Yeah, but we got to realize that the Africans were already all as well being threatened to become slaves. I'm reading it. It's a book. I'm reading it.
Look,
I'm reading it in the history.
All right, tell me this one thing. In that time period, let's just say 1600s, what European nation could put a force in Africa to wage war in malaria-ridden Africa that wouldn't die within a couple months?
This was the Portuguese.
The Portuguese
were Portuguese, right? So, what do you think? Why do you think they were sending people as admixtures there, as their representatives?
I got you, but I'm talking about a nation like, for instance, in Nigeria. Britain had governance, quote unquote, over Nigeria. Are you telling me they could put a Britain army in Nigeria to go to war with, or did they have to come to terms with indigenous Nigerians and work with them? I mean, I think it requires you to come to terms, a treaty with an indigenous group to get a good foothold there in order to do these activities.
But let me explain to you. The book is saying that they were threatening to make the other indigenous people slaves if they didn't go out and catch slaves for them. So they were threatening to enslave them, or they go out and steal slaves of other people. That's all I'm saying.
The Europeans were threatening Africans.
Right.
And if the Africans didn't go get slaves, they would enslave them.
That's correct.
I'm saying, how would they be able to get a foothold there like that? Because malaria would wipe
they
them
already
out
had
in no
they
time.
already had trading posts there. They already had forts there. They had forts in San Tome. They had forts in Lacandos. In the Congo.
Yeah, they also always talked about it being a dark continent, a place you couldn't go because of disease. People died. See, people who came from Europe and went to Africa, they died there.
Right. But they did find a way to beat malaria. So malaria didn't,
Yeah,
you
through
know, they did.
admixture.
No, not only through admixture. They actually found.
What miracle cure did they have to defeat malaria? I don't know if the brother went out.
Yeah, he did.
I was about to say they had a miracle cure in 1600s for malaria. With white folks, man, they would have populated
My mic
Africa
went
by now.
Okay. No.
Now I'm saying, what miracle cure for malaria did they have in the 1600s?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to, like I said, I'm trying to find that book again real quick.
Because I just wanted, because the thing that kept them from populating West Africa like they did South Africa was malaria. They couldn't handle disease.
Man, by and large, a lot of these Africans that was getting captured by slave raids.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the University of Houston did a paper on that. Majority of the slaves captured were slave raids, and those slave raids was conducted by other African tribes. You know what I'm saying? The white man didn't come down there with like a large cavalry gathering slaves. It was other African tribes that was conducting this for business, or if they had beef.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. The Fulani helped the Europeans.
Joe did. The Hausa did. The what's their name? Start with it. The Homie. The Homie did. The Arrow Confederacy did. And this just in the Nigeria area.
Yeah. Even if you sold, let's say if you was one of the Africans that sold slaves, you get knocked upside your head too, going up the other ways. Next thing you know, you on a ship. That's how volatile and vicious this trade was. You know, we really got a childish view of slavery or how it was conducted. You know, we think the white man was like the boogeyman. He went to Africa and you know,
intimidated everybody
and caught them, you know, and then stuffed them on ships. That's not how it happened.
No, they caught him. They caught him, and then they programmed them to go back and catch their own people. That's how they did it, brother. Because you know the white man God.
The thing is, before the white man even, you know, before 1492, when they regained power, the slave trade was already going on.
Mm-hmm. In West Africa, yeah.
Yeah.
Shoot, before Islam came down there, the slave trade was already going on in West Africa. I mean, you are prisoners of war was always traded and treated as slaves.
Yeah. It just with the advent of Europeans, they industrialized it so much, commercialized it so much. That's what we credit them for, the level that they took it. You know what I'm saying? It started with 200 slaves, and then that became 1,000 more. Oh, we need more. We need a bigger labor force.
Like, white people are good at watering down and systematizing shit.
Yep.
They're great at it. Look at what they've done to rap.
So they created this big demand for it, and the numbers started racking up then, where, you know, they taking them all over the world, not just the Americas, and selling slaves.
As far as Indonesia, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's right. It was big business. Now, how you've been on point all day. What do you mean not chattel slavery? It wasn't chattel slavery back then? You didn't own them?
Oh, I think chattel, you mean to the extent that they treat them more like cattle than human, like take away their culture, their language, so on and so forth. Most slavery allowed you to still have your little culture and your language and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree there. That's one of the unique things. I can't even say unique because the Romans and Greeks kind of did that. They really were big on, but they were more of like, I'm gonna Hellenize you.
Exactly, and that's pretty much to like a synchronism with their Hellenistic practices. That's not eliminating the
True,
language and culture.
true.
Like for instance, Greek just became the language of trade or the language of bureaucracy or diplomacy in your land. You still had your native language though that you used amongst your own people.
Right.
We were robbed of that here.
Yeah, I agree. The treatment was pretty terrible by white people or white Europeans. So I can't argue on that one.
Well, I mean, they didn't castrate us like the
The Arabs.
Arabs did. Oh, I don't want you to. What? Wait, y'all pulled this. Nah, my daughter seen that. Cut it off. Cut it off. Much bigger than what we packing. Cut it off. No, sir. I lose all my women.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Like I understand it's interesting, but uh this mode of slavery has been around for a while, and these Africans been. Listen, they didn't need to be taught anything on how to trade slaves. They were already accustomed to doing so.
It was going on everywhere in the world. Come on, people. Let's stop.
Yeah,
Let's stop acting like that. It wasn't just part of regular human nature. Slavery was happening everywhere on the planet.
yeah, man. But that goes back to people thinking that West Africa was inundated with these people that were living in bushes and uncivilized. They wasn't doing anything until the white man came there. And then that's when they started to learn trade and learn about slavery. And they was given a manual that what I'm saying. They
Learn
had
how
no
to count.
learn how to count,
read and write.
They had their own culture. They didn't understand anything. That's what many of our people think like that, bro. They think like that.
Well, I want to introduce a new word instead of us saying slave, because when we keep using that word, it doesn't really grip the mind the proper way that we want it, especially if we're trying to get reparations. I think we ought to, everywhere where we see that word slave, we ought to interject the word thief or theft, because that's what happened. You stole a people. So when you steal something from somebody, I'm expecting to get repaid back for it, especially when I've been caught. If I'm a slave,
but they not technically the thieves. They bought slaves. The Africans who called us are the thieves.
Well, if you're caught with something that's stolen, you usually still have to pay the price for it. If you caught with the merchandise, if you caught with the merchandise, you usually have to pay for it too. So
But there does have to be some knowledge of the theft, right? You can't. No one gets arrested for buying a TV they didn't know was stolen.
Yeah, they do, brother. They get arrested for buying they have to either pay restitution, or I've heard of cases where people actually get arrested themselves because they had stolen property.
Well, we had a stolen bike because we bought it from the pawn shop, right? All the police did was come and take the bike back.
Well, that's different. In that case, you bought it from a pawn shop. Now, if you'd have bought that same bike from somebody on the street who wasn't licensed because it was in your possession,
where you got it from, and if you would have been like, well, I bought it from an individual, I mean, most likely all they're going to do is confiscate it.
Not if they can't verify that you actually bought it from that individual. If you just bought it from some nebulous person on the block,
you can't lock somebody up because
it has happened, brother. It happened.
It happened, brother. From the individual, you have to have evidence that they stole it, or that they had knowledge of the theft. Because that's the
brother. Brother, possession is 9/10 of the law. If that stolen item is in your possession, they're going to assume you stole it. Okay.
Uh, okay, well, they didn't assume that bike was stolen.
That's because you bought it from a pawn shop, a reputable person who deals in merchandise, who they can therefore verify by, because whoever sold it to them initially had to give their name, their in some cases they give fingerprints and all that. So there's a
I
trail
guess it
that they can
depends
track.
on the value as well.
Yeah.
Something of a lesser value like that would be something that could be sold like that, because you got people buying stuff online all the time. That's probably why they're more likely to write it off as, oh yeah, he probably did buy it from somebody. But if it was like a car or some shit or something of a high value, $5,000-$6,000, I would see that there's no way in hell they just gonna take it like that.
And then we got to realize that these people knew that they was buying stolen people. Okay, it wasn't, hey, you know that you got them chained up. They didn't, they didn't go on their own volition.
Yeah, but
So
we can't. The thing about taking it to a court is we can't sue a people, right? Like you can't, like, because you'd be suing people who are technically dead. What you have to do is you have to sue a living entity, which is the
corporations.
government. You would have to sue the government because the government is a living entity and it facilitated these transactions and allowed them.
Of course, it's a
That,
corporation.
that would be what we'd have to do. Yeah, we'd have to sue the America. I mean, I think because in order to prove, well, I don't know. I mean, because they having so much pushback in courts now based just on trying to, hold companies accountable for what they did, because the companies can afford to spend the millions and millions and millions of dollars to keep it tied up in court rather than spending the billions of dollars that it would take to pay restitution. So I think going after the government would be the best point, because the government ain't gonna be able to keep tying it up in court in a civil case.
Well, that's not exactly 100% true, because we already have cases where corporations have been paying currently reparations. We have that. We have
Well,
a
my
case.
case.
We have a case in I think in Georgia. Might not be Georgia, but where they have actually paid a college has paid descendants reparations. You got, like I said, we
Yeah,
go
but the
back all the
college
way.
decided to do that, right? They voted to do that or something like that.
Yeah,
It wasn't
the
forced by the
college,
government.
the college voted to do that, to pay
Yeah,
the reparations to the blacks
but I'm
who were
talking about
owned.
a government
Well, that's
or
that's part.
court order for restitution for not just people independently volunteering, because a lot of these big name places like Bank of America, um, Saks, different institutions like that, they not for the volunteer and pay a penny.
Oh yeah, they will. Because
And
do
why
you know?
haven't
Well, it's working its way through the court systems, or through, not really court systems, because they can't.
they? Yeah, I'm about to say the courts never ordered anybody to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have the Japanese who have been paid restitutions
I'm
for
talking about for
reparations.
black people. I ain't talking about the
Oh,
Japanese.
well, you gotta have a precedent. That's a precedent. So
Well,
you
shoot,
gotta have
Native
a precedent.
Americans get reparations. Goddamn right.
Correct. Correct. Jews get reparations.
Thank you. Everybody get it but us. So I mean,
Right.
I don't. I mean, we noticed the president. We talking about why we ain't being treated the
Well,
same as everybody else.
yeah, because we the people. That's why.
Hey,
We
hey,
the
hey, hey, but our
people.
fight is our fight. Look, when Moses went before Pharaoh, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't sitting there saying, "Oh well, we just went through it because we the people." No, no, no. He said, "Let my people go." You know what I'm saying? And we taking everything you owe us with us when we leave. That's where I'm at. Let us go. Just pay us what you owe.
Hey man, y'all know I have a particular argument on reparations. I don't think it's gonna happen, man. I'm sorry.
I'm with you,
I
but
don't
that
think
don't
it's
mean you don't
feasible.
ask for it.
It's like for the most part, they're gonna do a case study on us. See, you brought the Japanese, the Jewish. What was the other group the brother brought? Said
Native Americans.
and Native Americans. The only one you probably have argument is Native Americans because a lot of them are drunks and they kill themselves. But they did have a booming casino culture, which created a lot of influx of money and tax dollars. So, for the simple fact they do a case study on us, they probably not looking at us as if we're going to do anything with this large amount.
That's irrelevant.
I'm just saying, man. If you do, they do case studies.
Look, they gave the Aborigines reparations. I don't think they thought they was gonna do anything with the money. I'm telling them Australian Aborigines still living, you know what I'm saying, like they lived thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
They gave them money, so I'm not hearing that, bro.
That's probably why they did give them money.
Yeah, because they look, they gonna spend it right back. Give it right back to us. That same thing they think with us, so I'm not buying it. Worst come to worst, y'all. They get their money right back. So nah, I'm not taking it.
Nah, I don't, man. I don't know, man.
So you think people gonna just sit on that check? They not finna go hit the club. They not finna go get fly, buy new cars, maybe buy a house. I'm hoping they buy a house. You know what I'm saying? Get them new cars, get a new wardrobe, and then go out and stunt for about a year, and then everybody broke again.
I think okay, if you give the projects millions and millions of dollars and they don't have no financial literacy, they don't understand investment, they don't even understand they can buy a house. You know what I'm saying? What are the implications on that? How destructive that could be?
They gonna blow it. That's the implication. They gonna blow it. That's what our people have proven year in and year out. $1 trillion worth of spending power, and they still broke.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think that's just one aspect why I don't think it's gonna happen. And then the other aspect is they don't want to tilt the national debt for a bunch of niggas.
Yeah, but it might be the best way out. I mean, the most likely thing to happen, like I always say, is that we get some type of tax credit where we don't have to pay taxes for a while. And I think that would actually help with the national debt. Because we would be able to, I mean, the people also actually making money out there producing, who's getting the tax cuts, would have more money to invest into businesses, which would then pay taxes or way more taxes than they were paying just being workers.
That model I agree with. But just monetary cash, just giving it to people, these people that are not financially literate, that's probably not going to create anything that's going to generate wealth or GDP. Because when you look at the Japanese, like they're pretty much settled in the technical sector.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why, as much as we hate these damn liberals, that's why the East Indians can say, "Well, I can go over there because I can run the technical sector. I can do the jobs and bring that infrastructure to America." Mm-hmm. It's when we look at our people, they see they're not looking at it as we giving them
the entertainment industry.
The entertainment,
right? It's true. Hey, you gotta start where you start at. We might as well just take over sports and the entertainment and stuff, and it be owned by us and ran by us. I mean, if we take our athletes out of it, it'll be pretty dull. Imagine all the black people leave basketball and football. It'd be pretty dull.
Yeah. Man, I can't even
back to layups. They be looking like the WNBA out there with about 5 people dunking.
Yeah. I'm like, who would be the star player of that? JJ Barea?
Right Luka Doncic. He'd be the best player in the NBA right now.
Yeah, there was a case study already done. There's actually an economist, Dana M. Peterson. She's done a case study, and she's already cited that there's been like since 1980, I believe, there's about $16 trillion lost out of the economy due to racism. Okay, so they don't mind
That's
losing.
almost the national debt.
Thank you. See, so it's almost it's if they would give us the money or whatever the case, it's you look at that type of money, so it's a win-win proposition. Okay, if you deal with racism, getting racism out of the economy, so and it.
We are a huge segment of the population that is unfortunately unproductive as producers for the country. So it's in everybody's best interest that we elevate from feeders or bottom feeders, unfortunately, being at the bottom of almost every demographic, to being producers to the middle or top of every demographic. And if we do that, it'll be a win-win for everybody. So it's in their best interest to incentivize it. And I think that's why the Republican Party had took the huge step of pushing for it, because they all about their bottom line. They really don't care about nothing but the bottom line.
Yeah, but I still don't see it happening though. I don't see, legislators getting together and putting some kind of package or some plan together. I know they got HR 40 and signing off on it. I don't see it, man. I don't see it. And also, brother, you said they spent $16 trillion on racism. Like, you gotta have to quantify that, break that down.
No, he's saying it's cost them because of racist practices, like keeping us out of the industry and producing and making money. It's costing them that much in revenues they could have had.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That
Because if
makes
we
sense.
was producing, making money instead of being on welfare in Section 8, we're putting money into the system, you know what I'm saying, instead of only taking money out. You see what I mean?
Right. Okay, yeah, that's right. But again, I think us coming together as a collective and filing a lawsuit against the party that did all those damages.
Hey, I'm with you on that shit.
That'll make more sense. And we'll have a more logical argument. Listen, these people kept us out of these sectors, kept us out of the kept us out of
Let's start with at the beginning. Since slavery, we ain't gonna even deal with slavery. We're gonna sit that on the side for a moment.
Right.
Only since slavery. They got us out of our 40 acres and a mule.
Facts.
That was the beginning of our downfall right there. We did not get our 40 acres and a mule. That made it very hard for us to compete economically.
Yep.
So we just gonna start there. You can go ahead and pull yours out, but I just wanted to hit that one.
No, I mean that's an excellent start. But after that, they had black codes and Jim Crow, which made sure that we couldn't own businesses. You know what I'm saying? And have any kind of economic growth. Couldn't own businesses and own land.
For the subsidized housing to go to white folks, where they was getting these houses worth like $10,000 that today worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But we was kept out of being able to get houses like that. I think that was in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Facts. That was all. So really, all of our woes, our economic woes, can be tied to the Democratic Party, which is insane. Why we support the Democratic Party? We keep talking about reparations, all the things we crying about not having. It's because of the Democratic Party and the Dixiecrats. They were the ones that were doing the violence towards us, spitting on us, sicking their dogs on us. These were all Democratic people. These are the ones that made sure they redlined us and made sure that we didn't have the resources.
The only problem I got with that particular paradigm of thought is you act like it's no Republican racist and
Didn't
white
say that.
supremacy coming from the Republican party.
No, we're saying which party has implemented policies that directly held our people back. Now, if you can start speaking on some of the policies for the Republican, I'll completely own up to that. I'm not an advocate. I'm an advocate for being not for either party, and each party has to earn my vote.
Right.
That's my stance.
Well,
So whether you, but I'm saying when I look at the history since slavery, it is predominantly 95% of the time, maybe even 97% of the time, these.
I think he just lost him.
Yeah, James, you fell out.
Yeah.
I was
I've been
saying that up to like 90% of the time, these horrible policies come from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but we gotta realize the way this government works is that it's a duocracy here, and you can't do anything without both parties. Period. You can't get laws passed or anything. I think when we start trying to go Democrat Republican, we lose the focus. Is that it's white supremacy is the problem, and neither party is going to get rid of white supremacy. Period. Okay, if they can
like
help it.
white supremacy is something that cannot be eradicated because no one can go into someone's mind and force them to think any differently. All we can do is ensure that policies are not put on the books to hold a certain people back. Us not getting 40 acres and a mule was purely Democratic opposition. All right,
That's white supremacy.
Okay, cool. We can call it white supremacy, but it was coming from the Democratic Party.
Because remember, it was initially passed that we would get it. But
yes, the Republicans pushed forward, said we would get it after slavery. The Democrats came to power and said, no, they're not going to get it. That's the Democrats' decision. The Republican says, yes, they would get it. We have to go back to the origin. Let's just deal with the origin of the Republican Party. Why did the Republican Party come into existence?
They're an abolitionist group.
I'm asking this brother here because
my bad.
I don't recall that right now, brother.
Well, because they wasn't trying to let black people vote or be in politics whatsoever, so they created the Republican Party. That was the first senators, House of Representatives, all that were black were Republican. That was the whole point in creating it. What happened was when LBJ came along. And like he said, he had these niggas voting Democrat for 200 years, came and offered them to be part of the greater society and all that. He hooked black people in. Black people stopped voting Republican. Republicans couldn't do nothing to get their vote back, so they stopped standing up or offering anything to us.
But what?
Which makes sense.
But
it makes sense from a party standpoint. If they're not giving me the votes for the stuff I do it.
But you're missing the point where the Dixiecrats went into the Republican Party, and that's what we're dealing with right now, where all the Dixiecrats are now Republicans. That was in the 60s. That was in the 60s.
Well, okay, you're talking about the Southern strategy, which involved two Democrats who became Republicans, not because of anything outside of the fact that Republicans were pushing industrialization, and they ran after the money. It was not a great party change. Right. It was two people.
Right.
So,
but see, that's why
it didn't become racist at all. Well, I mean, you can argue because I'm not of a stance that I care whether the people in particular are racist. I only give a shit about their policies because their racism only affects me if it comes out in their policies.
Right.
So I'm pointing to policies, not people. So let's just
and we need to align ourselves with people that have our best interests within those policies. That's the problem we keep making. We're making a mistake. Oh, both sides are the same. No, they're not. They're not.
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask you this question real quick, Dorfael. If one party is advocating for the abolition of abortion, and the other side is pushing abortion, which side should we side with?
You asking me that?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Well, well personally, I'm for whatever person want to choose. I don't agree with abortion, but it's a person's own personal choice what they choose.
We're talking about substantiating the morality of the greater society, which directly affects you and your family, and you have a vote in that. So I'm asking you to raise up your hand and vote for a side. If you're against it, I think that your vote should align with your beliefs. So you should raise your hand up to be against it. If you're for it, again, your vote should align with your beliefs, and you should raise your hand up for it. Are you for it or against it?
Well, I'm against it, but that don't mean I gotta be a Republican to be against it. I
No,
can
that's
still
fine.
be
That's
a
fine. That's
Democrat
fine. That's fine. Look, I'm
and
not
be
asking
against
you to
it.
be a Republican for that mere fact. Okay. One party advocates for us to be able to choose to put our kids in whatever school we want to, regardless of our zip code. They won't be stuck in these continuously failing schools, and that we should have school choice. And another party is against us making the decision which schools we should put our children in. Which side do you agree with?
I agree with choice to be able
Okay.
to put your child in whatever school you want to put them in.
Cool. That makes sense. Okay. One side is offering $450 billion worth of investment into the African American community. The other side that says they're not going to do anything special for Black people. Which side should you side with?
I would side with the one that's going to do something for the Black community.
450 billion. Gotcha. Okay. One side is advocating the greater society promote and be happy and indulge with homosexuality and all types of, I'll just call it LGBTQ acts.
Oh goodness.
One side says, well, this shouldn't be talked about on the public stage and should be kept in the privacy of your own homes. That's your own damn business. Which side do you side with? The side that says promote it, make it great, or man, that's your own business. None of mine.
Well, brother, that's a deep one, because you know what? I see all these closet homosexual Republicans and fake televangelists that end up being homosexual on the down low. So that's a deep one, because just because you say something don't mean you practicing it. Okay,
That's true, but that's why it's nobody's business, right? That's why it's nobody's business what
Yeah.
you're doing. Like what you doing in your bedroom, like it's nobody's business if you ain't out there promoting it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why, like even like in the Bible, if you see a man laying with another man, you put him to death. But if you don't see it, you can't just pick him up and stone him. If you have no evidence of it, you just can't go out and stone him because he acted a little effeminate.
Right.
I want to add context to what you're saying, James. These liberals are trying to make it where if they're transgender and if it's a boy pretending to be a woman and you address that thing as a man, they can get you arrested on an act of violence. They're saying that's an act of violence by using the wrong pronouns with them.
Well, Yeshua, the only problem I got with you saying liberal is you're trying to make it seem like Republicans aren't having the same issues on their side, and they also agree that they don't believe in that these children should be who are gay, homosexual, that they shouldn't be treated unequal either. So, like I said, when you start trying to,
brother, why should a child be worried about sexuality at all?
oh man, why should a child be worried about sexuality at all? They should be worried about sexual. Well, they're getting
So the
indoctrinated.
7-year-old should be worried about being straight or gay? 7-year-old.
Who's that?
This James Cassell. I was asking, is a 7-year-old supposed to be worried about being straight or gay?
So the 7-year-old worry about
I
being
don't know.
straight or gay?
Yeah, I don't know many 7-year-olds that's worried about sexual activities.
Well, that comes down to you're asking a deep question, because, like I said, a lot of it is coming from the home, and for one, I wouldn't allow my child to, you're getting indoctrinated by a lot of television and a lot of outside influences. See, so if I had a child, I'm over 50, so I don't see. I wouldn't have my child in types of environments like that where they would get
That's
indoctrinated.
kind of unavoidable for your child to be, influenced by the greater society that's brought up in. His views are gonna be from the perspective of that greater society. That's why it's
Right.
our responsibility to ensure that that greater society is not promoting things that we don't think is good for our children. You see what I'm saying? Because
Right.
if we step back and be like, okay, well, I don't care. It's personal choice whether they commit abortion. I just don't want my kids to do it. But your daughter grow up and she's seeing it on TV is okay. All her friends telling her it's okay. The school telling her it's okay. Everybody screaming it's okay. Then she gonna be more likely to go ahead and get that abortion regardless of what daddy says. Because everybody else is telling her it's okay. So it's our job to raise our hands up and be against anything that promotes things like that. And it just so happens that it's the Republican Party that, from everything I listed off earlier, you said we should stop, we should do that. The Republican Party is pushing that. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, at this moment, I'm an advocate for the Republican Party. It never changes. And the Democrats and the Republicans flip-flop. I'll be pushing up for Democrats, regardless of the history they had in the past. But right now, the Democrats are still keeping the same racist policies going that have held us back for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I think it's just a logical deducement here. We're saying which one's better for us. And I know you peeped in and seen all those series of videos where we were discovering this topic in Lent. And I mean, we keep running into this roadblock that one side is pretty much negative and bad for us, and the other side we can ally with and get things done with. That's all we're saying. I don't know why that's some kind of cardinal sin to some people. Our ancestors always allied with people, allied themselves with other people and other people groups. The Maccabees were allied with the Romans, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, but I just don't see any policies come, because, like I said, everything I see coming out of the Republican Party is on a racist stance. Racism. So
how is $450 billion of investment in the African American community racist? Explain that one.
Well, actually, a lot of that stuff that was, if you're talking about the that little platinum plan thing, Michael, what's his name? Michael.
Please don't say that.
Oh no, it's Michael. The guy he's on Rolling sometimes. Michael.
Dice.
Oh God, what is his name?
The
Not
same
Dice.
guy with glasses, kind of straight hair up.
Yeah, he wear glasses. Michael. Give me a second.
Yeah, bright skinned guy look like he might be mixed like that and wear glasses. That's Mike Dyson.
No, Michael Imhotep. Michael Imhotep. He actually goes through the plan. Yeah, Michael Imhotep. He actually goes through the plan, and he actually says that all that stuff that he's talking about, they just talking, but they ain't really saying where that money is really going and where it's coming from. And he actually goes a lot through what Biden and Kamala was talking about. They're putting money up, so they ain't just talking about possible monies or it's going into, it's funneling back
Kamala and Biden came out and said that. Wait a minute. Kamala and Biden came out and said, we can play you the clips. They're doing nothing special at all.
That's a fact.
Don't look forward to. They will not do it. That's what they said. So no matter what that person read, they couldn't read Biden's plan and seen it because because the plan that he had for black people looked like he copied and pasted and changed African American from Native American when you go to the Native Americans, and from Mexican Americans when you go to Mexican Americans. He didn't have a plan that specifically pushing to us, but they did have one for Indians as far as getting them visas, getting their visas expedited to help them become citizens. But let's not talk about things they might done. And Jashub, if you want to hop in and take over at this point, cool. But let's talk about things that he already did, like in his first administration. How is prison reform racist? When, what was it, 90-something percent, 97% of the food got out with African American for nothing?
Peace and love to the family. How y'all doing?
Peace and love to you.
Hey, this brother Ngozi, man, I'm on my way inside of work, man. I missed half of the show. I just wanted to ask y'all a few questions. I mean, well, somebody asked me to come on here.
Who asked you to come on here?
One of the brothers, my good brother, KL. You guys were talking about Haplogroup E. I don't know if you guys wanted to, continue. You guys probably finished with that already, but
yeah, that was 3 hours. That was 3 hours ago, man.
Oh, okay, that was a minute ago. Okay,
but what about it? We got him on here, right? We got Ngozi on here. That's who they like to go to. So what about what did he tell you? Because all we saying is that pretty much
he didn't say nothing bad.
E1. Okay, well we pretty much saying EP2 originated in the Near East according to the latest studies that we read. And that all people carry either E1B1A or E1B1B descend from these people, and they were part of that spread farming all over the Near East and the world.
Okay, EP2 or E1B1 in the latest record developed in East Africa. That's almost 42,000 years ago, and they did find it with the Natufians. And I think it was like you had three strata, you had three paternal markers over there with the Natufians, who partially do come from North Africa, from something called who come from the Mashabeans, who mix with the Cambrian groups, and later they call them Natufians. And they just didn't have they just didn't have EP2. They also had a branch of E1B1B, which is a form of EZ827. Which also developed in North Africa. And they also had another branch. They had CTM168, which also developed in East Africa before migrating out of Africa, giving birth to D, E, and E independently. Now, the thing about Haplogroup E, the earliest stratum of E, which is EM96, that possibly developed 70,000 years ago, there's a lot of backwards and forth on where did it start. Did it develop somewhere near Arabian Peninsula, or did it develop in the Horn of Africa? But here's the thing, though. When
let me say one thing real quick. That's what I meant to say. What you're talking about right now. That's what I meant. Now, that's all I wanted to say. That's what I was talking about. E, it comes right off of DE. When DE hits that E, the one you're talking about right now. That's what I meant to say. The new studies saying that began today.
Well, here's the thing. If EM96 did develop in the East, and it is YAP positive like DE, we know that the other branch of D still exists in the Adamese people in India. So we know what the original D looked like. And they will be labeled as basal Eurasians, and they will still be black people.
We already understand that.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. There's still a high based off all the SNPs and all the set and strains. When you look at when you study like how the E mark is too many downstream mutations in Africa for it to possibly even develop in the Middle East. Now, we do know for a fact it went into the Middle East. We know that coming out of North Africa. So when you look at EZ827 or either the Egyptian main marker EM78, which is a branch of EV12, which comes from EV65, the predecessor of E1B1B is EM215, which branched from EM35. Follow the timeline. We both come from EP2. That's down there 47,000 years ago when EP2 arrived.
Yeah, but hold on. You stand a lot. Stop.
I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished though.
Cover what you just said. You run off your mouth. You gish galloping right now.
I'm this kid. Y'all don't even. Well, I don't know about bro. You don't even know what the hell going on. Y'all want to be from the Middle East. Matter of fact, by the time
brother is gish galloping.
We don't want to make this an emotional argument right now. Let's just make the point.
Yes, but I'm trying to address this 47,000 year ago statement, and you just keep running off at the mouth. You scoffing. We're gonna let you talk, man, but we're gonna address each point. Is 47,000 years ago an emphatic and empirical date? That's what I want you to answer first, since you're trying to hold us to that date. Now, I'm going to open your mic up. Answer the question, brother.
What was your question? What was your question?
The YAP positive for Haplogroup E. Is that what you're saying? What are you saying arose 47,000 years ago?
Haplogroup E is 70,000 years old, bro. It branches off DE. Hold on, let me finish. Can I finish? I want everybody to get a clear understanding. When a yes associate,
that's not your show, brother.
Okay, my fault. Okay. Go ahead, bro. Okay, go ahead. I'm good.
All I'm trying to
we read articles on that earlier. That's what I want to clarify. We already read articles on that.
Yes, we know all this already. I'm saying you're trying to pigeonhole us to these conflated dates. So are you saying those dates are right and exact?
The dates that we have is definitely right and exact over somebody trying to say it come out of the Middle East. Most geneticists from Spencer Wells to most geneticists believe that it comes out of East Africa or Northeast Africa and it leaked into the Middle East. The only people that's saying it is people that want to believe in the Middle Eastern narrative. Look, I'm a whole Muslim. I'm not going to sit up here and say because I'm a Muslim and I believe in the Abrahamic faith that marker developed over there, even though I know it was there. And what I'm trying to also say is, can I finish what I'm trying to say, beloved? What I'm also trying to say is that's 70,000 years ago, Israel didn't exist yet. When the Bronze Age come in and the J started to dominate, there was a bottleneck on haplogroup E3b in the Middle East. That's still not E3a. That was a bottleneck. Hebrews didn't even exist at that time. So what I'm saying is by the time you get to the Hebrews are already looking like Puerto Rican people. The SLC 2485 mutation already kicked in.
Hebrews right now.
Let me
we're
just
not talking Hebrews right now. We wait still back here at the East. I'm just saying, coming here with arguments we're not making. Like, we don't want to talk about this.
I'm just talking about but we got to follow chronology, brother.
We are following chronology, brother. What you're trying to do is superimpose these things into our argument. No one's saying Israel, brother. No one's saying Israel existed 70,000 years ago. You would never hear us say that.
So
all
what's
we're
the
saying
point?
is that clay, all we're saying, if you would listen, all we're saying is that clay brought forth the clay that produced the Israelites. That's our argument. So if you're saying that, hold on, you're saying it as if that's a gotcha moment. No, it's not. No one's teaching Israel existed 70,000 years ago.
But can I ask you a question, King? Just like you asked me a question.
This is our show, but go right ahead.
How did that clay give birth to Israelites and you're not even that clade of E? You're EM2. The clay that you find over there in Israel is E3b, and that's the second lowest out the J. What do you? How that clay didn't give birth to you?
What study are you quoting? What study are you quoting? What study are you quoting that says that okay? I know you've seen the Harvard study that comes out and said DNA akin to the Yoruba is found in the pre-exilic Israelites. There's a Harvard study we just read at the beginning of the show that went over and talked about that. So for you to get on here right now and act like, oh, there's no genetic link, there's nothing, well, the Harvard study says there is, and it's more into the Yoruba, and even in the study it says that 78% of African Americans share this. In the study from Harvard, so like we making this stuff up. Y'all got the ad just trying to make it seem like we making stuff up that's strictly out of the academic literature. Like I just sent Jashuba text if he has a chance on the little study that comes out and shows where they talk about that this haplogroup grows in the Near East and that it's consistent with not only the genetic findings but the archaeological data. That's what the study says. It's not like we making this stuff up.
This is what happens. Brothers get upset and they want to make the straw man. He just came in here and made a straw man to knock it down. That's all you did. We already went through the scientific articles. Kyle knows us. We go through the scientific articles and show that our subclade was in the Levant during the Israelite period. Like I said, we discussed this in full length 3 hours ago. We went over African gene flow, and we showed that the microsatellites were dated back to the known Israelite period, which is Iron 2A period. That's before the 8th century BCE. You can't get around that. So you come in here and try to knock down all your straw mans that you want, but we're going to correct you.
Now hold on. I still want him to answer your question. You said something about the 70,000 years. He hadn't answered that part of the question. That's what I want to hear the answer.
If he's going to be genuine, he's going to understand that's not an emphatic number.
Yeah, but I just want to hear what I want to hear what he has to say. Let the brother speak. Please let him. I want to be able to hear what he's going to say.
He can speak, but you're not going to gish gallop.
Right.
And you're not going to make straw mans and mischaracterize our arguments. It's not going to happen.
I just want to hear what he's going to say. That's all.
I got you. This is not Dagger Swan. You're not going to gish gallop, and you're not going to mischaracterize our arguments.
Right. We can correct them after the fact, but let's hear what he has to say after he says it. Then you correct him.
And then like slow down. You like rushing through all your syllables. Speak in a normal pace.
You're going too fast too. Slow down.
Are you nervous? Are you nervous?
Question. Let us hear what you got to say so we can, get a clear understanding.
Drink you some water, man. Get you a shot of liquor or something. Calm down. This brother is. I don't know how fast this brother's speaking. I seen him debate against Zion Lex. He did the same thing. Now I'm gonna open your mic, brother.
Answer the question.
Yeah, I want to know if that's emphatic. What methodology you're using to get these dates, and start from there. And then we're gonna go into your article, James. Just let me know what portion do you want the abstract or discussion. What portion of the article you want?
Hey, James, we got a lot of noise in your background too. I can't hardly hear you.
No, he's probably driving right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm driving. I had to go pick up.
Hey, shout out to Ahaya, man. I told you he's a 6 man. He said it's called machine gun speech. Brother came here and told us what we teach. Bro, slow your roll, man. Get off the gas for you crash. But I mean, if y'all tuned in early, you could have seen that we clearly went over the African gene flow and putting our sub-Saharan African DNA in those lands, in those areas during that time where we had material culture. We brought up Ramesses III having a paternal line going back to that region. So it's like, what are we discussing here? You knocking down straw mans. You think you're on Dagaswad right now. You're not. This is the source. So open your mic, brother, and speak your piece. We're gonna let you talk, but all that trying to run over and gish gallop.
Hey, bro, look. Hey, bro.
Answer the question.
Hold on, bro. Bro, you're not even, bro. All this little Hebrew jump on work, bro. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about reading. I'm on my way to work. I'm gonna catch you niggas and I'm gonna slaughter y'all dumb asses. All you.
All right, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I just want to answer the question. He had to go over there.
He's upset because he can't run over here with his he can't come on here with his bullshit, and we're not allowing him to mischaracterize our arguments.
Right.
We're a grown man here. We can make our own arguments.
Well, the brother has knowledge. I just wanted to hear what type of argument he was trying to make. I wanted him to answer the question so that we could, hear what he was putting out. Because it's not like he don't know what he's talking about. He has some knowledge. So I just wanted to hear what he was trying to get to.
We know who the brother is. There's no secret who he is. This is the same shit they've been doing for the last 10 years. What they do is, like what he just did, gish gallop, throw a whole bunch of points, don't want to address anything, and then mischaracterize our argument. No one said Israel existed 70,000 years ago.
Right.
And all I wanted him to do, and that's why he went on a rampage, is to justify the 70,000 years.
Yeah, that's the answer I wanted to hear. That's all I wanted to hear, what he was going to say today.
They make these dates off of mutation rates and assumed mutation rates. Not known, assumed mutation rates. And that's how they come up with these long, stretched out timelines. So he don't know nothing about chronology. He doesn't. And there's different models and methods of how they
Hey,
get
but if
those
you get a
numbers.
chance while I'm
Say it again, brother. Say it
I
again,
was gonna
James.
say, if you get a chance while I'm driving, could you read that that all you gotta do is read the abstract off of it, because the abstract gives a beginning on what they going into the study for, then it gives you their results and then their conclusions they draw all in the abstract.
Look, I'm gonna say this again. If Ngozi want to come on here, he gonna come on here respectful. He not gonna come on here and gallop nobody. He ain't gonna sit here and characterize and tell us what we arguing. We can articulate ourselves very well on you. You understand?
And answer the question.
Show. You answer our questions. You don't come in here. I got questions for you. This is our show. You don't run a damn thing over here. Take your ass back to Garfield. Now let me read this article, man. That's why he's mad, because we don't put up with the BS. The other two guests.
And he knew I was to bring out a source to validate what I was saying, and he wouldn't be able to bring no source to validate what he was saying.
Right. Well, all right then, brother. Enough said. Enough said. I got something for you. Enough said, man. Because you couldn't come on here. Because you couldn't come on here.
Even necessary.
Because he couldn't come on here and have his way. If you would have sat down here and talked like a human being, you understand, and be civil, you would still be on the show. But all that F you and I'm frustrated, I don't got to answer nothing. Hey, go back to the dagger. Listen, ain't nobody begging y'all to be on here. I dealt with two other brothers prior, Kyle and Mugabe. I didn't mistreat them brothers. I let them brothers speak their piece. Everybody witnessed it. You came in here sideways. And that's what's wrong with black people. They'll be in the wrong and act like you in the wrong. You know what I'm saying? He was in the wrong the whole time. I said, bro, slow down. You're making too many claims. Let me just answer the first one. That was a problem. Then I had to correct them on y'all, ain't no Israel 70,000 years ago. Duh. Ain't nobody saying that. Anyway, man, I'm gonna read the abstract, James. Man, that brothers like that, man, need to find a cliff and drive off of it. All right, let me pull this up. This is.
Well, everybody ain't gonna make it.
Click on the PDF format. Click on the PDF format.
Click on the what? Click on the what?
On the PDF format. The PDF format.
He said something about a format.
He said a PDF format.
Yeah.
I can see the abstract right here. Or do you absolutely need the PDF?
I just can't tell if that one has everything in the abstract like the PDF format does or not, but the way it's laid out.
All right, I gotta find the PDF button. And you wonder why we don't want to do anything, have any dealings. I gotta talk to Damon now with people like this. You wonder why. So don't hit my phone and say anything about that, brother, after the day, Damon, if you watching. I don't see where to get the PDF. I'm just reading it from here. This is the abstract. The main unequivocal conclusion after 3 decades of phylogeographic mitochondrial DNA studies is the African origin of all extant modern humans. In addition, a southern coastal route has been argued for to explain the Eurasian colonization of these African pioneers. Based on the age of macro haplogroup L3, from which all maternal Eurasians in the majority of African lineages originated. The Outer Africa event has been dated around 60 to 7,000 years ago. On the opposite side, we have proposed a northern route through Central Asia across the Levant for the expansion and consistent with the fossil record. We have dated it around 125,000 years to bridge the difference between molecular and fossil record ages In this article, we assess the possibility that mitochondrial DNA, macrohaplogroup L3.
Real quick, just let me say this real quick. You see how they said that it was in line with the fossil record. You know, I just want to point that.
Right. Macrohaplogroup L3 matured in Eurasia and returned to Africa as basal L3 lineages around 70,000 years ago. That's the point. That's the end of the abstract, brother.
No, it's not. It's the part right there that says result and conclusion. Just read the conclusion part. The results ain't that big of a deal.
Right. The correlations age of all Eurasian, MN, and African L3 lineages, both around 71,000 years ago, are not significantly different. The oldest M and N Eurasian clades are found in southeastern Asia instead near of Africa, as expected by the Southern Route hypothesis. The split of the Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Hey, hold up. The biggest part is going to come out right now. So let him read.
The split of the Y chromosome composite DE haplogroup is very similar to the age of the mitochondrial DNA L3. And Eurasian origin and back migration to Africa has been proposed for the African Y chromosome haplogroup E. So, according to this article, haplogroup E had a Eurasian origin.
Everything we're talking about just got proved right here in this article.
Now I got a question. Shouldn't we add your African Eurasian to that line of thought?
You can call them that if you prefer to.
Well, I'm just saying that I think that
because African is a generalization.
But I think that would help.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
I think that would help the greater, those who aren't as steeped in the, especially with the DNA. Because it's just like saying Afro-Shemitic, because, when they say Eurasian, that kind of, most people will tend to leave Africans out of that. So if you throw in the Euro-African Eurasian into that, they would not.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying that it'll help people understand that these are people of color.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you resonate better with them. They understand that you're talking about an African element. But the thing is, there is no European element at the time. The hell is who is the European element? They look a modern European.
Yeah,
they didn't come into existence till what, 500 years ago?
Yeah.
Right. But see, then why are they saying Eurasian? Because it doesn't even exist. Then that's what I'm saying. If we throw that in there with it.
Because of the geographical location. That's what I'm saying. They're not basing it off phenotype. They're not basing it off of, do they correlate with where the people live today or modern population density. They're just basing it off of the geographical locations that they're finding the evidence in. You see what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with who the people groups are per se outside of the DNA.
But see, what I'm saying is that when we say when people who don't know, when they hear Eurasian, they're thinking about Europe and Asia, and leaving out the east side of Africa. See, we know that, but unless you say African, you're African. You see what I'm saying? They'll include that as well into the mix and won't leave it out.
I'm definitely not against it, but the more things I'm trying to push is that people come more in line with what the academic literature is saying when you're having these academic type things. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's because, like you're saying, that most of these people aren't reading these articles, though. So you know what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to give them a little cheat to help them.
Facts. I can agree with that. Facts. Well,
because they do that, man. They do that.
Go ahead, your mom.
Now I was just saying they do that when you try to say, when you say, yeah, these people are Eurasian. They immediately think you're talking about a white person. That's big facts.
Well, I mean, when you're an idiot like Ngozi, I can see him making that mistake because these brothers, their understanding of this stuff is shallow. Again, like everything he was saying, we're trying to deal with each part. He's saying 1,000 points. It's called gish galloping. We throw a bunch of arguments out there and hope we don't catch them. I'm like, hold on, slow down, brother. Let's talk about that first one you just said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we only one to talk about. He went from that time period all the way down to Israel being a nation. We like, hold up, brother, you just skipped off thousands and thousands of years. Let's go down, man. And let's start at the beginning and work our way down. But I think he didn't want to do that because it makes sense. If you sit here and say, all right, I'm going to go back to when D and E split. He knows well everything that the E descends from that E. That split. He know that. So we go through there and start talking about, okay, well, let's look at our branch. Oh, he going to start talking about, it's thousands of mutations and stuff between that. We don't care. We're talking about father to son descent and common ancestors. That's the topic. You can't come in and decide you're going to man our points and then move the goalpost on the topics we talking about. You know what I mean?
Facts. You know what I'm saying? They used to doing that troll-like behavior over there on Dagger Squad for the last 10 years. That's all they do. Over here, you got to actually explicate, man. You can't just throw shit out there. I want you to explain it, how you get this number, how did you come to that conclusion? That's what we want over here, because that's what we do. It's the source.
That's right. And we can't, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that sometimes let's start using terminology where we can help our people understand these terms to let them know that, hey, these people was African. So we got to throw the Euro-African in there to get them to realize it, because you also teaching. So, sometimes you gotta lead somebody to water sometimes.
You can't teach some of these idiots, man. I've been knowing these trolls for the past 10 years. They troll. They heard these breakdowns. They read these articles with us.
Right. I'm talking about the listeners, not so much the individual that you
everybody that's listening. Right. I have done plenty of shows on this, and even today, the first 3 hours was based on what we were just talking about. Right.
But some people remember that some people were just coming in. They didn't see the whole beginning of the show. Some people just, so some people didn't see that. It's like even when I told you, YouTube was like 2 hours behind. I said, hey man, I'm still in the first part of the show. I didn't even know that y'all was even to a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, man, you're not gonna strong arm your way to victory over here, man. It's just not gonna happen. You're gonna have to do this shit the right way or not do it at all. You know what I'm saying? We're not in here for feelings. We in here for information, disseminating information. Now, all I wanted him to tell us is how he come up to these dates. Not if the dates were accepted. I want to know what's the methodology behind getting those dates.
Right.
Because we got information that the MRCA only 7,000 years old. Most recent common ancestor, by the way. That's when you don't put no assumptions into the mutation rate.
Well, if the brother's still out there, I would like him to just answer that question. If he could just answer it in the chat, then, because if he got where he got the information or how he, where he's coming, I would like to hear it.
Listen, he can't even answer in the chat now because he went to the chat talking about F you and F your show. I'm not tolerating that stuff, man.
Right. Okay. So you booted him. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's too old for that, man.
Right. Told about it, man.
We ain't trying to have all the nigga shit over here.
Yeah.
We dealt with Kyle respectfully. Doriel, did you see me in any shape, form, or fashion disrespect Kyle?
No, not at all.
What about the first brother, Mugabe?
Not at all.
Okay, then. So I expect you get what you put out, what you give. I expect the Same from that, brother. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just telling you to slow down, man. That's all.
Right.
And don't mischaracterize us because we ain't mischaracterizing you. We're not telling the people that you teaching X, Y, and Z.
Well, yeah. Well. I guess when he was, gonna get to the question, I guess he didn't really want to answer it anyways. Then, and that's why he did what he did.
Now exactly the same thing. Garfield does this. Rob Bourne, all of them do the same thing. When it come time for you to answer some questions,
flip out.
And your information gets scrutinized. That's when all the nigga shit come out. You understand? Because you don't have any information. All you've been doing for the past 10 years is attacking ours. You haven't built any premises.
Don't believe in nothing. Don't stand on nothing. Just argue against somebody else. How is that being a man? Your whole life is based on arguing against somebody else, not standing for what you believe in.
Professional question askers.
Right. We over here building
Afro Jeopardy.
We're building and curating information here. That's what we do. I just dropped the lecture on the victims of the slave trade, or Hebrews, the victims of the slave trade. I don't see that content on that channel. Their content is the Bible's false. The Bible, you guys are just bashing. That's all your content is. Bashing and trolling. You're not building any model. You ain't showing your methodology. You're just making claims against all. That's all y'all do.
They not even debating the ideas. You know what I'm saying? Like you go to them with hard facts, they start talking about you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What you believe, they don't want to discuss the facts.
Right.
Well, see, that's another problem that when we come to debating. So if a person, usually when you see academics debate, they've read the counter arguments. So even if they believe differently in the sources, they are familiar with the information. But I'm seeing people that come on here that they don't even bother to read the opposite argument to be familiar with the information so they can attack it at that particular, way. So it's like frustrating.
It's like frustrating. We had Chris on here. Chris got mad because we said the Natufians brought in agriculture into Africa. That made him mad. Why are you upset?
Even though the academic literature pretty much shows it.
Exactly.
Right.
The Neolithic, he got mad about the Neolithic Revolution and where that started. All because it didn't start in Africa. Now it's a problem.
Hey, you know what? Just start calling Israel Northeast Africa and it'll all go well. All right. Just don't tell them you're talking about Israel. Just sum it up as Northeast Africa. All right.
Hey, that's been a 2,000-year fight already. You think it's gonna work now?
Oh yeah. Hey, let me make an announcement real quick, if you brothers don't mind. So I just got off the phone with Deron Tillis, James, and he said that his stance is that Christ comes from Esau.
Oh shit. Man, look, like I said, I want to put this out to the public so y'all have me on record. James Cassell hates doing stupid debates. Right? But for the source, because my brothers say we need some content on these debates from these naysayers.
Right.
So I'm down, bro. But that is crazy.
Right.
You know what? I'll let him have that because they can have that name Christ if they want him. They can have him.
He
That's
must
not
be
his
talking
real
about
name.
Cesare Borgia.
I just don't see the logical formulation of that thought, bro. Like,
brother, he talking about Cesare Borgia.
They can have it because
okay.
The
They
name
talking about
ain't the right
Cesare,
name.
then yeah.
It's
That's
not the
all
right
we
name,
can
so
be
they can
talking
have
about,
it.
because not the Messiah we talking about first century
Right.
Israel. No.
Right. They can have him.
Yeah, man. So I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there. I wanted to know, when will you be able to have this debate, James?
Okay, Well, we supposed to do a preliminary, right? So I'm down for whatever when the
Now
preliminary.
he don't want no preliminary.
How can I understand what the hell this brother's coming from?
Basically, he told me that he gave you enough information.
All right,
and
cool.
you,
This is what this is what the debate will be. Did Jesus of Nazareth descend from Esau? That'll be the topic of the debate.
Okay.
That way he will be the affirmative. That way he can bring out whatever arguments he got, and I'll just be knocking them down.
Right.
Yeah, we can do it like that. Cool.
That's a
cool.
made-up person anyway, so they can have it.
Yeah, man. For me, I ain't gonna lie. I want to see it. You know what I'm saying? I get to see the Scholastic Killmonger back in action. You know what I'm saying? And showing the brothers and sisters what scholarship looks like. It's always a pleasure and honor, Rock. Sincerely.
I don't know. That's a crazy one to me. I don't.
Man, I
hope
in these 30 seconds, I just formulated my whole debate. So
listen. For me, man, for me though, it's an opportunity to go into archaeology, to go into historical merit, right? To go into biblical chronography, right? It's not a argument from belief, and that's what here at the sword we trying to get away from those type of interpretation debates. We don't give a damn about that. You understand?
I just hope it don't turn out like the brother who was bringing forth about Hinduism supposed to be best for black people, because that evolved into some craziness.
That was a circus, and I blame Joshua for that thing.
I'm gonna plead the fifth on now.
You understand? So, you know, even with that type of debate, I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? This whole thing about interpretations, arguing over interpretation. Well, I see it this way, you see it that way. That right there is not beneficial for scholastic debates.
Yeah, it's not productive either. It don't.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So like you can have your beliefs. I don't give a damn about that. What can you prove? You understand? That's what we want to deal with here at the source.
Prove all things. That's what the scriptures say.
Well, I'm just curious because if we go off the fact that that's not his original name in the first place, so which way are you going, James? Because
he claimed he's talking about I don't hold to modern Hebrew, but he claimed he's talking about Yeshua.
Yeah. So
that's what he said.
Oh, okay. Now
like I said, he is Yeshua of Nazareth, a descendant of Esau.
Okay, now he got a problem then. Yeah, so that's
yeah. Put him on the hot seat to prove that bullshit.
Yeah, that's because if he want to prove Jesus, he could prove Jesus all day. If you got to know who you're talking about, you got to call people by the right name. You can't call them by the wrong names, and I'll let you have them wrong names all day long. If you want to say Jesus is an Esau,
right. No, I get what you're saying, man. But you know what I'm saying? I'm about to call the Lions Den, man, and call out the champ over there and put him up against Joshua, man. That's what I'm about to do.
Who's the champ of the Lions Den?
Hotep Ra. I guess that's his name.
Wait. The champion of the Israelite Lions Den is a Hotepper?
Yeah.
And what's the topic?
I don't know. We got to try to hammer that out.
Speak on this, but I got to question the strength over there of they Hebrew debaters.
I mean, I guess they could say that they're a non-biased league by doing that. I mean, one of our champions is a non-believer.
Yeah, but it's not the champion. You know what I'm saying? We got a heretic champ. You know what I'm saying? Which is all respectable. You know what I'm saying? But he's not the champ, and he know it's gonna be hell coming over here trying to take that belt, that championship belt.
Yeah, I'm so confident. I'm so confident in it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I need to.
Hey,
I need
I
to
got something. I got something. Hey, Yeshua, you could probably why don't y'all do the Trinity, because you know, it's something about this immaculate conception thing. Because I was just reading.
He missed the tournament. That's what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I did.
The tournament.
Yeah, you missed it, man. We had that in there.
Yeah, because I bodied that. You know what I'm saying? I bodied that shit.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah,
it's on
Okay.
YouTube and
Facebook.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up. What's the name of it?
I'm about to drop it in the back chat. No worries.
Okay.
Yeah. When you look at that, you're gonna be like, dang, that
Because
ain't even in the original? What?
Because what keep getting me is this immaculate conception thing, because they don't realize that what's her name? Isis. She fashioned the penis and put it on, Osiris. So he's still impregnated her with the penis. So how you get immaculate conception if he still impregnated her with a penis? So that's something that get me. How you come up with this immaculate conception thing?
Man, this shit Greek. We had a debate on that.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would debate that Hotep dude on, to be honest. What I don't know this brother. I don't know him. Like, what's his stance? Like, what is he arguing against? I gotta get in the same vicinity with him. But the fact that he's associated with Lions Den kind of making me like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man.
I hope they don't back out this time, because you
listen. It's hard to find people to debate because these people.
I'm gonna try. Go ahead, Salah.
These people that people want me to debate. Let me put it like that, nicely. They're just like that brother that just got booted off of here. You know what I'm saying? And if I react a certain way, everybody gonna look at me like, "Oh, look at this brother. He can't." You know what I'm saying? He's an animal.
Yeah, and they don't like the format we have where you have to show and prove stuff. That's what caused most people to bag out from these debates. They want to just get up and talk and not have to prove anything.
That's a fact. There ain't no rhetoric battles over here, man.
Right.
Hey, that Trinity debate with my brother, the Scholastic Killmonger, is in the chat right now. It's in the comment section. Y'all can go check that out, man.
Now, what happened with that Ron Shields debate that was supposed to happen?
Man, hey, that debate kind of fell to pieces. You know what I mean? You talking about versus King Self?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's a long story, but it just didn't pan out.
Yeah, it had a whole bunch of variables in there, man. You know, so we ended up doing a 4-hour video though with Divine Prospect, and yeah, it just didn't end up happening, man.
Let me just say this.
I haven't seen him on here lately, so where he's been?
That's what I'm about to say. The brother extremely busy, and he only available at nighttime. So, and he not a debater like that. He don't really like to debate. You know what I mean? So, it's really hard to book him unless he really want to do it. So shit, it's hard to get Divine Prospect in the ring. You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about King Seth. I ain't seen him on the platforms lately. Where you been?
He did a show yesterday.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, he did a show. He around. He still source.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? We trying to get him in the ring now, if I'm not mistaken, with somebody. Yeah, but James made a good point. We was talking about that earlier. Like it's strict. Like a lot of people won't debate here because it's so strict. These other platforms, you can just open your mic and say whatever and get points for it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Come in there with that damn willy-nilly scholarship.
Yeah. You know, a whole bunch of rhetoric.
Right.
And you get points on the board for it. Nah, bro, we don't do that, man. We want to see you cite your source, where's you getting this information from, and it better be on point. You know what I'm saying? And that type of structure, you know, Negroes run away from structure like roaches run away from raid, brother.
It's funny you said that. I had some of my grandkids trying to move in and live with me, but I told them y'all gonna have to be reading every day. Can't be on them phones all day long. They ran up out of here, boy. They ain't want to deal with that.
Hey, Josh, man, you a beast, man. You had 6 hours and 4 minutes, man. You a beast.
Hey, I was just about to end it, and then that brother popped up and re-energized me, man.
Yeah.
Hey, that's that. Hey, I know we don't do Thanksgiving, but you probably had some turkey.
Man, I was just sitting there chilling, talking to y'all, and I was like, man, it's been 5 hours, 4 hours, whatever it was. Let me go ahead and shut it down. Then out of nowhere, this brother pop up. I let him in. I didn't know who he was. Oh, it's Ngozi. So, oh shit, here we go. You know what I'm saying?
He was talking good. He was talking fast, you know.
I don't know why he do that. Is he nervous? Why do he talk so fast? You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to follow him. I'm trying to, you know, I was hoping he'd answer the question that you put out there, but you know, he didn't do it. So, you know, I was just trying to figure out which way he was going with what he was saying.
Yeah, let me ask you, brother, some questions. You starting off wrong, man. You know what I'm saying? Well, D-Red said Mugabe and the one Africa want to debate Yashub and James on Haplogroup. They got to do a preliminary with us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who the one Africa is, and I'll believe it when I see it. When Mugabe step his ass in the ring,
right?
I'll believe it when I see it. See, Damon, you getting all these people that cash checks that's gonna bounce, man. These brothers been saying they was gonna debate me. I bet Mugabe $1,000. He said, I won't do it if somebody pay me. I said, good, I'll put $1,000 on it right now. But hubba bub then. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Josh, Dewan, Dewan the Africanite, that's Dewan, the one that I debated on Esau, being Japhet.
His name Dewan Africa?
Man, that man he didn't buy about 3 or 4 aliases, man. His name is Dewan, man. That's what I know.
The audacity of that trash brother thinking that he can call any of us out. Stop it. Oh God, that brother, he lost that debate bad.
Right.
Mugabe. If Mugabe show up miraculously to debate, I will debate him.
Yeah, man, because Mugabe is a master of backing out of a debate.
I know, man. None of these brothers is worth their salt, man. They don't never live up to whatever they say. You know what I'm saying? All these brothers just say something because they feelings. Oh yeah, I debate them. All right,
that man canceled a debate because of a football game. Now that's crazy. If that's not one of the lamest excuses for not holding to your word as a man, right? Holding to your word and following through on your debates. You understand?
Now, wait a minute. Now, maybe the brother has some money on the game. See, so that
I don't give a damn what you had on the game, man. When you say you're gonna do something, you should do it, man. You know what I'm saying? Now the brother's a good brother. Don't get me wrong. I had several conversations with him, but he got to do better when it comes to following through on his word.
That's true. He should have picked another game to bet on. Not that particular day. So I was thinking maybe because I was looking at the Genoan Jews. Yeshua, maybe you could do something with that. And denim.
The what?
The Genoan Jews and denim.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them.
Oh man. I ended up actually just coming into some information because I was reading I got the Smithsonian Institute magazine, and they're talking about how in the civil rights movement that denim was something common that a lot of the people involved in the civil rights would wear because it was actually went back further into slavery. The slaves wore denim, because it's durable. So that was part of the clothing that they wore. And come to find out that it's actually made by the Jews that was cast out of the Sephardic Jews that were cast out, went into Italy, and they actually made this denim. It used to actually be used to protect the cargo ships because it was used as because of for the cargo on the docks. So it would be used to protect the cargo. And the interesting thing about that is that you look at that and you come to the word jeans is actually comes from Genoa, and it also goes back to genes, your genealogy. So, and that's kicking right back to Sephardic. So that was interesting. And what blew my mind even more is that they talked about a movie that not Charles, but the guy Marlon Brando played in, and he wore a denim outfit, all black denim outfit. So your clothes can represent your color, But what he said, one of the lines that he said in this movie, he said "woulda," kind of like "weeda," like the west coast of Africa. So I just found that fascinating that that was in there. That was one of the lines that they had in the movie. So it was crazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, it's a lot of information out there, man. Like I said, bro, we try to curate this information and make strong arguments for it. That's what we do here at the source. So we had to look into it and then disseminate it. And like I talked to my brother James, Damon, and I let them scrutinize my information before I try to present it, see how they feel about it, and I go from there.
Yeah.
These cats on the internet, they don't have a process like that. They just, it's some words I want to save. I'm respect you on here, brother. I don't want to use any foul language, but every time I think of them brothers, I can't not think about that terminology.
Right. I appreciate it, brother. I seen that you've been more mindful, because I tell you, we got to clean our language up, because that's part of what we get graded on for as well. We can't be using foul language like that. We're supposed to be better people than that. So we got to clean up all aspects of our lives. We can't just let our tongues just run rampant and say all kinds of manners of foul stuff, because we can say what we need to say without, because cursing is cursing, as you placing a curse on somebody. So we should be refraining from that,
No, I do it. I refrain. I respect for y'all brothers. I say I don't want to hear that, so I try not to use that language. But pretty much in a nutshell, these brothers are deplorable without using any foul language. What I want to say is they deplorable.
Yeah.
The actions. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people want to see me debate people like Ngozi. I debated Garfield. That was I pretty much wiped the floor with him. I wanted to debate Rob Bourne, but these people are hard to debate because their character. They don't want to just get in here and say, yeah, let's debate, let's do that. They got to do all the extra stuff that, that's not going to sit well with me. It's just not going to happen.
Right, right.
You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, I do appreciate the scholarship you do, because, like I said, and like I said, I know I've been sending you, books and documents as well. So, whenever I come across something that I see of interest, I will shoot it to you, because I believe in sharing the information and not hoarding it.
Yeah, me too. I don't believe in trying to sit on PowerPoints too long. The last video I did was a PowerPoint. That PowerPoint was like, what? It's November, probably 2-3 months old.
Right.
I was like, let me go ahead and present it to the people. And I believe it's some of the best work that I have done on the channel yet, So if y'all haven't seen that, Are the Hebrews Victims of the Slave Trade, y'all should go check that one out if y'all haven't watched it yet, because I put a lot of work into that and a lot of money into that. Them books ain't cheap. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, you do remember I gave you that thing so you could get them books, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them books be on there, bro.
Yeah, I know. When you showed me, I was like, damn, this book and that book. I paid a chunk of, I paid, a pretty penny for this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Believe me, I got so many books, and I got thousands of books at this point. It's like crazy, especially PDFs. It's just so much information. Woo.
Yeah, I know, man. Hey, but with that, I'm gonna shut the show down, man. We've been going 6 hours. I appreciate everybody that came through and got to see the video, got to see us, and hung out with us throughout the day. And keep supporting the channel, man. Subscribe to the channels, hit that like button, share this on the social media platforms, and get the information out there. And we're gonna continue to do our job. We the source.
That's right. And if you haven't seen that video that Yeshua was talking about, do see it. It is very insightful, very informative.
Yeah. For years they said ain't no evidence of Hebrews, Israelites, or Jews being victims of the slave trade. So that video right there, that should go into your archives. But with that, I'm gonna say shalom.
Shalom.
Let's get out of here, man.